Also tonight, a new development at sea, a tropical depression stirring up in the Atlantic. NBC6 meteorologist Ryan Phillips is in the Weather Center to tell us more about it. Ryan.
Okay, Juwan, good evening to you. And across the area, what we're going to look for, at least for the next few days.
Okay, Ryan, we are having some issues with your mic. Let's see if you can fix it. If not, I'm going to do the weather. Come on.
I'm sure you can do it.
There I am. Okay, guys, now we're rolling. Hey, we're deep out into the tropical Atlantic here. On the 11th day of the month, we conveniently have tropical depression number 11. Now, this is 1,300 miles or so to the east of the Lesser Antilles. It's surrounded by a lot of dry air. It's not overly well organized, but we've got the components within this mass to at least call it a tropical entity. And at 5 o'clock, the National Hurricane Center calling this tropical depression number 11 with winds at 35 miles per hour. Now, it's still moving off to the west at about 16, and it is forecast to become a named storm. That would be Josephine. Now, watch as we go through the next few days. It's gradually gaining latitude here, and we're going to see the system come close to the islands here, but right now, most likely to pass off to the north and to the east of the Leeward Islands. But the bottom line, it does look like we'll have another named system here over the course of the next few days. Again, Josephine, that would be the earliest that we've seen a J storm here in the Atlantic Basin.
Here's the very latest on Tropical Depression 11. 35-mile-an-hour winds moving west at 14 miles per hour. High pressure to the north will continue to push the system to the northwest. Could become Tropical Storm Josephine sometime on Wednesday. Get a little stronger, maybe 60-mile-an-hour winds by Friday, but then it's going to run into some strong upper-level winds, and that should start to knock it down 50, 45, and 40. Right now, the cone of concern is away from the islands. Down the road, everyone up and down the East Coast should monitor it just in case.
So let's take a look at the moisture over the Atlantic waters, and we'll go all the way to the tropical Atlantic, because you'll notice all of this dry air over the Atlantic, but then you'll notice this little area here with some moisture. Well, that is tropical depression number 11 that the National Hurricane Center is keeping an eye on. And as of the latest advisories at 11 a.m., it still remains just below tropical storm strength. Once it does become a tropical storm, its name would be Josephine. Maximum sustained wind still at 35 miles per hour. It is moving towards the west at 14 miles per hour. And right now, it's just a little over 1,300 miles away from the northern Leeward Islands. So in the next couple of days, this system is expected to continue to push towards the west, but eventually making a little more of a turn towards the northwest along a weakness here with this high pressure system over the Atlantic. So it is expected to strengthen into a tropical storm through the next couple of days and then moving across the Atlantic. And right now it is forecast to miss most of the Caribbean and Atlantic islands. And then as it approaches areas just to the northeast of Puerto Rico and the Dominican, that's when we're expected to see that turn just a little bit towards the northwest. And we could even see some weakening, you'll notice, from 60 miles per hour to possibly 45 and 40, because it will be battling some upper level winds once it's over the Atlantic waters. Beyond that, that's what we here in South Florida need to look at, but you can see it is already beginning to move towards the north by the start of next week. And that means good news not only for the islands, for the Bahamas, but also for us here in South Florida.
Hey there, South Florida. Let's talk about the tropics, because we now have Tropical Storm Josephine. This is the earliest 10th named tropical storm on record in the Atlantic. The next earliest would be back in 2005 with Jose. Now, let's look at what that latest advisory shows us. Winds have crept up to about 45 miles per hour, so of course that makes it tropical storm strength. Still moving west-northwest right now at 15 miles per hour, according to the National Hurricane Center. We will watch for possible impacts for the Leeward Islands. This system likely to strengthen here in the short term, the next 24 hours, winds getting up to 60 miles per hour, but then it starts to encounter some shear. And as we always are teaching you on NBC6, your First Alert weather team telling you shear is not good for development and strengthening of these systems. So it will encounter some shear here as we go closer to the weekend, the end of the weekend, and into early next week. You can see by the time we look towards Monday, winds down to 35 miles per hour. Now, what's important for us here in South Florida, it will likely take a northerly turn. That's that latest track. So we're not looking at impacts for us here close to home, but we will watch for the potential for some impacts for, again, the Leeward Islands. We'll continue to keep you updated on this going forward. Guys, back over to you.
Okay, thanks very much. We'll see you in a bit.
It's been an active year in the tropics across the Atlantic for sure. We're on record pace for the number of named storms. That includes relatively newly named Josephine. If you're just tuning in, we do have a tropical system out in the central Atlantic. We also have a new area of concern that we're watching off of the mid-Atlantic coast. A slight chance of development with this cluster of showers and storms. We've been talking about that swirl. We'll talk more about that as the show goes on. Areas to watch and some invests and tropical depressions across the very active Pacific side. Does that give you a hint of what could be crossing over to the Atlantic side in about a week or two? Maybe. I think that there are some helping large-scale features across the Pacific right now, allowing for all these circles on the map. Preventing some of the circles from in the east that will then move to the Atlantic. So get ready. I think the forecast still calls for a very active season, especially as we get towards that traditional peak time. But one storm at a time. Let's take a look at Tropical Storm Josephine, which quite honestly looks the healthiest it has in its several-day run here. As a tropical depression, it looked terrible at times with an open swirl and almost no shower and thunderstorm activity anywhere near it. That has now changed. We now certainly have thunderstorm action and persistent thunderstorms near the center of that swirl. 45-mile-per-hour winds, still moving at a pretty good clip. West-northwest at 15. That alone adds a little bit of extra tug at the storm, if you will. So the faster the storm moves, generally you're not going to get the biggest forming hurricanes out there, but you can still get some intensification. Forecast now calls for a 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm for Friday into Saturday, and then the shear should start to increase a little bit more, and we should be able to start to weaken that wind speed. And there's this high pressure zone to the north. That's what's been giving us the east to west movement. There should be a weakness in that ridge, allowing for a northerly tug on Josephine. Hopefully that happens soon enough that we avoid any direct impacts on the islands, but not a guarantee yet. We're still carefully watching the forward progress of this swirl and these storms to see if we will be able to avoid direct land impacts. Here is one of the forecasts, the path and the forecast for the shear. Weaker wind shear for now, but Colleen, we are anticipating much stronger wind shear down the line, and so a much weaker system in, say, the 4 to 5 day time frame.
Well, always watching the tropics here on the Weather Channel.
10 minutes of the newscast. We promise you this update. Still tracking Tropical Storm Josephine, spinning 680 miles east-southeast of the northern Leeward Islands. The visible satellite showing the outflow from the system as its convection's continuing to move west-northwest at 17 miles per hour. Best news about this system is expected to stay away from the Caribbean island and east of the Bahamas, but could be a wave that we'll be watching that could affect Bermuda as we go into next week. There's this new area, a cluster of showers and storms. National Hurricane Center is watching as it's a low just pushing off the North Carolina coast with a 50% chance of tropical cyclone development in the next 5 days. Good news about this, regardless of development, it's expected to push away from the United States.
Yeah, we've had Kyle named, so we just had Josephine, which was the earliest J-named storm. Now we're here at Kyle. To no surprise, this is the earliest K-named storm. It beat out Katrina of 2005. It was late August. Now here we're in mid-August 2020. Now, real quick on Kyle, it's moving away from the shoreline, so no direct impact on land. Outside of that, we will still see some of those bigger waves and bigger swells reach the coastline. So if you're going to the beach in the Northeast this weekend, or New England especially, be very careful. Check the conditions. May be better on the sand because the ocean currents may still be pretty rough, but it's just notable that how far we've made it through the list of the storms. 11 named storms. That's almost about average for the entire season. We've yet to go through the peak of the season. Josephine, this is an area that we call the MDR, the main development region. So we always watch these storms really closely near Puerto Rico and the Caribbean islands. But there's some good news with Josephine. It looks like it's battling wind shear. It's having a hard time getting its footing. So it's expected to weaken and turn out to sea. It may impact Bermuda next week.
Tonight, another record set in this busy season for tropical storms.
Closer to home, things remain quiet for our Friday night. Hopefully they stay that way. First Alert meteorologist James Whelan joins us now with your forecast. James.
Yeah, hey, thanks, guys. Yeah, remember we were talking about Josephine being the earliest J storm. Well, now we're talking about Kyle being the earliest K storm by 10 days. Before this, the record was in 2005, and it was Katrina. All right, so first let's look at Kyle, since it's the new kid on the block here. And it was a little low that moved off of Hatteras yesterday and really spun up. A lot of convection in the center, taking on tropical characteristics. So therefore, we have Tropical Storm Kyle. 40-mile-per-hour winds. It may strengthen the 50-mile-per-hour winds. This will be another very short-lived one, too, because it'll become extratropical as it moves out into the North Atlantic. This one won't bother any landmass either, aside from sending some rough surf up into the northern part of the country. Tropical Storm Josephine's just struggling. 40-mile-per-hour winds with this, too. It does look a little bit better organized here. It still has a brief, maybe overnight opportunity that it could strengthen, but then after tomorrow night, upper-level winds will really take its toll on this thing, and then poof, that will be it. It will be gone and might not even last the full weekend. Some of the models have it gone by Sunday.
Okay, a live look outside North Bay Village this morning on this looking like a nice Saturday morning out there.
Yeah, we're off to a nice start so far, and your storm station is tracking 2 systems in the Atlantic now, but it looks like they may not be affecting us here in South Florida, so that is some good news here. Good morning again, everyone. Let's begin with a check on the weather.
And meteorologist Erica Delgado in the Plex with the latest forecast on those 2 systems. Good morning, Erica.
Hey, good morning, Brandon. South Florida, happy Saturday to you. Some good news for us as we continue to track the tropics. Both systems right now looking like they may not affect South Florida and possibly not even affect land anywhere over the Atlantic. So we'll start with Josephine right now, still a tropical storm. You can see here, looks like it's kind of organized, but believe it or not, the center is actually displaced from the actual areas of showers and thunderstorms that we do find. So maximum sustained winds of 45 miles per hour. It is still moving towards the west-northwest at 15 miles per hour. And right now it's a little over 300 miles to the east of the northern Leeward Islands. But the good news is that the latest forecast track does keep it mostly to the north. So any impacts across the northern Leeward Islands and Puerto Rico will be very limited. Maybe some heavy rain in the next couple of days. Some good news for the Caribbean islands and over the Atlantic. And as you can see, it remains over the Atlantic waters, taking that turn towards the north. Any interest in Bermuda should continue to monitor the progress of the system. However, it looks like it could begin to fall apart before it even reaches that area. Over the Atlantic, at least the northwestern Atlantic, we find Tropical Storm Kyle formed yesterday afternoon. East-northeast is moving towards 21 miles per hour. The good news with this system is it will continue to race towards the east over the Atlantic waters. This system will fall apart and should remain over the open waters.
How about dem apples?
That sounds like it would probably take you to the dentist.
That's one diet that you can lose weight on, huh?
Yeah, definitely. Ice apples, you know it. You know, one person who, I don't even know how to
Who
get
needs
into
to lose
that.
weight?
No.
Who likes them apples?
Who loves
It's
them
Dr.
apples.
Postel.
Dr. Postel. We know you love those apples.
I do, actually. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Even though I am a doctor, I'm not sure how that works out. But anyway, let's have a look at what we've got now in the tropics. You know, this was supposed to be, this weekend and the few days surrounding it, like the quiet period in the Atlantic Basin, right? We've got 2 tropical storms. How did that happen with all this expected quiescence across the region? Well, Tropical Storm Josephine and Tropical Storm Kyle, neither of which are really going to impact the United States. Josephine, we'll keep an eye on it for you in Bermuda, but it'll be weakening along the way and not really pose much of a weather issue there. There's Josephine right now, 45 miles per hour in the wind speed, moving west-northwest at 10. Very likely to bring the worst of its weather well north of the islands. That's a good thing. We don't want any part of it, but, you know, still we might get scraped by some gusty winds and maybe some showers, perhaps 30 mile per hour on the wind speed and times, but nothing we can't handle in the islands. And it's going to be likely well east of the Turks and Caicos and Bahamas on a path roughly like that, way east of the mainland United States. But again, Bermuda midweek, watch out for the possibility of some gusty winds and some showers, as what's ever left over of Josephine likely makes a relatively close encounter.
We're going to have to get ready to turn up the heat, right, Greg?
Yeah, if you can turn up the heat here in South Florida, when it's in the low 90s and you go to the mid 90s, that's not a good direction to go. However, we're going to see more afternoon thunderstorms, so that will break the heat by the evening. Should be fairly comfortable. First off, let's talk about the tropics, though, because they remain very active. We have our J storm here, Josephine, which is just barely holding on there, forecast to move just to the north of the islands there and turn more to the north and northwest, staying east of us. Could be some squally weather in the northern Leeward Islands as well as Puerto Rico over the next 24 hours as it kind of brushes by to the north there. And then Kyle is racing quickly to the northeast, just about to lose its tropical characteristics, almost caught in the jet stream there. That's not all we're talking about. We're also watching a tropical wave that is crossing the central Atlantic now. Low development potential with it, slow development's possible as it moves through the islands later, early this week, and then into the Caribbean during the week. So we'll keep our eyes on that. And a big tropical wave has come off of Africa now. Sometimes these tropical waves that come off, they don't do much because the air is still relatively dry out here, but they kind of pave the way by moistening the atmosphere. And then the next wave that follows takes advantage of that more favorable environment. So obviously we are watching and watching closely.
Now let's talk about the tropics. Two features. There's one, there's another. This is not looking very healthy at all, and that is what is still Tropical Storm Kyle. We're probably not going to be able to call it that for too much longer, as it's expected to diminish into an area of low pressure, remnant low after midnight tonight as it weakens and races away out of the waters of the open Atlantic. Also in the Atlantic Ocean, there's Tropical Storm Josephine heading into an area not favorable for it to get stronger. It is expected to weaken to a depression and then maybe just a remnant low pressure area if it hangs on near Bermuda later on in the work week.
Meteorologist Elena Cameron joins us right now. We want to get a little tropical update.
We certainly do, and what we're looking at in the Atlantic Basin, a little bit more activity on the way. Could bring in some of those tropical waves. We had Josephine earlier Sunday, now just the remnants. Could potentially bring a little bit of rain towards Bermuda, but those tropical waves we're keeping our eye on could bring in storms over the next 5 days. So we've got several days out from those, but the remnants of Josephine, it's running into a highly sheared environment. That's going to continue to really fizzle that storm out. In the Atlantic Basin, the next name to listen for is going to be Laura. If any of those areas of tropical development form into something and become named, it will be Laura. That's the next on the list.
Here's what is driving in the tropics. We are looking at distant waves. These tropical waves have a decent chance of forming here in the next 5 days. Wave number 1 getting closer to the Lesser Antilles. Wave number 2 recently came off of Africa, now south, I should say, of the Cape Verde Islands. So lots of time to watch, but they are moving quickly. And this first wave is one that's been dubbed an Invest 97L. So what is that? It's an investigation area for possible development now that it's getting closer to land, especially with the Lesser Antilles probably getting a little brush. It's just a wave, though, going into the late day tomorrow. And some of the model runs beginning to now come out with that area as it moves across the Caribbean. The best development chance, either the central or western part of the Caribbean deeper into the week. And we'll watch as the system, if it were to develop, should stay to our south, but may drag in even some deeper tropical moisture, bringing about even higher rain chances as the week progresses.
In the past 24 hours, Hurricane Genevieve in the Pacific Ocean has gone through a rapid intensification process, growing quickly from a tropical storm to what is now a Cat 4 hurricane. So that leads us in today's weather wisdom question, and it is a good one because it's so perfect timing for what we're dealing with at this very moment. We do this every day at 50 minutes past the hour, opening our weather classroom to answer your question. Today's question comes from Douglas. Asks, how does explosive intensification in tropical cyclones work? All right, let's get right to it because we have it. We've been undergoing rapid intensification with Hurricane Genevieve. Yesterday at this time, it was a tropical storm with winds of 65 miles per hour. So here's where we are right now. It is a Cat 4 with winds of 130 miles per hour. So much has changed over the last 24 hours. You can see the change in just how it looks, how it appears on satellite perspective. The winds have increased dramatically. So here's a look at that wind speed over the last 24 hours. Again, at this time yesterday, we were right here in the zone on a way to becoming a hurricane, and that happened at the 11 o'clock advisory, and then it ramped up very rapidly. Now we're up over, at 130 miles per hour. So let's look at rapid intensification and some of the details about it. To get to this point, you have to have 35 miles of wind increase in 24 hours. We did 50 in 24 hours for Genevieve. It's difficult to forecast, although it was well forecast in this situation. 1 in 3 storms undergo rapid intensification, and nearly all 4 or 5 category storms actually undergo rapid intensification. Think of Maria, think of Irma, think of Florence and Harvey. They all underwent rapid intensification. Now, as you look at the path of this, thank goodness this is going to track offshore, but with its big wingspan, we will see some tropical storm force conditions affecting the Baja of California probably tomorrow when it tracks just west of there. Now, send us your questions on social media, either tagging AIMHQ or using the hashtag WeatherWisdom. We will answer them every day at 50 minutes past the hour. That's what's happening in the Pacific. And Steph, we've got this conveyor belt of tropical waves that's in the Atlantic, too.
Yeah, exactly. So we have two different invests here. And the next new names are Laura and Marco. And by the way, the earliest L storm on record, Luis, August 29th, 1995. I think we're going to beat that, but we might beat that with our second storm. I think this one will probably get named. This is just my guess. I'm not at the Hurricane Center, but that might get named before this one. So let's talk about that and why that is. First, we'll do a quick look on our first system here. Looks pretty ragged, though we did have some squally weather here into the Lesser Antilles. That development is going to go west over the next 5 days. Does it interact with the Yucatan? That could certainly, slow its development here. And then does it go into Mexico or does it threaten Texas? We've got to watch, okay? This is like as we head into next week. So even our system here, look at this. We have two bursts of energy. The Hurricane Center is going with that first area, but it does look like this second area will wrap into this, and we will get a system. Now, this actually has a better chance of developing, and we're going to watch this closely. Now, you might say, oh, it's so far out in the Atlantic, I don't have to watch it. Think about Hurricane Andrew. It actually formed about this time and then made landfall, of course, as a Cat 5 in South Florida towards the end of August. So you need to be paying. I'm not saying that this is going to do that and this is an Andrew. All I'm saying is you've got to watch for what's happening even this many miles away, because our high pressure could be a tropical storm at this point. And then the question is, does it go into the Gulf of Mexico like some models have it? Does it do a squeeze play around the high? It's going to determine how strong this high is and other parts of the atmosphere. So that's system number one. You see it's much weaker than system number two. Even as we get into our Thursday here, then potentially a tropical storm here into the islands, while this might be interacting with the Yucatan. And then as we head into our Sunday, look, we have two systems that we could potentially have named here that we have got to be paying attention to. Tevin.
And an active weather day here in South Florida. Once again, those late day storms make a comeback, but we begin with the tropics tonight. We are watching two separate tropical waves. One in the Caribbean, not very well organized. Another one farther out in the Atlantic. And this one does have a high chance of becoming a tropical depression as we head into the next 1 to 2 days. So there's the system right there. As it works its way in this direction, it does have a 90% chance of becoming a tropical depression. Ahead of it, very warm waters, very little wind shear, really nothing to stop it. In the meantime, this one right here in the Caribbean is very disorganized, has a very hard time getting going. So over the next at least 2 days, we're not expecting much out of it, but over the next 5 days, as it starts to turn, it may become a tropical depression. The problem, many of the computer models take this system directly towards the Yucatan Peninsula, and it's going to have a hard time getting going after that. Plus, we're going to see a lot of wind shear. So this system is going to have a lot of hurdles to jump over to get going. Now, in the meantime, the one out in the Atlantic, the latest computer model runs take it just north of Puerto Rico and just north of the Dominican Republic. You can see tightly packed right there. And as we head into the weekend, it has it right around the Turks and Caicos area. And obviously, this one is going to be close to South Florida. So one that we're certainly going to have to monitor and keep our eyes on over the next few days.
Possible tornado into land caused this box truck to overturn. Take a look. You can barely see the road. Then the strong winds just knock it over to the side. This video was shared by FHP in Orlando. The driver was taken to the hospital with bumps and bruises. Now, this is an aerial look of the damage, and you can see downed trees, overturned cars, and damaged buildings were left behind by yesterday's powerful storm. At this hour, the National Weather Service has not determined if a tornado has touched down. Brittany, that looks like they had a lot of damage there.
Yeah, and you look at some of those videos, and it was likely from the National Weather Service in Melbourne that it did touch down. They're just going to do some of that survey damage later on today to determine how strong it was. Now, switching gears from severe weather to now tropics, we are still monitoring two tropical waves in the Atlantic Basin with a high chance of development, and one that's expected to emerge off the African African coast as early as Friday. Right now, these are the two that we're really keeping a close eye on, and I want to focus especially on this one, the center one, called Invest 98L. Here it is on GO 16 satellite this morning. Yesterday, it was struggling due to some drier air and some wind shear kind of wrapping around it, but really since midnight all the way toward this morning, it has gotten a little bit stronger. You've seen a little more shower and storm activity. Now, this is one that we're going to be eyeing very closely, and one of the reasons why are the model plots. Over the next few days, this is through Saturday morning, pretty good agreement there that it moves over part of the islands. By early part there of Sunday, you'll notice moving over Hispaniola, areas near Puerto Rico, and then eventually past that, we're going to be watching very closely for a pretty wide range of possibilities. There are a few models that still show a chance that it could stay farther out to sea and be a little bit stronger, some moving into the Caribbean and eventually the Gulf of Mexico. But right now, we have to watch closely because Florida could be in the mix. So this is one that we'll be monitoring pretty closely, not only because it's going to move into an area with some lower wind shear, but also notice those warm water temperatures. Tropical systems essentially only need a water temperature of 79 or higher to strengthen, if not form, and we have plenty of that. And the potential path there of 98L, right now still some model discrepancy, not only on where it could go, but how strong it could get. We have anywhere from a hurricane all the way down towards staying a tropical storm, if not weakening substantially. Otherwise, we have the center of circulation there of 97L in the Eastern Caribbean there. This one, pretty good agreement over the next few days that it could head towards Central and South America there, and then eventually head into the Gulf of Mexico. Still some discrepancy there on where that one could go to. But right now our sights are pretty centered there on 98L. If either of these systems were to be named within the next 24 to 48 hours, next storm name on the list is Laura and eventually Marco. Right now it's looking more likely that at least a tropical depression could be named here very shortly.
Because we are watching 3 areas in the tropics. First 10 minutes of the newscast, we promise you this update. Not much has changed as of the 8 o'clock intermediate information from the National Hurricane Center. Still 80% chance of development with an area in the Caribbean, 90% chance of development with this area just about 1,000 miles east of the Lesser Antilles. And all eyes on this because models do have it moving over the Caribbean islands, possibly interacting with Puerto Rico, the Lesser Antilles, and Hispaniola before getting oh so close to South Florida and the Florida Keys. We have a lot of time to watch it, and I'll have more details on that and this other area we're watching that's expected to push off the coast of Africa.
Folks, we are tracking 3 tropical waves in the Atlantic. We have one in the Caribbean, one in the Atlantic, and another one way out here all the way near Africa. But it's this one right here in the middle of the Atlantic that we're watching closely because this one will be quite close to South Florida as we head towards Monday. So right now, this is Invest 98L, and it is getting a little bit better organized. Notice that we're starting to see a little spin right here. It was a tropical wave, and now we're starting to see a little bit more of a spin developing. And eventually the hurricane hunters will go out and see if they can find the center of circulation. But you can see that we do have some thunderstorms definitely on the northern side of this system as it does start to get a little bit better organized, and it could become a tropical depression as we head into tomorrow. Computer models very tightly clustered, taking the system very close to the islands and very close to South Florida as we head towards Monday. The global computer models, the GFS, the European, have an area of higher pressure right here, just offshore, and hopefully that'll help to keep all of this south. They also keep it very weak, and in fact, they bring it across Cuba and into the Gulf of Mexico. But some of the hurricane models do bring it towards South Florida as we head towards Monday, but this could easily shift back down towards the south as we do head into tomorrow. All right, so there's another wave that we're watching also. This one is in the Caribbean, and notice the computer models take it into the Yucatan Peninsula and then eventually the Gulf of Mexico, very widely scattered. So they're not handling this system very well, but nonetheless, it is expected to stay well west of our area. So no real issues for us, at least with that one.
Then we also had video that looked like this.
I would call this one the water spout of the week, potentially even the year. Incredible video coming out of Florida, especially because it's very well lit. You can see that very clearly, and the size comparison between the magnitude of that enormous funnel reaching down and sucking up some of that water. Tremendous video.
Yeah, and so we go from that and water spouts to even in southern tip of Florida that's a little bit more tropical. You can consider it part of the Caribbean, to Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. And the reason we're showing this from Wednesday, It's because we have some of the latest coming in, and all eyes on the tropics right now. I'm meteorologist Devin Lucy. We'll talk about those tropics, get it over to meteorologist Caroline Brown thereafter. But it's the most notable aspect, which is the very latest. We get some look from the United States Virgin Islands, St. Thomas. They could be looking at some tropical weather over the next 5 to 10 days, really over the next 3 to 5 days. Let me kind of heighten the steam on that one and kind of get a little bit more pertinent in the timing for it. So let's see it right now. The latest tropical depression 13 has formed. This is in the central Atlantic where the D stands. Trinidad and Tobago, those are into the Lesser Antilles and getting into South America. And then Puerto Rico, and outside of Puerto Rico are United States Virgin Islands. Those are United States territories, Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. That's why we showed you St. Thomas coming from there. Sustained winds now, maximum sustained winds at 35 miles per hour. The storm doesn't really have tight-knit clustering of it or well-defined features, but it does have some strong winds. It's a little bit diffuse. Barometric pressure, central pressure, and the lowest of it, 1,008 millibars, and the west-northwest movement at 20 miles per hour. But the expectations are that this thing can become at least more of a tropical storm over the next 24 and 48 hours. So by Thursday afternoon, possibly strengthening winds to get it to tropical storm status. However, you see the latest tracks in those indications of those, at least the representative symbols, are all tropical storm status, all the way from just north of Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands. Then going through the Bahamas, you see the next big island that is west of Puerto Rico. That's Dominican Republic, Haiti on the west side of the island. And that's Cuba, the next one up before it gets into Florida. That's the latest track. Now, our forecast tracks are being very consistent as high pressure will trail along with that. All those different lines are a forecast track. And so we do have a pretty nice notable track that still shows that's a pretty likely movement out of this over the next 3 to 5 days. So we're showing you sea surface temperatures because over the last 30 days, we have reached something notable that this is the third warmest Caribbean basin Atlantic temperatures ever on record. That's going to aid to strengthening. Now, other systems that we need to keep an eye on are in at least parts of the Caribbean already. This could have an effect on the Gulf Coast coming up. And then we've got another storm that is way on over in a tropical wave that could have further development.
All right, so yesterday, of course, we talked about 98L, and now it is TD13. Not very robust, but the convection is at least around the center. You can see the circulation. You can see the outflow channels, especially on the north here. There's a little bit of shear that's also progressing west with this. Should it get into that shear, it's going to have a little bit of a tough time. Oh, shoot, that thing just came up quickly. Yeah, so Greg, I got my clicker now, just so you know. All right, so here you go. Showers and thunderstorms in and around the center. Certainly something that's trying to get better organized, but no seriously deep convection at this point. San Saba and Eustatius. I never even heard of that island. How do you say that one, Jen?
Where are you at? Sorry, St. Eustatius.
What is it?
Eustatius.
Eustatius. Is that what that is? Thank you for teaching me that. St. Eustatius, tropical storm watch is out for this area and through here. So guidance, at least from a global model perspective, not incredibly robust on this. They make it a weak tropical storm, which is what it is forecast to be from the Hurricane Center as it moves through the islands and through here. A lot of this guidance keeps it north of Puerto Rico and Hispaniola. And think about that. That's a really big deal because if you miss any kind of land interaction, now you're open to all of this very, very warm water through the Bahamas and up toward Florida. So you don't need a lot of real estate to see something go from a tropical storm to a hurricane. And history shows us that we can really explode in this area. So just keep that in mind, even though we're only seeing a forecast tropical storm at this time. The subtropical ridge builds, it's got to take it west. So we're talking about impacts potentially to South Florida as we work our way through early Monday even, and then through the day on Monday, and then potentially seeing this thing get into the Gulf of Mexico. So again, intensity forecast, not super great, but not missing that land interaction is key with TD13. Jen, let's talk about 97L.
Yeah, and land interaction may be a factor here as well. So 97L, that's the other invest, the one we've been following a little bit longer. You can actually see it on the satellite picture right here, this flare-up of convection. Let's talk more about where this is going, what it's interacting with right now in terms of the atmosphere that it has to deal with. It does have an 80% chance of developing. So we've been watching this for days here, and it keeps notching up in terms of that chance of developing into a tropical depression. Here's that zone that we're looking at in terms of that next 5-day development. And you notice notice that at the end of it, we're watching Mexico and the Yucatan Peninsula. So there is that potential for land interaction as well. One thing, though, that we've seen with this is there's been up and down flare-up of convection, but there has been some dry air at times getting in. So that's been one limiting factor in getting this thing organized. It's also been pretty elongated, too, with actually some of these thunderstorms that yesterday extended the whole sort of wave down into Venezuela. So we're going to continue to watch this. How much, interaction does this dry air, get in and continue to get in? Does it limit the thunderstorm activity and thunderstorm organization? That's one thing to watch. Also, the track is something else. So for now, this high pressure, the same one Jim talked about, has been steering this right along. As we get into time, and especially past this weekend and into early next week, if the wave, whether it has developed or not, gets into the Gulf of Mexico, there's some other influences as well. And the other is this big trough that's dipping down. Now, it's strong to start, but then it weakens and it lifts. And that will, at the start of it, it could be providing some shear in the atmosphere, which would limit development here of this tropical system. So there's a lot of differences when it comes to what happens to the track of this, no matter what state it's in once we get into the Gulf of Mexico. So Reynolds, what this tells us is that you got to keep watching the short term, and in the longer term, by that I mean next week, you really need to be on guard anywhere along the Gulf Coast here and the Gulf of Mexico for the risk of a tropical system.
7 weather with meteorologist Vivian Gonzalez.
We are monitoring closely tropical depression 13, 35-mile-per-hour winds. It's moving west-northwest at 21 at a pretty fast-forward pace. And based on the forecast track, it'll likely strengthen to a tropical storm later today. The latest update with the new advisory is that it's actually shifted a bit more northward. So the center of the storm seems like it's going to come very close or north of the Leeward Islands, Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico Saturday, gradually strengthening with 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then approaching the Turks and Caicos, southeastern Bahamas Sunday with 70-mile-per-hour winds, and then strengthening to a Category 1 hurricane on Monday morning, 75-mile-per-hour winds. And then it could be located anywhere inside this shaded area between the Gulf of Mexico, South Florida, and the northwestern Bahamas. Most of the models are in agreement that this will be the general path that tropical depression number 13 will take. But any slight shift to the south or to the north would imply a weaker or stronger system. What's working for it is the fact that there's plenty of warm water in the Atlantic for growth. And then what's also working for it is the fact that there's light upper winds. What's working against it is the fact that high pressure is going to be steering it more towards the west. There's also some dry air to the north of the system that could keep it weaker, and that brush with land as well could be keeping it on the weaker end. So we just have to monitor the latest developments. It's still far away. What we need to do is plan and prepare accordingly. We also have tropical depression 14, 35-mile-per-hour winds, and it will be moving across the Yucatan over the weekend. That's the very latest.
And as we've been telling you, one of them could have its sights set on us right here in South Florida. So let's get over to our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross. He has more, and I know it's a little tricky to forecast this one. A lot can happen between now and Monday.
Yeah, a lot can happen. We know where it's going. It's coming this way. But we don't know how strong it's going to be when it gets here. And the range of possibilities seems from almost not very much at all to actually something quite significant, like in the hurricane category. So it's a difficult one for sure. Let's look at it right now. Here we're still looking at the 2 o'clock advisory here, waiting for the update from the National Hurricane Center. So you see estimating 35-mile-an-hour winds, not expecting any change there because it still looks very disorganized on the satellite. Moving at a good clip, so moving in this west-northwesterly direction at 21 miles per hour. But we see all these thunderstorms developing down to the south. We see what looks almost like a rotation down here, a sign that what's happening in the middle of the atmosphere and down at the surface are disconnected, all signs of a fairly weak system. So Hurricane Center, as of the 11 a.m. cone now, we're standing by any minute here for the updated cone. shows a slow intensification, not a terribly strong storm in the vicinity of the islands here. So they have tropical storm watches up in effect for these northeastern Leeward Islands, just in case. Here's where it gets very, very tricky. And the models are kind of all over the place. The idea is if it comes close to the islands here, let's just say below the line, the center line on the cone, then it's much more likely to be significantly weaker than if it goes up here and doesn't get involved with the air flowing into it, doesn't get involved with the mountains. It actually can avoid the mountain effects, which are all negative for the tropical system. So if it's not very strong down here and then it gets close to the mountains, then almost certainly when it gets up near us, it's not going to be much. If it can avoid all that and get up in here where the atmospheric conditions are much more conducive for strengthening, then we'll have something potentially more than a Category 1 hurricane, which is what's forecast now, just a 75-mile-an-hour Category 1. But that's really a compromise between the possibilities of not much and actually quite a bit. And indeed, the models actually, some of them take it up this way, some of them bring it over here, some of them bring it closer to the middle. It's really kind of an all-over-the-place situation, but it is coming generally this way. Here you see the interesting thing. If you remember that the center line on the cone was kind of well displaced from the mountains, but the best computer models we have, this red one, which was the consensus, the averaging of the best models, it's very close to those mountains down there. So that tells us that indeed we'll just have to wait and see, because the mountains, it's all about the mountains. We have this other depression down in the Caribbean that we're watching. This one's going to head up toward the Gulf of Mexico, and we're watching it over there. And yes, two cones at the same time going in a similar direction. We'll look at that coming up at 5 o'clock. See you there.
All right, we'll talk to you in a bit. Thanks a lot, Brian. The National Weather Service on the ground in Golden Beach today.
They're assessing the damage left behind after a tornado touched down there yesterday. Let's get to local 10's Glenna Milberg. She is live with the latest.
That's how they measure those kind of things, the aftermath. Unlike a hurricane where you fly right into it, no, the Weather Service measures the waterspouts and tornadoes like the one that came in here yesterday by the damage it caused. And this one was kind of a weak one, but boy, what a spectacle.
Oh my God, look at that. Hopefully it stays only in the water.
Mostly it was a spectacle, but for the National Weather Service, serious science.
Things out in the water that are kind of channel the winds into a little bit of a circulation. They get some spin connected to a cloud base, and if those conditions are favorable, the waterspout can persist for a while.
It lasted 9 minutes to be exact, and pop quiz for you. What does a waterspout become when it spins onto dry land? Yep, a tornado.
It was crazy.
I was really scared for my life. It was an EF0 on a scale of 0 to 5. Maximum winds were about 80 to 85 miles per hour, so well, weak by tornado standards, that's still a pretty strong wind gust there.
Strong enough to snap trees, break a big gate, a Golden Beach style gate, which is where it came ashore, and then quickly dissipated into the summer swelter. So you've probably been watching videos from all angles because of the social media. Because Golden Beach, you can see from all of the balconies and the condos in Aventura. There is so much video of this, but there is one that really stood out to us because of the play-by-play on it. And you will see that, and more important, hear it when we see you at 6 o'clock here. I'm Glenna Milberg, live in Golden Beach today, Local 10 News.
About the weather, and tonight our focus continues to be the tropics, especially Tropical Depression number 13. Not very well organized tonight. That's the good news. Hurricane hunters have been out there. They have yet to find a closed circulation. The system is struggling with dry air, and that struggle likely to continue throughout the day tomorrow as it moves off toward the west and the northwest. However, the Hurricane Center believes the system will consolidate around one center, intensify, and move toward South Florida. It seems quite likely that something is coming our way on Monday. Could it be a tropical wave? Could it be a hurricane? At this point, the Hurricane Center suggesting a Cat 1 hurricane as we head toward Monday. But obviously, stay tuned. Things could change. Moving west-northwest at 22, winds right now 35 miles per hour. Here's the forecast track as it continues to move very close to Puerto Rico, Hispaniola through the weekend. By Sunday morning, located right here in the Turks and the Caicos. After that, it moves towards South Florida, arriving Monday morning. The anniversary of Hurricane Andrew, and you can see the forecast track from the Hurricane Center. It could be up here toward the Treasure Coast, or it could be all the way over here in the Gulf of Mexico. Time will tell. We got to watch this one closely in the coming days. The other system we're watching tonight is also poorly organized. Once again, hurricane hunters were out there earlier today. They could not find a closed circulation, but this one, the future looks a little more interesting from the National Hurricane Center. First through Central America, then over the Yucatan Peninsula as we head towards Sunday night, early Monday morning. And now watch what happens. The Hurricane Center now predicting a hurricane will approach the Texas coast as we head toward Monday. So if you recall, the Hurricane Center with 13 also had a hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico. It's possible on Monday of next week, 2 hurricanes in the Gulf of Mexico simultaneously. Yes, no doubt about it. It is 2020.
Good Friday morning. We are tracking Tropical Depression 13, which is approaching the northern Leeward Islands. The 5 a.m. advisory indicating the max sustained wind still 35 miles per hour, still moving west-northwest at 21 miles per hour. And now we have tropical storm warning watches, I should say, in place for the northern Leeward Islands, Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, and now even for portions of the Turks and Caicos and southeast Bahamas under tropical storm watch, meaning that tropical storm conditions are possible within the next 48 hours. And right now, as we look at the threat cone, which indicates not only where it could be tracking, but also the potential for tropical storm conditions. Well, right now it continues to move this generally towards the west-northwest. So could be near or north of Puerto Rico as we head in through overnight tonight into tomorrow. Then as we head throughout the day into late Saturday into Sunday, could be north or near of Hispaniola. And of course, this will be key. We're waiting and watching to see if it interacts with these islands, because that could weaken it. But then if it stays more to the north, then it could strengthen. As for now, it is forecast to still move towards us. And although the cone has shifted slightly to the south because of some of the models and the trends that we've been seeing, we are still in that cone, and we still can't let our guard down just yet. We really have to prepare for the potential of tropical storm conditions. And right now, the Hurricane Center is even forecasting that possibly throughout the day on Monday or late Monday night, it could become a hurricane. So we also need to prepare for the potential of a hurricane, a low-wind hurricane, because of the very warm waters here. And then, yeah, it could be moving here into the Gulf of Mexico towards the Florida Panhandle or portions of Mississippi or Louisiana. And that's also the case for the other depression we're watching, Tropical Depression 14. But here's a look at the forecast models. And yeah, they have shifted a little bit to the south and moving it generally towards the west-northwest. Eventually could be over Cuba or the Bahamas, parts of South Florida, and then into the Gulf of Mexico. For us, we look at that satellite, and it's not looking as impressive this morning. It's not very well organized. And here's a look at Tropical Depression 14. Now, this is expected to strengthen into a tropical storm as soon as later today, and we have a tropical storm warning in place for Honduras, Nicaragua, as well as a hurricane watch for portions of the Yucatan Peninsula. Tropical Depression 14 is forecast to become a tropical storm, move across the Yucatan, and eventually move into the Gulf of Mexico and possibly head towards the Texas or Louisiana coastline as a hurricane. So folks here also on high alert, notice that there we have the 2 areas, Tropical Depression 14, Tropical Depression 13, 2 systems moving towards the Gulf Coast. That hasn't happened since 1933 like this.
Here's where we are so far this season. It has been busy. We have already had 11 named storms. The average for a season is 12. So we're just hitting the peak, and we've already hit nearly that average. And of course, you know that the outlook is to about double at least where we are right now. It's been busy already. We haven't had any major hurricanes yet here, and Jim, hopefully that we don't see any next week, but we know that's a potential.
It is the potential, and hopefully we won't, Jen, because we know that these will impact the United States. I mean, there's a very high confidence in that. The question is, what will they be? All right. All right. So let's take a look at this. 8 a.m. advisories are out. Of course, when we have advisories, in terms of watches, you're going to have an intermediate advisory. Plus, the hurricane hunters are out there. Really interesting stuff, because when we look at TD13, which is the one east of the Lesser Antilles, still moving at 21 miles per hour, 250 miles east of the northern Leeward Islands. You're probably asking yourself, how could that thing so far out be coming in almost at the same time 14 is into the northern Gulf of Mexico? Because it's moving at twice the speed. All right, so it's going to kind of catch up here as we go on in time. All right, so remember, the cone doesn't change till 11. Doesn't change till the main advisory, but the bottom line is we're still forecasting a hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico, which, like I told you yesterday, don't be surprised if those numbers change as we get more and more confident as to what this may become in time. So guidance really, if anything, has slipped a little bit to the south, which means instead of going over the topography, it still will be influenced by it. All right, sometimes when you've got a southerly flow coming in, I mean, think about that. If you're a tropical system, all of a sudden, if that southerly flow is blocked by Puerto Rico or Hispaniola or Cuba and the topography there, it's going to interrupt it. But I think once we get clear of Cuba and the Bahamas, that Sunday night, Monday time period when that water is so warm, that's when things could go absolutely crazy in 3. This is deep ocean water content, all right, and it's hot. And unfortunately, we've seen many storms in history just go absolutely crazy in that region. So models, ramp this up, getting in towards Sunday, toward a hurricane. It may not happen until Monday, till we get, toward the Keys or beyond that. But again, 75 miles per hour heading toward the northern Gulf Coast. Now, 14 is interesting. So the hurricane hunters are out there in 13. They find plenty of strong wind, but no discernible center. They're out here in 14 as well, not the same plane, obviously, but they find a great center, but just not enough wind. So big difference in what the two planes are finding out through here. You can see even the outflow channels on this. There's the center there with the convection kind of moving, but it's kind of pulsing. It's not really deep and discernible. So there's dry air entrained in this on both sides of the system. And until we can overtake that, you won't see the system develop. So really, it's anyone's guess as to which one becomes Laura first. But per guidance, it is suggested that it will be this one. Again, same thing with what I told you with TD13. We won't get the full cone change until 11 o'clock, but you can see they ramp this up to a TS and then eventually a hurricane as it sits over the northwestern Gulf. So you got 2 potential hurricanes in these spots almost coming in at the same time, sometime late Tuesday or early on Wednesday, Kelly. Lots to watch and lots to prepare for if you live in these areas.
And welcome into the show. I'm meteorologist Alex Wallace alongside hurricane specialist Dr. Greg Postel. Now, everyone from Florida to Texas should be paying very, very close attention. Tampa, Baton Rouge, New Orleans, and Galveston, Texas all need to be on guard here and really preparing for these systems as they continue to work their way across the Atlantic basin. Now, Tampa, New Orleans, you're in the cone of concern for our tropical storm Laura. Baton Rouge, Galveston, they're tropical depression 14, putting you on alert. This morning, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis making an announcement on AMHQ.
So I'm going to be signing a state of emergency today, which will basically affect the southern Florida counties and then the northwest Florida counties. So people just need to be watching. I always urge people to watch the Weather Channel because I know you guys are following this. Follow your local pronouncements, and then obviously the state, we're going to be providing updates on a regular basis. So there's a lot of stuff in flux with this. Obviously, it's going to probably get stronger. So that's just something that we're going to have to be braced for.
And no doubt, as you can see, busy times here for us. And yeah, a state like Florida certainly watching things very, very closely. One of the states that may be impacted by what is now Tropical Storm Laura, which is approaching the northern portions of the Leeward Islands. And you can see the general path taking it on off towards the northwest. And there's that potential impact there on Florida as we head through the late weekend, early portions of next week. And then down the road, maybe parts of the Gulf Coast. And then we've got Tropical Depression 14 here in the western parts of the Caribbean. That may be making a run for the Gulf Coast as we head through early next week. Yeah, this is something you don't see too often. 2 systems here in the tropics that could potentially be impacting us here within a very short period of time at the same time. So you got those 2 systems, and then farther on off towards the east, yeah, another area that we're going to be watching, another one of those waves coming off the coast of Africa. All right, here's a closer view on what is now, again, Tropical Storm Laura. This is, again, just been named by the National Hurricane Center here for us. 45-mile-per-hour storm with its movement to the west at about 21 miles per hour, so still moving fairly quickly. Going to start to see those conditions for the northern Leeward Islands really going downhill pretty quickly. And then south and west of that, There we have tropical depression number 14, and that's pretty close here to the coast of Honduras, but it is expected to continue to work its way off towards the west-northwest, potentially impacting the Yucatan as we head on into our weekend. But we want to take a closer look on what's going on with Tropical Storm Laura, which is the earliest L-named storm on record, with our hurricane specialist, Dr. Greg Postel.
And the hits just keep coming, Alex. They do. I mean, we keep breaking records in terms of the earliest named storms over and over again. Laura is the latest iteration of that. Let's have a live look right now at the U.S. Virgin Islands. How about that? Looks like St. Croix to me. I think I've been there, actually, to that very same spot. There's a golf course right over there on the edge. Weather right now is looking pretty good. And in storm surge, we do expect, perhaps, with some rain coming in the next 48 hours, storm surge up to 2 feet, and flooding rain are also possible in parts of the Virgin Islands where conditions will get worse throughout the next 24 to 36 hours as Laura now continues to race westward. I mean, this thing is moving really quickly, still at over 20 miles per hour to the west. Right now, this thing is hauling, and that may be one of the things that is sort of keeping it from strengthening very quickly, although, to be fair, it is a tropical storm that is, you know, if you're just tuning in, it wasn't a tropical storm, let's say 12 or 18 hours ago. There is a bit of a west wind there, not much of one, but just enough to close this thing off and call it a tropical storm, because otherwise it would be a pretty ferocious tropical wave with most of the wind coming in out of the east. Regardless, many islands in the Caribbean, for example, in the Leeward Islands, will see squally weather today. The weather will get worse. We will likely see wind gusts of over 50 miles per hour in spots. And this is what it looks like on the satellite pictures. Rather ragged appearance. Looks to me like more of a thunderstorm outflow is coming into parts of the islands, but be prepared for that. That kind of wind over 50 miles per hour can do some damage. And let's have a look at what the hurricane hunters are finding, because it's really, really important here what they're doing. And I'm not sure why I have this rain track on there, but the idea is that we are dealing with basically a pretty strong wind system moving through. Hurricane hunters were finding winds of near 45 miles per hour in some of those showers and thunderstorms here on their paths going this way, and recently near 40 miles per hour on their paths going in that direction. So they're slicing and dicing and finding some pretty strong winds inside of Laura, and that is going to continue to be the case as we go through the afternoon hours, with many locations, as I mentioned, seeing that rainy, squally weather pick up. Right now, the winds at a lot of these locations aren't that strong, but they will go up. Let's have a look at some tower cams here from Miami and New Orleans. These are two cities that are currently in the path of Tropical Storm Laura as it gradually approaches the United States mainland. Tropical Storm Laura, the U.S. track, looks about like this. Well, there we go. Let's have a look at the track of Laura. I'm going to move ahead here and show you exactly what we're dealing with. And this is the forecast from one of the models, let's say. And it is going to be moving westward. You can see that in the forecast going over the next, say, 12 hours or so. It will be bringing that squally weather to parts of the Leeward Islands and areas, for example, interest in Puerto Rico. Watch out for some pretty ugly weather coming in, let's say, later on tonight and especially tomorrow as Laura moves in. It will carry those showers and gusty winds all along this way westward and bring it into likely the Dominican Republic. Now, I have a feeling that this forecast model will be updated significantly over the next, say, few hours, because we're finding that perhaps the center is a bit farther south than earlier projected. Right now, this thing thinks the center is going to be up in here by Saturday evening, and in fact, it may be shifted southward over the islands. We'll see about that in the future forecast runs. But regardless, we're going to be dealing with Laura for a long time yet to come, with the tropical storm watches now including the Turks and Caicos. Now, do expect them to extend westward. For example, regions in the Bahamas. Don't be surprised if tropical storm watches come out in the next, say, 12 to 18 hours, maybe a little bit longer than that, because this is where Laura is going. Very clearly, the center of circulation in this forecast that was issued at 5 a.m. this morning does have it moving along a path like that. Watch out for some of the shifts in the later forecasts. It may indeed be the case that Laura does move a little bit farther south than this most recent forecast with the new findings from the hurricane reconnaissance. But regardless of that, we still expect Laura to be in the Gulf of Mexico likely early next week, in an environment that could support strengthening along the way. This is something to consider very carefully. The official forecast has this going at 75 miles per hour. There is upside in this forecast. It could indeed be stronger than that. There is also some forecasts that don't suggest it's going to be that strong. It's a very uncertain one. But the idea is that residents all the way from Texas through Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and the Florida coast pay attention to all the latest forecast updates with Laura, because it will be close. It will definitely be close early next week. Exactly how strong we don't know yet, but we'll figure that out as we go forward. Alex.
All right, certainly one to watch, no question about it. Well, we also have hurricane watches that are in effect for Cancun, Mexico, as we deal with Tropical Depression 14. That is expected to be near at or that hurricane strength here when it reaches the region. Looks like sometime tomorrow. As you can see how things are faring for us now. Some bubbling clouds there just offshore, and conditions may be going downhill as we head on through that early part of the weekend. All right, so let's give you the very latest. Here we are with our Tropical Depression 14, and there's the sort of the center of the circulation there, but you can see surrounding that there are areas of showers as well as storms moving their way across the Caribbean. It's moving on off towards the west-northwest at about 12 miles per hour, so much slower than what's going on with Laura, which is moving at a good more than 20 miles per hour, which you can see that's showing up there just off the edge of the screen. But there's a closer look, getting a little bit tighter here on what's going on with TD number 14. And they've been hurricane hunters flying through this thing, trying to find sort of the center of the circulation. They find several different swirls, but looks like it's right there. You pick it out as the suns come up. There you can see the swirl associated with the center that is just north of the coast of Honduras. Now, one of the things that we are watching right now is some drier air trying to make its way on into the center of the circulation. Some of that dry air coming in off of the Yucatan and then kind of swirling into the circulation. So that may be keeping it at bay just a bit here for the time being, but it's not expected to stay that way here as we head on through the next few, because we don't have a whole lot of wind shear in this general area here in the western parts of the Caribbean. The waters, they're pretty warm as well, so we think that will make up for the fact that we do have some drier air, at least at the moment. So a gradual strengthening. That's what we are anticipating here as we head on through that early part of the weekend. As it approaches the Yucatan, there you can see by the time we get towards Saturday evening, approaching hurricane status, and there certainly is that possibility before it makes that landfall of getting to a hurricane status here before it makes that landfall. So we've got tropical storm warnings basically along the northern coast of Honduras down towards Nicaragua, and then you can see here around the Yucatan also another area where tropical storm warnings are in place. But that's also why we have hurricane watches, because again there is that possibility this thing may cross that threshold and make it to hurricane status. So that's one thing we'll keep an eye on. As far as the rainfall is concerned, we'll certainly be dealing with that as well. We've got a number of areas here as we get into the northeastern portions of the Yucatan that could be looking at 3 to 5 inches of rain before it is all said and done, at least there. But the hurricane season, it is one unlike any other, this one at least, as people navigate the challenges of preparing for the oncoming storm in the middle of a pandemic. With Houston on alert for TD number 14, emergency officials across the city say that they are ready for whatever comes their way. But retired Army Lieutenant Colonel and strategic planning analyst Chris Alexander says just being prepared may not be enough.
Houston and Texas emergency management is second to none, and they're ready. And after I wrote my article in the Daily Beast, I heard, that, hey, we've planned, we've rehearsed, we're ready. And I heard from the volunteer community, we're coming. So no doubt in my mind that they're prepared, but we've never done this before. We've never faced a hurricane season in the middle of a pandemic in modern memory.
Well, again, Houston, you are in the path of Tropical Depression 14 with some of those computer models indicating that storm could arrive as early as Wednesday morning. So the time to prepare is no doubt now. Think about putting together that hurricane kit and where you'll go in case you have to evacuate. And of course, you have to consider with the COVID situation where you may be thinking of going. Those places may not be open, so a lot to consider here this year. All right, so here we go. We talked about how this thing will be approaching the Yucatan, but then down the road, eventually moving back out over open waters here in the Gulf of Mexico and making its way towards the Gulf Coast. Looks like, again, early to mid portions of next week. Don't get too caught up on the intensity because that could certainly change here for us, but the general path, that's what we'll be following thawing as it moves into that warm water. Average water temperatures are in the mid 80s, some of that even approaching 90. So that is not something that'll be impacting in terms of forcing this thing to just go away. So water temperature is plenty warm enough. We do have a bit of a dip in the jet stream here, and that may help to tug it off towards the north. So as opposed to just slamming into Mexico, not really anticipating that, moving on off towards the north now. Does it move its way up into maybe Louisiana, or does it take a bit more of a westward jog into parts of Texas? Still a little bit of uncertainty in terms of where that would be heading as we head on through the weekend. Taking a look at the computer models, along with where the shear is, there is some stronger wind shear that's in place here across parts of the Gulf of Mexico, and you can see that'll still remain in place as we head on into that sort of late weekend, early portion of next week. So that could have an impact on the strength of the system as it approaches the landmass here as we head on into that early part of the week. One thing that we'll certainly be keeping a very close eye on. But there you can see forecast taking it away, and it could be somewhere in this zone. Remember, when we're looking at this particular graphic here, this is showing you where the center of the circulation could be. Could be here, could be here, could be here. Anywhere in this zone certainly could be impacted. So all interests here along the Gulf Coast, got to be paying attention to it.
Tracking Tropical Storm Laura as it makes its way through the islands, possibly even threatening us here in South Florida.
Let's get right out to Chief Meteorologist Craig Setzer with the new advisory and forecast track just released. Craig.
Guys, a lot of changes today. First off, we had our Tropical Depression 13 get upgraded to a tropical storm. That occurred around 9 a.m. this morning when hurricane hunters were investigating. They found the winds were up, so it made it a tropical storm. Also, they found that the center of the storm was farther south than previously estimated, so that took our track models and shifted those to the south. I'll show you that in just a second. First off, here it is this afternoon, and you can see still kind of disorganized because there's the center up there, but there are these bands of thunderstorms down here and even further away. And sometimes when a system is disorganized like this, the center reforms. That was the case this morning. We'll think of it as reforming in our favor because it moved to the south. That brings all the tracks down to the south. Now, it's not out of the question that it could reform or jump again a little bit to the north, but we kind of have to go with what we know right now, and that is that the center is estimated to be there. Hurricane hunters will be in there again tonight. It may, in fact, be trying to reform back to the southwest. What does it mean for us? It's hard to say. As long as it doesn't reform to the north, I think it's not a bad thing if it reforms a little bit around there. Here's the latest advisory as of 5 o'clock. 45-mile-an-hour winds moving to the west at 17 and about 40 miles east of Antigua there. There's the yellow area of the tropical storm conditions. Tropical storm warnings now all the way to the northern coast of Hispaniola and tropical storm watches in the southeast Bahamas. The future track and threat cone shows the tropical storm conditions overspread the Virgin Islands as well as Puerto Rico during the night tonight and during the day tomorrow. That's 2 p.m. tomorrow. There is 2 p.m. on Sunday. So it's either over Hispaniola or just north of Hispaniola. You can see most of the tropical conditions here along and north of the track. Then we go into Sunday night, Monday morning time frame. This symbol is no longer a hurricane symbol. It's a tropical storm symbol. That's 2 p.m. on Monday. And once again, it's either over Cuba as the center travels or over water. And that'll make a big difference because over water, of course, it'll have an opportunity to strengthen or at least maintain its intensity. Over land, over that island chain, it would likely weaken or maintain its intensity on the low end. And then after that, it's the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday timeframe. Tuesday, Wednesday timeframe right there. All right, so let's break down the models. Once again, the models are shifted to the south with the position going to the south. Right now, it's in a less than favorable environment, so it should remain disorganized. Here we are tomorrow morning. Will it go north of Puerto Rico or south of Puerto Rico? That's going to be a big deal because if it's south of Puerto Rico or over Puerto Rico, it'll more likely go right onto Hispaniola. If it's north, by Saturday night, Sunday morning, we'll be seeing if the center has stayed over water. If it has, is it strengthening? Or if it's over land, it's probably weakening. And then we come into the Monday time frame, and that's the closest approach to South Florida. So what are we doing with all this information? Well, we're planning for possible tropical storm conditions. And in tropical storm conditions, we deal with power outages, wind issues, shutters. I still don't think this is a shutter event, but we will have to wait probably until tomorrow to have a better idea just to make sure. So I'll have more on that, plus Tropical Depression 14 still out there, what that's doing coming up.
NBC6 First Alert Weather, certified most accurate 7 years in a row.
Biscayne Bay is in crisis, very sadly. All right, Tropical Storm Laura and the 11 p.m. advisory forecast track from the National Hurricane Center showing a 45 to 50 mile per hour pretty modest tropical storm crossing a good portion of the greater Antilles. And then once it emerges off of Cuba, that's when it starts to intensify. 65 miles per hour on Monday night at 8 p.m. over there in the southeastern Gulf of Mexico, and then 75 mile an hour hurricane on Tuesday evening heading towards the north central Gulf Coast. All of South Florida, except for the lower Florida Keys, outside of the cone of concern for Tropical Storm Laura. I just checked the probability for the tropical storm force winds. That chance is down to 6% in Miami. Still 34% chance for tropical storm force winds in Key West. Naples on the southwest coast has a 20% chance. What had happened? I mean, really, in the last 24 hours, a lot of things have happened. Last night at this hour, I was telling you that Hurricane Hunter aircraft weren't finding a center of circulation. Well, that disorganization, which has been ongoing for a good 24 hours, led to a big shift to the south. That's bad news for the Antilles, although, again, it's a weak storm. Good news for us. It's still an erratic storm. And, you know, as we go into the weekend, I would still advise that you keep an eye on this. There have been so many new centers of circulation. I just don't want to see something dissipate and a new center reform in some odd location that will change the track again. So just keep an eye on it over the weekend. Great place to do so, by the way, is NBC6.com/weather. We've got everything weather related there.
Corpus Christi, Texas need to be paying very close attention to the forecast. We'll here at Weather Nation, of course, bring you the very latest information as we get it. We've got these two tropical systems. One out there in the Caribbean area, the other one pushing closer to the Gulf of Mexico, impacting areas like Cancun, and eventually we'll see some impacts again to the mainland U.S. So again, the western storm impacting Cancun on Saturday, the eastern storm impacting Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, over towards the Dominican Republic with heavy rain and perhaps some gusty wind, and we'll be on the lookout for that too into Cancun. Now, by Monday, these storms continue to push west and northwest respectively, and you'll see here areas like Cuba feeling the impacts on Monday, while the other storm stays in the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico. But then that eastern storm joins it into the Gulf as well, heading into Tuesday. And then there's still some uncertainty as where we could see landfall. You'll see forecast cones indeed overlap, which is something don't see very often at all. And you'll notice again all along the Gulf Coast, fair game for feeling tropical impacts. Here's one of the bigger concerns, the warm sea surface temperatures. Those warm waters are typically what is needed for tropical activity to blossom. In fact, we need a water temperature around 79 or greater. That's degrees, to really impact the development. And water temperatures right now are in the mid and upper 80s. We're also going to see some lighter wind shear heading into the Gulf of Mexico. So that's going to allow these storms to better organize. So again, looking at some of the plots, we are likely to see some impacts all along the Gulf Coast with some tropical storm force winds and some rain and the other concerns.
I want to wish you a good Saturday morning once again. I'm Nikki Mohan.
And I'm Larry Livingston.
Of course, lots going on.
Right.
That's right. Of course, good happening in the tropics. First, let's go to Julie Durda to see what's going on with Laura.
That's right. Well, the system as of 5 a.m., Nikki, has winds of 45 miles per hour and is moving towards Puerto Rico. But I really want you to pay attention to the actual situation of this system. Noticing it's not a complete circle, and we're noticing that the area of low pressure is actually really moved away from the complex shower and thunderstorm activities. So because the center is displaced, one thing we'll notice is as the system continues on its path towards the island chain, winds actually at 40 miles per hour, I should say, at 5 a.m., moving west at 21 miles per hour. As you looked at the infrared satellite, with all the convection more on the northeastern edge of the system, as it makes its way way over the island chain, that means the worst of the weather will be kind of concentrated more over the Bahamas and towards the Florida Keys, right over the Atlantic. So I want you to pay attention to that, because even though the forecast cone has shifted more towards the south and to the west, taking out much of the Keys, there's still that possibility that much of the lower Keys will have to deal with tropical storm force winds and some heavy rainfall as early as Sunday night and going into Monday morning and Monday afternoon, all because of the span of the system and because of how displaced those showers and storms are. Even though, again, the forecast does have much of the forecast cone really piling much of the moisture away from us here in South Florida, Miami-Dade and Broward, it's okay to be prepared for the possibility of some of those outer bands to bring us some heavy rainfall from time to time and some gusty winds. Models pretty much in agreement that the system is expected to move over the island and then head just south of the Florida Keys before noticing that there's definitely a discrepancy once it gets into the Gulf of Mexico. They're not quite sure where it will go. I really wanted you to see this because you'll understand why we're expecting the possibility of tropical storm force winds. The percentage is 33% at 40 miles per hour or even stronger for parts of the lower Keys as the system pushes off the coast of Africa. While we may have an 8 to 10% chance, still there's a chance of some of those strong wind bands affecting parts of Miami-Dade and Broward. All right, the worst of the weather is expected, and they are under warnings, tropical storm warning for the island chain up towards the Bahamas, and then central Bahamas under a tropical storm watch. More details on this, I've got it coming up.
Good morning, everyone. Time is 6:10, and we're tracking the tropics. We have two tropical storms out there. All eyes on both of them. We have Marco and we have Laura that will be heading towards all these islands out there and then into the Gulf of Mexico. And also Marco will be heading towards the Gulf of Mexico. We're going to have two tropical storm systems, maybe one hurricane by Tuesday and Wednesday, very close to each other. And again, this is history next week on Tuesday and Wednesday. Tropical storm Marco heading towards the Gulf of Mexico in the next 24 to 36 hours over the very warm waters on Monday and heading towards Texas near Houston, producing lots of heavy rainfall on Wednesday and Thursday. Tropical storm Laura heading towards Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Hispaniola, Cuba, all the mountainous area. Let's see if it survives out there, but then it will enter very warm waters, low wind shear environment that has that opportunity to become a Category 1 hurricane on Wednesday and Thursday and heading towards Louisiana Wednesday into Thursday, just west of New Orleans. For us, our local impacts, it all depends on the location of Laura. So that means that we're only going to be dealing with a couple spotty showers and thunderstorms on Monday afternoon and into Monday night. Breezy conditions up to 25 miles per hour.
Que se vive en un área inundable, se mueva a terreno más alto. Si encuentra inundaciones, no las cruce en su vehículo de motor. Recuerde que un solo pie de agua de profundidad en movimiento puede arrastrar su vehículo. Y eso es aparte de que usted no sabe lo que hay debajo, porque usted no puede apreciar, primero, ni cuán profundo es, tampoco puede apreciar qué está ocurriendo. O sea, hay ocasiones que hay roturas de tubos, los vehículos caen en huecos, es un riesgo. Así que no entre en áreas inundables en lo que esta situación sigue abandonando el área local durante el transcurso del día de hoy, independientemente que haya seguido un poquito más hacia el oeste en trayectoria y que ahora el centro lo coloquen pasando al sur de Puerto Rico, básicamente en la misma situación. Vamos a estar viendo actividad de lluvia intensa, vamos a estar viendo ráfagas de viento fuerte. Ya en el área de San Tomás, las ráfagas llegaron a 37 millas por hora en el aeropuerto y otras estaciones reportaron ráfagas de hasta 44 millas. Y nosotros debemos estar viendo ese mismo panorama, vientos sostenidos probablemente rondando 30 a 35 millas, pero entonces ráfagas que deben estar alcanzando los 40. Eso es una fuerza moderada, no nos preocupa mucho el viento, los daños van a ser leves a moderados, pero la lluvia puede ser intensa. Y esto es un pronóstico. Si lo comparamos con Isaías, se esperaban hasta 10 pulgadas de lluvia, pero en algunos sitios hubo hasta 12. Lo que quiere decir que si en algunos sitios esperaban 8 en este caso, podemos quizás ver más y ese promedio de 3 a 6 también pudiera excederse. Y ante ese pronóstico, recuerde que estos son pronósticos, pues le vamos a mostrar el panorama más peligroso, que sería entonces ese problema de inundaciones repentinas, y lo que queremos es que usted proteja vida y propiedad. Está viendo Fajardo, es lo que se ve el área urbana, y entonces tenemos ahí el cielo mayormente nublado. La lluvia va a continuar, nosotros estaremos pendientes a lo que acontezca con el paso de ese disturbio a través de Puerto Rico, que se ha desorganizado en el más reciente boletín de las 8 de la mañana, pero mantiene actividad de lluvia copiosa y ráfagas de viento que pueden extenderse muchas millas del centro. Por eso, cuando son tormentas, le sugiero que no se fije en un punto, en ese cono de trayectoria. Eso tiene mucho valor cuando hablamos de un huracán, pero cuando hablamos de una tormenta que son desorganizadas, puede ser que el centro pase sobre la isla y usted no experimente nada de vientos, porque los vientos están bien lejos de ese centro. De igual manera puede ser que el centro pase lejos de Puerto Rico y porque el viento está bien lejos de ese centro, usted experimente esos vientos aún más intensos. Todas estas variables pues son difíciles de pronosticar con un grado de certeza grande, y entonces pues pretendemos que usted esté bien informado, pero que tome usted las precauciones que corresponde para que proteja vida y propiedad. Si no surge el pronóstico, pues le damos gracias a Dios. Si no, pues nos preparamos y entonces afrontamos la situación mejor. Los dejamos con la imagen del radar que tiene ahí la actividad de aguaceros. Esté pendiente que esto irá aumentando gradualmente en el transcurso de la mañana. Hasta aquí por lo menos este boletín especial sobre las condiciones. Más adelante estaremos llevándole más información de lo que acontezca durante el día.
Welcome back, South Florida. We have the newest intermediate advisory on Tropical Storm Laura as of 8 a.m. Still barely holding on to its tropical storm status. Maximum sustained winds of 40 miles per hour. Hasn't made that turn towards the northwest just yet. It's moving towards the west and rather quickly. Right now, we find it 50 miles to the south of San Juan, Puerto Rico. So Storm Tracker is now beginning to pick up on the rain spreading across the greater Antilles and across the northern Leeward Islands, with some of the heavy rain extending as far south as Dominica and Martinique. And we're seeing some of that heavy rain now across the British and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Some of the rain now beginning to move through areas of Puerto Rico. The outer bands have already begun to affect portions of the Dominican Republic, and all that rain should begin to spread across the rest of the greater Antilles through the day today. There are watches and warnings. We have tropical storm warnings in effect for the northern Leeward Islands, the Virgin Islands, through Puerto Rico, and through the northern coast of Hispaniola, and also the southern coast of the Dominican Republic. It also extends into the southeastern Bahamas, with tropical storm warnings still in effect for Turks and Caicos as well. And now we have tropical storm watches in effect for the central Bahamas. No watches and warnings for Cuba, I should say. The northwestern Bahamas are for us here in South Florida. Here's the latest forecast track. It keeps Laura moving towards the west, and then eventually towards the northwest, but you'll notice moving through the island of Hispaniola with lots of land interaction, not only there, but also as it moves across portions of Cuba. Now, just yesterday, this system, the forecast track for Laura, remained just to the north of the islands, and we were going to see some further strengthening. But because of the land interaction and the higher terrain from Puerto Rico through Hispaniola and into Cuba, we'll see limited strengthening through the next couple of days until it clears the high terrain of Cuba as well. Now, once it moves into the Gulf of Mexico, we could see some rapid intensification with the system because of the warm Gulf waters, and the latest forecast track shows just that. Most of South Florida outside of the forecast cone, including the Keys, but there are some areas of lower Keys still inside the cone, and I don't want you to focus on the center of the cone, rather just the shaded area that extends from the lower Keys, includes all of western Cuba and into the Gulf of Mexico. Now, as far as Marco is concerned, it became a tropical storm yesterday. As of this morning, 50 miles per hour. Hurricane hunters do find the system is strengthening over the western Caribbean and has its eyes set on the Yucatan Peninsula and then eventually moving into the Gulf of Mexico, and that's where we will see further strengthening with this system. But the latest forecast track does not have it reaching hurricane status. You can see it moving into the northwestern Gulf with its eyes set somewhere along the Texas coastline or Mexico by the middle of next week. Elsewhere across the Atlantic, we find the tropical wave that we've been keeping a close eye on moved off the coast of Africa just a day or two ago. But right now, the National Hurricane Center feels that this system is highly unlikely to develop as it continues to move towards the west. Right now, it's producing very disorganized showers and thunderstorms across the Atlantic. We'll have a closer look at the tropics plus your local forecast coming up in just a few.
Welcome back into our continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Laura. Right now moving quickly past the U.S. Virgin Islands. Now about 25 miles south of the coast of Puerto Rico, which is under a tropical storm warning. Rainfall totals in the mountainous areas could reach up to 8 inches, which is why the entire island is under a flash flood warning. Of course, Puerto Rico, no stranger to those flash flooding issues. The rainfall really creating a mess there for the island whenever they're dealing with that rainfall. Now here in Key West, which is in the lower Keys of the Florida Keys, it's about a 180-mile long stretch of islands that stretch from the southeast point of Florida all the way down to the Dry Tortugas. And this is a tourist mecca. People come here to vacation, to spend time on the beach, to enjoy the beautiful blue water. You can see we've got the jet skis behind me. You can see the people laying out enjoying the absolutely beautiful weather right now. A little breezy, but other than that, not bad at all. However, we know that the conditions will deteriorate if it pans out. Right now, Key West still hanging on in the cone of Laura, something we have to watch very carefully. And of course, in terms of tropical systems, at the peak of everyone's mind here in the Keys, Paul, is Hurricane Irma from back in 2017. So, you know, I spoke with some of the local people and they said given that that was the last storm they dealt with, they're really watching this one carefully.
And that's a great point there, Felicia, because you mentioned Irene, because even Miami wasn't in the cone, but they had surge with that forward kind of quadrant of the hurricane too. So even though we might see a direct hit, not off the Keys, we'll still have some impacts with this system. But right now, impacts are slamming parts of the northern Leeward Islands here, as well as BVI, the USVI, even Puerto Rico. You can see the location as of 8 o'clock this morning, just south of San Juan, Puerto Rico. But again, this is on the south side of the island. So it's like Ponce, your weather's going downhill dramatically over the next several hours here. Close-up look on the radar. You can clearly see the rotation of this tropical storm, but there's the center, and you can see where the most intense rainfall is. It's on the east side, so we're definitely seeing some shear on this north side. Not to mention, it's going to move across Puerto Rico and then on towards Hispaniola, and that land interaction can have a lot to do with how quickly this thing develops over the next day or two. But what happens after that? Day 2, day 3, day 4, we start moving towards the Keys. Again, interpret this as the center point. That's the actual forecast line. Everything else is that margin of error, what could happen with this. Look what happens on Tuesday. It's in the Gulf of Mexico. At that point, you can almost light a fuse. Some of the atmospheric conditions could have explosive development. So we keep a close eye on that. I'm pretty sure where the track is going immediately, impacting still the U.S., VI, Puerto Rico throughout the rest of the day, on towards Hispaniola as we head on towards tonight and tomorrow. And it's all about the interaction of the land and how quickly that center can really hold together and perhaps bring even more impacts together. But we do expect the impacts of the U.S. mainland to be early next week. Talking the Gulf Coast, now is the time to prepare because we not only have Laura watching, Jen, we're also watching Marco, which also could have landfall in the Gulf Coast.
They're both heading into the Gulf of Mexico. So let's talk about Marco, because right now, though short term, we want to make sure that you are ready in Cozumel, in Cancun. That is where we are going to see the impacts today. Here's where it is right now. You can see the flare-up of thunderstorms. You can see the edge of the taller clouds just out here on the edge of Cozumel and Cancun, and we are expecting things to go downhill throughout the day today. Winds have increased to 50 miles per hour this morning. Hurricane hunters found that, confirmed that. They're flying through right now. There's an aircraft in at the moment, so we'll continue to get more information on it as we go through the day today. Now, one thing we are watching is a bit of shear up to the north here, and that's been holding it at bay, which is great news, right? Because we know water temperatures are very warm, so without that, it would have the opportunity to strengthen more. The wind itself, though, with the system has been pretty much on the eastern side of the circulation. There's a buoy out here which has reported a wind gust of 22 miles per hour. But we know that hurricane hunters have found winds stronger than that, which is why it was increased to 50. So what you see there is what we're going to be getting there on the northern tip of the Yucatan as it tracks up to the north and west. Then after that, it moves out into the Gulf of Mexico. So you know, all the rain that we've been having in the southeast, like in Birmingham and in Macon and in Columbus, Georgia, and at the beach in Panama City and Pensacola. That rain up there that we've had recently, that has been associated with a big upper level trough, and the winds associated with that is going to provide some shear that will affect the intensity of Marco. So we are all related and in this together. I know you might be bummed that you've got rain on your Saturday, but I tell you what, it's going to eventually potentially help keep this at bay in terms of its intensity into the Gulf. Now, we know today it's on a path to at least strengthen a little bit more before it impacts Mexico. It's expected to reemerge then into the Gulf of Mexico by tomorrow, and there is uncertainty of what intensity it will be once it heads towards the U.S. mainland.
La lluvia sigue intensa en aguas del Mar Caribe, el sureste de Puerto Rico. Están viendo ahí la imagen del radar y comienzan a moverse bandas de lluvias otra vez fuertes al área de las Islas Vírgenes. Así que vuelve a llover. Mayormente para las Islas Vírgenes Británicas y entonces las del norte americanas, el caso de San John, San Tomás, que están recibiendo actividad de lluvia. Hay unos sensores de vientos allí cerca de Caricus, en la islita de Culebrita, y está midiendo vientos de 35 millas sostenidos. Así que está soplando fuerte allí. Al sur de Vieques, en Esperanza, hay otro sensor y ese estaba leyendo sostenido 30 millas. Hace solo momentos, y vemos la actividad de aguacero fuerte que ya entra a la costa este otra vez de la isla, Fajardo, hacia Ceiba, Naguabo, Humacao, y hay lluvia más fuerte entre sectores del área de Yabucoa, Maunabo. Todo eso en rojo ahí que se ve más intenso, es actividad de lluvia fuerte. Actividad de lluvia adicional está justo fuera de la costa en el área de Ponce, de hecho la boya de Caricus allí, sin embargo está leyendo solamente unas 8 o 9 millas de viento, no tiene esos vientos, pero sigue la actividad de aguaceros. Sobre tierra, por el momento, poca la lluvia en el área entre Corozal, Morovis y Orocovis, es donde se ve una línea de lluvias, el resto de Puerto Rico con una llovizna, todo eso en verde es llovizna, lo más intenso está por entrar, eso que está ahora entre Vieques, la parte este, y aguas del Mar Caribe. Así que van a continuar esas áreas de lluvia entrando a Puerto Rico, las ráfagas de viento. Si me dan la oportunidad, las podemos buscar a ver qué es lo más intenso que ha medido estas ráfagas. Sigue siendo 40 millas San Tomás, 36 Santa Cruz y ahora sube a 32 en el área de Ceiba. Y en lo que a lluvia respecta acumulada, vemos ahí .63 Ceiba, .44 en el área de San Juan y entonces las estaciones que están en el centro oeste de Puerto Rico. Algunas se aproximan ya a 2 pulgadas de lluvia en el área de Las Piedras. La zona metropolitana mantiene las mismas lecturas y donde está lloviendo ahora en el sur no es mucho lo que esos pluviómetros estén reportando. Así que se mantienen por lo menos normales. De hecho, estaba mirando, no sé si estoy dando la espalda ahora a la gente, no, estaba mirando la estación del Servicio Geológico con relación a Río Blanco, que se dio una crecida ahorita, está indicando que está disminuyendo, pero aumentó cerca de 3,5 pies su nivel de forma dramática en ese golpe de agua y hay que tener mucho cuidado con ese río. Es el único río que estaba mostrando niveles un poquito más altos de lo usual. El resto tiene puntitos verdes, así que estamos tranquilos en ese aspecto. Pero por ahora sigue la exhortación del riesgo de lluvia fuerte, más que el viento con el paso de Laura, así que tenga mucha precaución. Más detalles más adelante.
Muchas personas se preguntan, oye, hemos tenido ráfagas fuertes. Sí, hemos tenido ya viento de hasta 60 millas por hora. En el último boletín, el más reciente de ahora a las 2 de la tarde, las ráfagas y el viento ha aumentado. Su viento ha aumentado a 50 millas por hora en comparación con el boletín de las 11 de la mañana hasta unas 50 millas. Pero vamos a ver lo que está pasando actualmente, que es lo que realmente es importante, lo que estamos sintiendo aquí en Puerto Rico. Fíjense en las últimas 6 horas cómo esa tronada se fue poco a poco formando y se formó ese vórtice, el cual de ese movimiento circular que ha tenido, ha marcado hasta unas 60 millas. Si nos acercamos lo podemos apreciar un poco más. Esto ha pasado en la última hora y aquí lo podemos ver cercano a Guayama, Salinas y en la región del sureste de Puerto Rico, mayormente en la región sur. Ráfaga de hasta 58 fue inicialmente, ya ahora 60 millas. 60 millas es bastante, es peligroso. Sabemos que ese viento sostenido, y cuando decimos sostenido es porque el viento permaneció por más de un minuto constante, dando fuerte en la misma dirección y sobre todo en la misma velocidad a 60 millas por hora. Esta es la información de lo que es el sistema de Caricus, que tanto mide condiciones actuales como a futuro en cuanto a las condiciones marítimas, y es en esta región aproximadamente en donde se ha formado ese vórtice y que actualmente aún continúa ahí. Así que en esa región es donde está el viento mucho más fuerte, peligroso en Puerto Rico, y donde hay también tronada y lluvia asociada al sistema tropical Laura. Si nos acercamos un poco, lo vemos cercano a Salinas, Santa Isabel próximamente, y es esta región la peligrosa y lo que está sucediendo en este momento. Inundaciones, deslizamientos son posibles. No tan solo eso, también pueden tener daños ocasionados a este fuerte viento asociado a la tormenta tropical Laura, y por eso vemos ese cambio del boletín anterior a este, en donde ha aumentado sus vientos hasta 50 millas, aunque en esta región de Puerto Rico hasta 60 millas por hora se detectó. Vea, tenemos en este momento un aviso de inundaciones repentinas. Esto se extiende hasta las 4 de la tarde, pero en todo Puerto Rico hay una vigilancia por inundaciones porque pueden ser posibles ante este evento. Vea el modelo de lluvia. Actualmente la lluvia más fuerte ha permanecido en la zona este de Puerto Rico. Ya durante la tarde, 4 de la tarde aproximadamente, podemos ver que ya va a estar llegando esa tronada en la zona noroeste, en donde muchas personas se han preguntado, oye, pero no ha llovido en esa región, ¿qué es lo que está sucediendo? ¿Y por qué no ha llegado? Y es que precisamente las bandas se están moviendo hacia la zona oeste poco a poco y ya están comenzando a llegar. Esta es la acumulación de lluvia esperada, siendo la zona este de Puerto Rico la de mayor impacto asociado a la actividad de lluvia, y el centro de Puerto Rico también, igual en regiones del oeste, Maricao, Las Marías, Lares, San Sebastián pudieran experimentar bastante lluvia asociada a la tormenta tropical Laura. Vea hasta ahora las ráfagas máximas reportadas en Ceiba de 35, San Juan 25, faltan varias lecturas. Recuerden que estos son los aeropuertos que miden lo que son esta cantidad de vientos, y tenemos otras estaciones. Estas estaciones son de Caricus, que aunque no están incluidas en el mapa, sí podemos informarles que hemos tenido ese viento sostenido de hasta 60 millas por hora en la zona sur de Puerto Rico. Vientos actuales cercanos a 22 millas al resto de la isla, 13 millas en el centro, hasta unas 10 millas. Y así se encuentra el arco de las Antillas Menores, entre unas 5 hasta 20 millas por hora, siendo la zona de San Martín la que está recibiendo esa intensidad en viento mucho más fuerte, aunque sabemos que en el último boletín vientos sostenidos de hasta 50 millas. ¿Qué podemos esperar con el viento y con este sistema asociado a la tormenta tropical que próximamente se movilice hacia lo que es la zona de las Antillas Mayores, eventualmente ya a inicios de esta semana laboral? Idea los modelos en viento, en ráfagas. ¿Qué se puede esperar a partir de ahora? A partir de ahora esperamos que las ráfagas más fuertes se concentren en la región del este de Puerto Rico, que es lo que hemos estado observando. Tenemos la data actual de lo que sí ha estado pasando, mientras el noroeste mucho más tranquilo, pero el viento se ha mantenido bien del sur. Y eso lo que está provocando es que, como vieron, las lluvias se muevan desde el sur hacia la zona norte de Puerto Rico. El modelo de la altura del oleaje, vimos ahí como Jeremy se encontraba en una zona en donde ya se veía el oleaje bastante picado y peligroso entrando. ¿Y qué sucede con las inundaciones costeras y por qué pasan? Eso pasa cuando el viento en una misma dirección va poco a poco dándole entonces a la superficie marina, y eso provoca que poco a poco el mar se vaya adentrando hacia la costa, y por eso puede existir el riesgo de inundaciones costeras en Puerto Rico, y es en la zona sur donde él se encuentra, y ahí de hecho es que se ha registrado ese vórtice que le estábamos enseñando, el vórtice en español. Vea, la zona de mayor oleaje se mantiene al norte de Puerto Rico, pero como quiera, en todo Puerto Rico tenemos condiciones marítimas peligrosas. A esta hora la boya del norte en el océano Atlántico marca 10 pies, pero si nos acercamos a nuestras boyas, entre unos 4 a 6 pies son posibles. 5 es la lectura más reciente de la boya de Caricús en la zona este de Puerto Rico, ya en nuestras islas hermanas, en Vieques, Culebra y también Fajardo. Aquí tengo lo que es el boletín más reciente de las 2 de la tarde, el cual indica que este sistema tiene vientos sostenidos de hasta 50 millas por hora y su movimiento continúa siendo hacia el oeste a razón de 18 millas. ¿Qué se puede esperar con el sistema? Se espera que aproximadamente ya en la noche, a eso de las 8, esté aproximadamente en el mismo centro de lo que es República Dominicana, llegando a República Dominicana, pero cuando digo centro es que tengamos lluvia tanto en República Dominicana como en Puerto Rico al mismo tiempo, y eso también lo vimos en el caso de la tormenta tropical Isaías, en ese movimiento que tuvo. No deberíamos estar comparando un sistema con otro porque todos son diferentes, pero es para que tengan una idea de que la actividad de lluvia va a continuar y que en las zonas que no está lloviendo en este momento se espera que reciban actividad recientemente y ya próximamente. Sigue todavía vigente lo que es ese aviso por tormenta tropical en Puerto Rico y vientos sostenidos muy fuertes. Ya vimos hasta una ráfaga, vientos sostenidos hasta 60 millas por hora, 50 millas por hora sus vientos, movimiento hacia el oeste es la información que tenemos. Aún continúa ese aviso por tormenta tropical en Puerto Rico, aunque hasta el momento el Centro Nacional de Huracanes estima que la zona más fuerte se ha movilizado ya bastante lejano de la zona de Puerto Rico. En general se encuentra más hacia el suroeste de Puerto Rico y se espera ese desplazamiento en las próximas horas hacia la región de las Antillas Menores. Vea lo que está pasando en la costa CAM, esto es en Fajardo. Tenemos nubosidad, lluvia fuerte, se puede ver como tenemos algunas gotas golpeando la cámara en este momento y sigue cayendo fuerte esos aguaceros. Precauciones y por favor, si se encuentra en una zona inundable, usted desaloje el área porque puede resultar sumamente peligroso en algunas zonas tener tanto inundaciones repentinas como también que los ríos crezcan y se salgan de su cauce. Vea lo que está pasando en el Cerro La Santa, también llueve en la región de Calley y el centro de Puerto Rico, y en la zona metropolitana ya vemos algunas nubes bastante bajitas que están afectando nuestra región, pero hemos tenido como lluvia intermitente y se espera que las próximas horas continúe esa actividad asociada a este sistema. Vean las últimas horas del radar para poder recapitular lo que ha estado pasando. Aún continúa ese movimiento circular en la misma región cercano a Guayama, Salinas, y se dirige aproximadamente hacia la zona de Santa Isabel, en donde eventualmente hemos tenido ráfagas fuertes y también vientos sostenidos en este momento. Actualmente vea el movimiento, mayormente ese movimiento circular provoca que toda esa actividad se mueva poco a poco, y actualmente ahora que están viendo algo de lluvia en la región noroeste de Puerto Rico, en Cabo Rojo lleva lloviendo hace ratito y esas tronadas también les estaban afectando hace un rato. Sin embargo, en esta zona central, Mayagüez lo que ha visto es lluvia mayormente esporádica, y recordemos que Mayagüez se vio bien afectado hace unas semanas con el paso de la tormenta tropical Isaías. Por ahora el daño y el peligro mayor lo tienen en esta región de Puerto Rico, el sureste mayormente, en donde sí está vigente lo que es un aviso por inundaciones repentinas, y es que ya está pasando. Cuando hay un aviso es porque las condiciones del tiempo están provocando que ocurran esas situaciones, y muy pendiente por favor y precaución. Continuamos con más de Telenoticias.
The one and only Local 10 News starts right now.
Off the top, though, we are tracking Laura tonight. The storm still has the Florida Keys on alert, and the newest advisory has just come in. So let's get right to meteorologist Luke Doris.
He's in the Weather Authority Center with what we need to know right now. Luke.
Well, Laura's centered right now near Puerto Rico, and winds to 50 miles per hour. The track still generally expected to be south of South Florida and the Keys. By Monday, it's a glancing blow, but it could still bring us some rough weather. Here it is on radar, and you can see the centers here and all the bad weather well behind the center, dragging to the east and to the north. And it has been a rough day in Puerto Rico today. And on top of that, look at the tropical storm force wind field. Also, well away from the center, 180 miles to the northeast and to the east, and not much happening out ahead of it, so that center doesn't tell the whole story. The cone, of course, tracks where the center will be. You can get those impacts, those winds outside of it, and that's why we could still see some rough weather in parts of South Florida. The latest cone has it running right up the gut of Hispaniola, and what that tells us is there's land interaction, especially with the mountainous areas, and what that would do is keep the winds down, the storm somewhat disrupted. Because of that, no strengthening is forecast as we go through Sunday. Thereafter, here it goes through Cuba, likely still interacting with a whole lot of land. No strengthening through Monday, and that's as it makes its closest approach to South Florida. But there is still the possibility, and the National Hurricane Center is considering this, sometimes these wobble. And if it were to wobble north, we could have a stronger storm. It's not likely, it's just not impossible, and we need to bear that in mind as there's still some question marks here. I also showed you that wind field. Well, watch the forecast. Even if it does run right down the center of the cone with the center of the storm, look at these winds. Tropical storm force winds overtake the middle and lower Keys. And on top of that, even north of there, we're likely to get some of that rough weather with tropical storm gusts possible with some of the strong squalls through Dade and Broward. That would be on Monday. So the idea here is that Monday could still be fairly rough through for a good chunk of us. Also, we have a tropical storm watch has been issued for the Keys and the waters off of Dade and Broward. Thereafter, Laura strengthens as it goes into the Gulf of Mexico. Category 1 is forecast as it approaches East Texas, Louisiana, or even Alabama. That would be by Wednesday. And at about the same time, just a couple days before, actually, Tropical Storm Marco could become a hurricane and be in the same general area. So that's the update, guys. Back to you.
All right, Luke. Well, the force of Laura already being felt in the Virgin Islands. This is video from St. Thomas and St. Martin. Video posted to social media shows the winds are really picking up there.
And a very similar scene as well in Puerto Rico. The winds really kicking up some of that surf there. This video out of Arecibo. Our team coverage moves now to the Keys, though, where people right now are taking precautions.
Local 10's Ian Margot is live in Key West with the latest for us there. Ian.
So we are here live on Duval Street, and it really looks and feels like a very normal day here in Key West. But in the next couple of days, again, we are expecting to see a little bit of a change. Now, as we drove down through the Keys today, you really didn't see too many people boarding up homes or anything like that. But Conks, of course, are used to this sort of thing. That being said, the county leaders do want people to pay attention to the warnings out there and just be prepared. In fact, they have ordered a mandatory evacuation for people in live-aboard vessels, mobile homes, RVs, travel trailers, and campers.
Those vehicles that are not tied down, we do expect that there will be strong gusts and possibly tornadoes spinning off from this, even as a tropical storm. So, that's where we're asking those folks and liveaboards to all evacuate.
And so if Laura continues on the track we will sort of start to see the winds pick up Sunday evening, and then Monday we will start to see some of that nastier weather. They are expecting to open up shelters in the lower Keys tomorrow. We're going to be here all weekend long to continue to provide you with updates here in the Keys. For now, we are live in Key West. I'm Ian Margot, Local 10 News.
All right, Ian, thank you.
We know that Laura's going to go into the Gulf of Mexico. We know that Marco is going to go into the Gulf of Mexico. And there's going to be a real threat. Now, when's the last time we had two hurricanes making landfall at the same time or within a 24-hour span? You have to go back to 1933 when we had one in Florida and then one in Texas. These two are going to be really close, maybe within a 24 to 36-hour span. The thing that concerns me, though, is they won't be in different states. There's the possibility that both of these could make landfall in the same state, and that should have a lot of you concerned, unfortunately. So there's the two of them. They sit there right now going, the thing is, that Marco just came right through, just didn't even hit the uprights. There's the Yucatan, there's Cuba, missing land altogether. So it's off to the races for Marco. It may encounter some wind shear, which would be beneficial, could keep it weaker. But Laura, which I was almost giving up for dead yesterday, has really come back to life here, even though it may interact with some land here. Forecasts to say very, very strong here. So look at these two storms and look at where those overlap. And both of them forecast to become hurricanes. It's not a moment to panic in a place like Louisiana or Mississippi or coastal Alabama, but you should be concerned. I'm concerned. You should be concerned, and now is the time to prepare so when the moment comes, you know what to do to protect you, your family, what to do if you have to evacuate. Watch our model forecast tracks here. Again, same thing. Marco coming northbound here, and then Laura coming northwestbound. And that's a pretty tight grouping for two storms here. Could go from Louisiana to the panhandle of Florida here. This is a very storm surge prone coastline. Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, the Florida panhandle. Very shallow shelf there, and next thing you know, you're really piling up the water. Remember Katrina setting records for storm surge there in Mississippi. Monday evening, here we are with Marco, potential hurricane at landfall. And then coming out into the Gulf of Mexico is Laura. And then guess what? About 36 hours later, making landfall, according to the European model here, in almost the exact same location as then Marco hangs out in East Texas, producing heavy amounts of rain. The two in combination then, Wednesday night, hammering us with rain across the south, and inland flooding will be a life-threatening scenario out of this. And I'm going to show you the GFS model. Pretty similar, folks. I got to admit, they're doing similar things here. Here we are, Monday, a little bit earlier, though, Monday, 1 o'clock. And then here we see Laura coming past the Keys. Same thing, Marco hanging out somewhere here in East Texas, as by Wednesday, now we've got Laura making landfall in Louisiana. Again, I think this could potentially be a very, very historic and deadly situation if we're not smart about this. Watch this Wednesday. Laura comes in a little bit, but the two are basically going to produce some really heavy rain in these two locations with the centers being there. Be very, very aware of how big the threat will be with inland flooding. Should not be a surprise that this is what's happening in August. Historically, Alex, this is where we see them come off of the coast of Africa and then right into the Gulf of Mexico. Those sometimes can be some of the worst storms that we see.
You know, Mike, you bring up a great point, because we look at this and it kind of stops you in your tracks. It's concerning to see the latest information, the latest forecast. But you also pointed out that if we're smart about it, we've got time. We have the luxury of time right now. We're able to watch this, and we've got the opportunity to prepare.
I would say this, though, Alex, knowing that what we're dealing with in a lot of these states where we're dealing with a pandemic, in some places where the pandemic has gotten really, really bad, things are going to operate slower than usual. So the normal amount of time that you think you have to prepare, give yourself an extra day, which means for many of you, you need to start preparing now.
Yeah, this is not a situation to wait. This also could really affect, recovery. You know, if we're dealing with problems from Marco, then we've got a storm coming in on the heels of that.
You may not be able to recover.
You may not.
Still have to. You may literally have to shelter for the span of 2 or 3 days until it's gone. And then consider, if these things are slow to dissipate coming inland, it is going to rain for days, which also will hamper any recovery.
Yeah, there may be areas that are cut off, impassable. This could be a really bad situation. Again, not trying to get anybody panicked, because, again, we've got the opportunity to prepare. Now is the time, though. If you're in those coastal areas, those susceptible areas in Louisiana, where are you going to go? Because you also point out this could be a very dangerous or deadly scenario.
The other thing I really think about, I know we're focusing here on Louisiana as of this point, because that looks like potentially a landfall location. Think about coastal Mississippi. Think about coastal Alabama and Florida. If you're in a right front quadrant, I think especially with Laura, which could be a bigger storm and a stronger storm, you are so surge prone because all of the water is going to come in at a perpendicular angle to the coastline here, which means you'll maximize your surge. And this is why we already have storm surge watches that are posted.
Yeah, so don't want you to think, oh, what we saw with Marco could be the same with Laura. They're going to be coming in at different angles. We have a lot to watch with this. We got you covered. We're going to help you through it. But again, now's the time to start preparing. Do not waste a second. There is Marco. I want to talk a little bit more about Marco and what it's doing right now and what it could be doing in the days to come. Right now, the Cayman Islands have been dealing with some of the worst of the weather. This is the West Bay area yesterday. The system, of course, now has become Tropical Storm Marco. There's the insight, the indication that we could be looking at Hurricane Marco later today. This one going right in between the uprights. So we've got Western Cuba here, Cancun here. This thing splitting the difference and staying over water, and not necessarily what you want to see. Hoping some land interaction would have come into play and messed with the circulation a bit. This is moving to the north-northwest. What we know is the water up here, it's really, really warm. That could help the storm strengthen. One positive is that we've got wind shear in the Gulf of Mexico. That could help to keep it at bay. However, we know with history, we know with past storms, even this season, remember Hannah, they can strengthen. So I don't want you to think it's not going to. And again, the forecast bringing that to the Gulf Coast. We're back after this.
Todos en términos generales debemos, después de María, sobre todo, estar mejor preparados. Y ya a esta hora vamos a conectarnos de inmediato con Roberto Cortés en la Autoridad del Tiempo para actualización de información.
Así es, Grenda. Lleva 9 horas sin parar ella. Yo cogí un brequecito para comer. Hay avisos nuevos, adjuntas, Jayuya, Peñuelas y Ponce. Ahora está hasta las 9 de la noche. Esto es un aviso de inundaciones repentinas. Se extiende el de Ceiba, Fajardo, Luquillo y Río Grande. También hasta las 9 de la noche. Lo mismo para Barranquitas, Ciales y Orocovis. Hasta las 9 de la noche. Hay Bonito, Arroyo, Calley, Coamo, Guayama, Salinas y Santa Isabel. Hasta las 9 de la noche. Y sigue el de Juana Díaz y Villalba hasta las 7, y estamos observando al menos una docena de ríos crecidos. Ahí en pantalla tiene el viento sostenido a esta hora. Está a 23, 30 millas por hora, todavía soplando en el área de San Tomás, donde las ráfagas fueron de 40. Pues vea que San Juan tuvo una ráfaga aún más fuerte, 44 millas, pero en el sur se quedaron... San Juan está corto con lo del sur, que llegó a 75 millas. Y vea que nublado, hace un momentito teníamos imagen, la puse ahí porque se veía algo de la costa de Fajardo. Y le quiero mostrar dónde van entrando las lluvias a esta hora, a la vez que le hacemos un vistazo a la situación de los ríos. Tenemos crecido el río Usabón en Barranquitas, se reporta crecido el río Coamo en Coamo, el río Fajardo en Fajardo, el río Gurabo en Gurabo, el río Gurabo en el área del Mangó tirando hacia Juncos, el río Canóvanas en Campo Rico, el río Blanco en el municipio de Naguabo, el río Bauta en Orocovis, el río Espíritu Santo, el río Grande y el río Mameyes, todo bajando desde el Yunque hacia Río Grande y Luquillo, el río La Plata, después de la represa, porque abrieron compuertas, el río Grande de Loíza, también después de la represa, porque están abiertas las compuertas, río Jacaguas y río Toabaca, ambas en el área de Toabaca, Villalba, en el área del Guayabal. Así que todos esos ríos están crecidos y más lluvia todavía nos queda de camino a la isla. Hay que estar bien pendiente del desarrollo de estas lluvias. La imagen de radar indica lluvia fuerte en el área de Yabucoa y Guayama. Todo esto en rojo indica precipitación intensa afectando Guayama, Yabucoa, Maunabo, Patillas, Arroyo y Guayama. Humacao también recibe lluvias, las lluvias van tierra adentro, así que van hacia la Montaña Santa, Calley y Caguas, igualmente San Lorenzo serán los próximos. Hay un área de lluvia bien fuerte en el área de Fajardo hacia Ceiba, de ahí hacia Luquillo, también para sectores del área de Naguabo. También se indica de actividad de lluvia copiosa en sectores del centro de la isla. Estamos viendo lluvia en la montaña, luego de entrar por el área entre Ponce y Villalba, colocándose entre Jayuya, Utuado y Adjuntas. Esa es la zona de las minas, la llamada zona de las minas, y Aguadilla, con lluvia fuerte hacia el área de Rincón. Toda esa precipitación continúa y vemos en el Mar Caribe más lluvias, así que toda esta actividad de aguaceros va a seguir y los problemas de inundaciones que esto representa también. Mucho cuidado, acaba de entrar otro boletín. Adjuntas, Jayuya, Peñuelas y Ponce. Aviso de inundaciones repentinas hasta las 9 de la noche. Así que vamos a seguir recibiendo esos boletines del Servicio Nacional de Meteorología y lo importante es que se mantenga en un lugar seguro porque la precipitación va a continuar aún cuando ya a esta hora Laura está lejos de nosotros, el centro, porque realmente la tormenta en sí todavía se encuentra cerca a Puerto Rico. Se la voy a mostrar ahí para que vea el boletín de las 5 de la tarde, donde indicaba que tenía vientos de 50 millas por hora, pero vea dónde estaba su centro. Ya pasó el Canal de la Mona, está llegando a la República. Nosotros seguimos con mucha nubosidad que va a seguir afectando Puerto Rico por lo menos hasta la medianoche. Obviamente mejorando las condiciones gradualmente en la parte este de la isla, y entonces manteniéndose las lluvias en el oeste, que fueron los últimos en recibir los eventos de lluvias y tronadas asociados a Laura. Así que, aunque las cantidades de lluvia al momento se han quedado en lecturas que vemos ahí de alrededor de 3 pulgadas máximo, no se aproxima a esos promedios, todavía queda lluvia adicional en pronóstico y el terreno comienza a saturarse y los problemas de río creciendo, pues se está notando más. Así que hay que estar pendientes a ver cómo nos va durante las próximas horas. Regreso con más detalles en breve, volvemos con Greta.
Welcome back, everybody. The 11 o'clock advisories for both Marco and Laura have just come in. So I want to spend a little bit of time talking about the new position updates, what has changed in this kind of fleet of tropical products being released at the 11 o'clock time frame, 11 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Central, from the National Hurricane Center. We'll start off with Tropical Storm Marco. Marco is really fighting some adverse environmental conditions still at this point. There's this, you can even see it on here. You see all these clouds racing away off towards the north and east. That is the trough that's been, there the whole time, stronger than average trough into the northern Gulf of Mexico. That's what's begun the pull to the north, but it's also kind of tilting our storm over and shearing it apart a little bit. Some of this action up here is because of that tilted wind affecting our storm. Notice where the center is. It's all the way over here on the west side of the blowup of thunderstorms. So yes, you can say, okay, on one hand, we still have a blowup of thunderstorms, but on the other hand, that center is all the way on the west side of that blowup of thunderstorms. The other thing to note is that this is a really small area that is truly the center of our tropical storm and truly the center of the thunderstorm action associated with Marco. These small tropical systems feel the effects of shear nearby in a much more dramatic way. They can weaken much faster than large storms, but they can also strengthen much faster than large storms. And that makes the forecast of this a little bit trickier because at any point, if we ease up on that shear, if the winds coming across the Gulf were to move north and away a little bit faster, it completely opens up a window for strengthening. So that is still a potential at this point. Again, 65-mile-per-hour winds, pressure holding steady at 994, and the movement still north-northwest at 13. So with all that in mind, here is the newest forecast track. Now, what this is telling us is that somewhere along the path here, we could have a strengthening through the day tomorrow, into tomorrow evening, and then Monday to hurricane status, near 80 miles per hour. Eventually, that trough gets close enough to the storm again and starts a weakening trend. That may happen before landfall. I think there will still be a push to the west. The question is, when does that happen? If it happens out here over the water, you might be saying, oh, we're going to hold on to that strength a lot longer. What may actually be the case is that it becomes such a weak system because of the shear that it no longer feels the pull of the trough to the north, and that's why we're bending to the west there. So either way, I think we are going to see a decrease in the speed of the winds, either because of land influence or because of a weakening because of that trough being nearby. It doesn't mean that we can't still have a hurricane at landfall somewhere near coastal Louisiana, so you have to prepare for that. Mostly because it's such a small storm, and a small change in that shear could mean a big ramp up in the forecast of the winds. The hurricane-focused winds have been kind of decreasing their strength through the day, and that trend continues. Most of them now getting to tropical storm or maybe hurricane strength before landfall and before interacting more with that trough. And so hopefully that is the case, although it does still mean a pronounced wind event on the way. Let's switch gears a little bit, show you Tropical Storm Laura. Again, the new update came in from Laura as well. 11 o'clock advisory here. The center is right up here, up against the Dominican Republic south shore. But look at all this shower and thunderstorm action. This is real heavy rain. Expect a flood event in the Dominican Republic, maybe more so in Haiti because of the mountainous terrain and what will happen there going downslope of some of those mountains. We could have some really big runoff conditions, mudslides, and debris flows. This could be a bad setup for Haiti, but also it is still disorganized to some degree because of that land interaction. So don't expect the core to be completely sheared apart because of those mountains poking up. Not calling for a bunch of strengthening in the short term, although by Monday evening, the closest approach to Key West, it will have begun that strengthening phase, leaving the mountainous terrain and starting to feel the warm waters of the Florida Straits and the eastern Gulf of Mexico. This is forecast to really ramp up, continuing to strengthen all the way to a landfall point. This is a larger number than you were seeing earlier Wednesday evening, 90 miles per hour in the forecast. And what the National Hurricane Center is talking about is this being at the kind of the mid-grade of the forecast models, okay? So most of the models agree that turn to the north will occur. If you get real strong real fast, it could occur earlier. So, you know, Alabama, Florida Panhandle, not completely out of the realm of possibility. Much more likely to go west of there, though, and still strengthening. I want to show you some of those hurricane models because they should give you at least some pause. Here is all of that land interaction, right? All the way through about Monday. Remember, it's about Monday evening with our closest approach to the Keys, still with tropical storm force conditions, so I wouldn't anticipate hurricane watches or anything like that being issued for the Keys. There's just not a lot of opportunity in time to get hurricane winds all the way into the Keys. However, look at what the trend is showing with some of these hurricane-focused models as we get over the open waters of the Gulf. Several of them now get well into hurricane winds, even to major hurricane winds, so keep that in mind. And this blue line is a consensus model, which is also now starting to feel more of the models ramping up. And so it has started to jump further into hurricane strength. Laura may be the one to watch with winds. Both could be a rain event, slowing down as they make landfall. More updates coming up right after this.
And before we talk about what has changed with this tropical system, Laura, what hasn't changed all day is its speed, its forward progress. This is a fast-moving system as it heads to the west, still able to manage to dump plenty of rain over the islands. And earlier today, the center stayed just south of the island of Puerto Rico, south of the southern coast. And because of that, it contributed to Laura actually getting a little bit stronger, going up from 40 to 50 mile per hour strength, which is where we stand tonight. New advisory just in for the 11 o'clock hour. Wind speeds, maximum winds haven't changed at that strength. Moving to the west-northwest at 16, and that's one tick, 1 mile per hour faster than it was. Very close now to Santo Domingo along the southern coast of the Dominican Republic. It'll move across Haiti, making a general progress to the west-northwest and eventually get into the Gulf of Mexico, where it may become a hurricane down the road into the new week, tracking off to the north after that. Now, if you're looking at the cone and saying we are in the clear, that is not necessarily the case. It might be for direct impacts, but keep in mind this is a large system with wide-reaching, far-reaching impacts. As a matter of fact, tropical storm force winds extend out more than 200 miles from the center, so we are still going to get a brush, especially closer to that track. And because of that, we have seen progression of tropical storm watches extending from the central Bahamas to towards Andros, and then now including the Florida Keys. What does a tropical storm watch mean for you in the Keys? Winds of 39 to 73 miles per hour are possible within the next couple of days. You just have a little time to prepare during the day on Sunday before those wind speeds start to pick up, and they will likely. Here is a look at some of those forecast winds, upwards of 40 even in Miami with those gusts, and above 50 going into the early time frame with the closest approach toward the Keys. That would be late in the day on Monday with this current track. So here's a close-up forecast cone as we go into time. We'll watch as the system moves in toward Cuba, going into late Sunday and Monday. Closest approach into the Straits south of the Keys late on Monday with a 60 mile per hour winds or stronger. That is the latest. I'll have more coming up.
Tracking the tropics for you this early morning. Time is 6:09. 2 potential hurricanes possible across Louisiana and parts of Texas on Monday, and the other one on Thursday. Hurricane watches and warnings already posted for parts of New Orleans in Louisiana. because they will be seeing some effects starting tomorrow afternoon because of Marco. So here's the latest. Tropical storm Marco, soon to be a hurricane in the next couple of hours as a Category 1 hurricane, racing towards the northwest, 13 miles per hour, and then it will be making landfall just west of New Orleans around this area on Monday afternoon and into the overnight hours. Tropical storm Laura still hanging in there right over the mountainous areas of Hispaniola and then moving into land again in Cuba. So then on Tuesday, that's when we're going to see and keep a close eye on this system in the Gulf of Mexico, because it will be aiming the Gulf Coast today again on near Texas and parts of Louisiana on Thursday overnight, and it could become a Category 1 or 2 hurricane on Thursday. So the first storm will be Marco heading towards Louisiana, and then the next one, heavy rainfall parts of Texas and Louisiana again on Thursday overnight.
And staying with that, Vanessa, right now states along the Gulf Coast are keeping a close eye on the radar and those forecasted tracks for Marco and Laura. From Galveston, Texas to New Orleans and farther east, residents could be seen stocking up on supplies. And right now, the Florida Keys are under tropical storm watch as Monroe County declares a local state of emergency. Meanwhile, in Puerto Rico, around 200,000 customers were in the dark overnight after tropical storm Laura dumped up to half a foot of rain in some parts. President Trump has issued an emergency declaration for the island.
Live, the news on NBC6 starts now.
Double trouble in the Gulf. 2 tropical storms are on their way to the U.S., and depending on what happens today, it could be the first time 2 hurricanes are in the Gulf. Good morning, South Florida. It is Sunday, August 23rd. I'm Carlos Suarez. As always, thanks for joining us. We're tracking the tropics as we head into the last part of the weekend. Tropical storm Laura and Marco have their sights set on the U.S. You are taking a look at Tropical storm Laura right now as it continues to make its trek northward. It is moving at 16 miles an hour. First Alert meteorologist Steve McLaughlin joins us now with the latest from the National Hurricane Center. Good morning, Steve.
Carlos, good morning. So the big headline from yesterday, we have been officially removed from the cone of concern, but we have a tropical storm watch for the Keys, and the reason why, we always talk about it, the dirty side of the storm, the north side of the storm. We don't need a landfall to get tropical storm conditions. So tropical storm Laura has winds of 45. By the way, you see this icon right here. That was the position as of 5 a.m. So if you do the math, it's probably a little bit closer to the border between the Dominican Republic and Haiti. Bottom line, the storm over the next 24 hours will take its time crossing over Cuba just to our south and west, and then into the Gulf, where it could become first a Category 1 and maybe even a Category 2 hurricane before landfall early on Thursday, and then the storm will lift up to the north. Here's a closer look. Again, we've been referring to this as the storm's closest approach to South Florida, and you can see Monday 2 a.m. right there, Monday 2 p.m. right there, and Tuesday 2 a.m. right there. So the bottom line is Sunday night through Tuesday morning, we're going to have that flow where all that rain and wind on the north side of the storm can push into the area. So we've got a tropical storm watch for all the waters around South Florida, but most importantly for our land areas, it's the Keys right here. A tropical storm watch will be in effect, with the worst conditions being tomorrow. This yellow circle represents tropical storm force winds, and watch that circle cross over Cuba, and right there, if the storm were to take the center track, it would mean that the tropical storm force winds would be confined to the far southern Keys and Key West. Remember, though, if the storm takes that northern track, you have to take this yellow circle and move it up a little bit, which is why all of the Keys have a tropical storm watch. Obviously, if the storm were to take that far southern track, this yellow circle would come down as well. But here's the bottom line. If you're watching in the Keys, tropical storm watch, you will have at the very least bands of rain and wind coming into the area tonight through Tuesday morning. If the center of the storm goes over you, you also get the core of tropical storm force winds. For Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Homestead, yes, we're going to get some bands of wind and rain, but we're far enough north that we're not going to get the worst of the weather. But I would plan on bands of wind and rain tomorrow across all of South Florida. We'll break it down for you in more detail with our full forecast in just a few minutes.
It's Marco and then Laura. National Hurricane Center Director Ken Graham, very busy, of course, as we are here at the Weather Channel. Ken, the newest advisories, we just got them from you guys. What would you say the biggest changes? I think one of the headlines was that Marco's close to hurricane strength.
Yeah, really close, Kelly. Just so close, and you just got, over the open Gulf like that, just plenty of opportunity to strengthen. There's some shear. The shear comes in, the shear goes away, but either way, real close to hurricane strength. And we do forecast it to become a hurricane with time, but right on that, even that 1 or 2 miles an hour in either direction, still going to be an impact with that rainfall and the storm surge for the Louisiana coast, and some of that rain stretching even into portions of the Mississippi coast, even over to Alabama.
What's the latest with Laura as of the latest advisory? I know it's interacting with land right now, but you're still thinking because of its size, it's going to be able to survive the mountainous terrain.
And it's interesting looking back in time, Kelly, the larger storms, they have a tendency to be able to make it through that land better. The smaller storms are highly influenced, could fluctuate, rapidly in either direction. But the larger storms can make it through here. So the forecast thought process hasn't changed. Still become a hurricane over the Gulf. But I really do want to focus so much on the cone. We always talk about when we approach landfall, we talk about, well, the cone, the impacts are outside the cone. But when you look in the extended part of the forecast, the cone becomes important because 2/3 of the time you see the center of that storm anywhere inside that cone. So a small change anywhere between the next 24 hours, 36 hours can make a big difference down the road. So anywhere from southeast Louisiana to the upper Texas coast, we have to watch real close with Laura.
And of course, Ken, the hurricane hunters are gathering new information out there. Tell us how that's affecting the new models.
It really does, because you start looking at the G4 is out there, the plane, the jet that goes really high in the atmosphere, and we're looking at the synoptic pattern, what's steering these systems. So we're constantly getting that data into the models. We have the NOAA P3s headed out there looking at Laura. We have the Air Force C-130s looking at Marco. I just want to say they're just true heroes going out there and getting the data that we need. It makes such a difference in the models. It makes such a difference in what we see here to issue watches and warnings. So despite everything going on, they're still on those planes. They're still getting the data that we need. They're real heroes.
Brave men and women indeed who are flying right into the heart of these tropical entities. National Hurricane Center Director Ken Graham, thank you so much for your time this morning. We really appreciate it. And of course, we'll bring you all the advisories from the National Hurricane Center as they come out. The next one should be at about 11 o'clock Eastern time.
Strong tropical storm, 70 miles per hour. So think about this. Only 4 miles per hour makes a hurricane. So basically, this is a borderline hurricane here. So expect the same impacts. Don't say, oh, it's just a tropical storm. No, prepare like a hurricane. It's moving north-northwest at 13 miles per hour away from Yucatan Channel here, but towards the Gulf Coast of the U.S. Talking about Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, even the Florida Panhandle, all feeling impacts as we head throughout the rest of today. Hurricane hunters in there right now, and they're on the outside of the circulation, so not seeing much tropical storm force winds or hurricane force winds, but that's what we're doing, that's how we got notice that this was strengthening rapidly yesterday from a 45-mile-per-hour storm to a 65-mile-per-hour storm. The hurricane hunters witnessed those winds. But also, speaking of winds, we have a lot of shear here on the northwest side, which is good and bad news. The shear helps to limit how quickly and how well developed this can be. The bad news is it's also pushing a lot of the bad weather, a lot of rain and wind on the east side of that center. So think about it. Center comes in here. We have a lot of areas east of that center going to be impacted by a lot of inclement weather, a lot of wind, a lot of rain, even some storm surge as well. So average water temperatures in the mid to upper 80s right now. So plenty of fuel for these storms. And yeah, that means as this comes this way, it still has a chance to organize and develop. All the models are saying from Mississippi to Louisiana, that's going to be the landfall point of that center. And Hurricane Center's forecast point is right here into the southern and southeastern parishes of Louisiana. But still, the east side seeing a bigger storm surge. Not to mention, this is a clockwise rotation. So basically, we are seeing the winds and the surge being enhanced with this forward movement of the storm towards the coast. So we're going to be that right front quadrant with Marco here in Louisiana, Mississippi, and even Alabama. So you're going to have some enhanced impacts as we head throughout the day on Monday. Alex?
Well, it wasn't Marco, but Laura that brought tropical storm force winds to St. Croix. The winds lashed the treetops. Gusts reported here up to around 44 miles per hour yesterday near the island. St. Croix also picked up around 2 inches of rain. Then you got New Orleans preparing for dual threats. With the second punch coming from Laura, residents warned to prepare for damaging winds and possible power outages. New Orleans is coming off its wettest July on record with more than 15 inches of rain. And now we're going to bring in more. That certainly is not going to help matters here for us there along parts of the Gulf Coast. All right, here's the latest on what's going on with Laura, our tropical storm, 45-mile-per-hour storm, moving to the west-northwest at 18 miles per hour. So still moving fairly quickly. And you look at this thing, let's be honest, this thing actually looks pretty healthy despite the fact that it's hanging out over land at this point. So yeah, land is not the end-all be-all when it comes to these tropical cyclones. It's not that when they move over and they're automatically just going to fizzle out. Clearly that's the case here when it comes to Laura, being kept at bay just a bit, and that is expected here over the next few. The hurricane hunters, they've been in there trying to surveying it, and they've basically noticed tropical storm force winds as they've been around out there. Now moving away, of course, they'll head back in to sample it a bit more to get a better fix on what this thing may be doing in the next few days. But there is the visible satellite showing, or the satellite view. Not a whole lot in terms of wind shear associated with this thing, but again, hanging out over land just a bit, keeping it at bay. And it has another landmass to go over. That's the landmass of Cuba. And so that should also keep it from just blowing up here, at least in the near term. There's plenty of warm waters here, so hopefully it doesn't get out over the waters here soon, because then at that point we could be seeing this thing try to ramp up a little more. But looking at the current wind, Santo Domingo gusting up close to 30, Port-au-Prince there up over 20 miles per hour with the sustained winds at this point. The computer model's in pretty good agreement, moving its way here over Cuba, at least the center of the circulation, then over the Gulf waters, which again are plenty warm, and the environment around that area as well will be conducive for it to strengthen. So a lot of areas along the Gulf Coast we're going to be keeping a very close eye on, not just because of Laura, but of course Marco. Well, next year on Weekend Recharge, refining the forecast for Marco and Laura as they zip closer and closer to land.
All right, Tropical Storm Laura shifting even further south this morning. South Florida completely out of the forecast cone, but those in the Caribbean now feeling the effect.
A live look outside our North Bay Village studios on this Sunday morning. So far, things are looking pretty okay out here. Let's begin with a quick check on our forecast and the tropics.
Meteorologist Erica Delgado in the Plex with all the details for us. Erica.
Ethan, yeah, we're tracking Tropical Storm Laura, still holding on to its tropical storm status, even though it's been battling the land interaction across Hispaniola since late last night. Now you can see it was looking quite impressive this morning, despite the fact that it's had that land interaction since yesterday. Now let's take a closer look at the advisory. As of 8 a.m., maximum sustained winds of 45 miles per hour. It is just a little less than 40 miles to the north-northeast of Port-au-Prince, Haiti, and you can see it beginning to slowly move offshore, though, as we head into this 11 a.m. advisory that we'll be waiting for on this hour. It is moving towards the west-northwest at 18 miles per hour, and here is the latest forecast track. Has it making landfall once again over Cuba later today, but still holding on to that tropical storm status despite the fact that Cuba has very high terrain with the mountains there. However, once it does move into the Gulf of Mexico, that's when we're expecting that rapid intensification, possibly becoming a hurricane as early as late Tuesday into early Wednesday. So a couple things to note here. One, first and foremost, all of South Florida is out of the cone, even the lower Keys, which were part of the cone as of yesterday afternoon. But I don't want you to focus on this center icon right here. I want you to focus on the entire shaded area, anywhere from western Cuba all the way into the Florida Straits, because as I mentioned yesterday, any subtle shift in the track could provide or could produce significant impacts, changes as far as impacts are concerned for us here in South Florida. So I know down in the Keys, you're probably wondering, well, why are we still under a tropical storm watch if we're not even a part of the cone? What I'm going to show you right now. So tropical storm force winds do extend outward up to about 140 miles, right? So all of Hispaniola will be feeling that. Southeastern Bahamas and Turks and Caicos possibly feeling tropical storm force winds as early as this afternoon. And then it will go through Cuba. So the entire northern coast of Cuba will be feeling tropical storm force conditions through much of the day on Monday. As we head into Monday afternoon, Monday evening, you'll notice those tropical storm force winds do extend outward, and portions of the lower Keys could easily be a part of that, feeling tropical storm force conditions and even seeing wind gusts reaching hurricane force. So that's why you are still under a tropical storm watch. Here's the zoomed out look at the latest cone for Laura. You'll notice once it moves into the Gulf of Mexico, unfortunately, as it has his eyes set on the northern Gulf Coast, we could be dealing with a very strong Category 1 or possibly even a Category 2 hurricane come late Wednesday into Thursday. Tropical storm force tropical storm warnings, I should say, still remain in effect for all of Hispaniola, the southeastern Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, and through much of Cuba. Tropical storm watch is in effect for the central Bahamas, Andros Island, and also for the Florida Keys. Here's the latest on Tropical Storm Marco. As of 8 a.m., maximum sustained winds of 70 miles per hour. We're dealing with a strong tropical storm, almost hurricane status. Right now, it's a little more than 200 miles to the northwest of the western tip of Cuba. You can see the cloud cover extending well across our panhandle. This one's moving towards the north-northwest at 13 miles per hour. I'll have Marco's forecast cone plus the very latest of Laura and your local forecast coming up in just a few.
Well, Erica, Tropical Storm Laura slamming the Leeward Islands, leaving streets there swamped. A 7 News viewer sending us this video flooding in Dominica, just one of the islands that saw heavy wind and rain Friday afternoon. The water flowing into common areas like this one as the storm continued its westward track.
Tropical Storm Laura also leaving thousands without power in Puerto Rico. Winds and rain striking the southeast part of the island yesterday, causing downed trees and power lines. Some roads left severely flooded, which delayed rescue teams. Make sure to stay with us here on 7 News for the latest on Tropical Storm Laura. 7's Kevin Ozebek is headed to the Gulf Coast. Look for his live reports. They begin tonight on the night team, first at 10.
All right, unfortunately, here we go again for New Orleans. It's hurricane season. We're starting to ramp up here in August, September, and we have another storm going to get really close to New Orleans, probably by tomorrow night. We're going to be watching this one very, very carefully. The name is now Tropical Storm Marco, but it's going to be Hurricane Marco, we think, either later today or tonight. Now, here are the stats. The winds are at 70 miles an hour. It's sitting right there, kind of almost dead center in the Gulf of Mexico, several hundred miles away from Florida, and now about 400 miles south of New Orleans. The movement is north-northwest at about 14 miles an hour, and if it becomes 74 or 75 mile per hour winds, which it should pretty soon here, we're going to get Hurricane Marco out of this. Not going to be a huge difference between 70 and 75 mile per hour winds, but it will get a name and a tag of Hurricane Marco. So tropical storm watches, warnings, alerts, hurricane warnings, they're all up here. Where you see the yellow, those are tropical storm watches, mainly around Mobile Bay, and then kind of inland from the storm. Where you see the red, that's right along the outer banks there, the shores there of basically Louisiana, in through the Mississippi Delta, down through towns like Venice. Those are all hurricane warnings. And then you start working inland a little bit, I-10, Baton Rouge, down through New Orleans, and we have tropical storm warnings up. So all the warnings are out there. We're also watching for a storm surge too. So the storm surge warnings and the storm surge watches, those are up. 4 to 6 feet, that's the projected storm surge right now for basically down through Venice, the mouth of the Mississippi, in through Grand Isle, and then inland where you see the blue shading, that will be New Orleans, and then right around Lake Pontchartrain, that's going to be a storm surge mainly from the lake between 2 and 4 feet. And that is going to be substantial in and around the New Orleans area, and that doesn't include all the rain that's forecasted to come down too. So here are the key messages from Marco. Heavy rain continues right now for Cuba and parts of the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico. Hurricane conditions begin on Monday for parts of the Gulf Coast. That would be Louisiana. And then hurricane and storm surge warnings, as I just showed you, those are up. So here's the track. And by Monday morning, really later on today, it should be a hurricane, winds of 75. It'll stay a hurricane through Monday morning, and then potentially by Monday afternoon, Monday night, making landfall just to the south and west of New Orleans. Now, New Orleans is going to be in that right front quadrant of the storm. That is the worst part of the storm. We're going to have to watch out for the winds, for the rain, for the storm surge, and potentially tornadoes. And then the track of the storm continues to take it inland out across Louisiana, in through eastern Texas, with very, very gusty winds and very heavy rain. So, Patrick, we're watching this one, but Marco is not the only name out there right now. We have Laura. What's going on with Laura?
Yeah, that's right, Matt. Laura been bringing a lot of heavy rain to Hispaniola. Let's go ahead and show the viewers at home the latest information with this particular tropical storm, with the wind speeds at 50 miles per hour. It looks like now that center of circulation, that eye wall, if you will, it is moving over Haiti. It's heading towards the eastern part of Cuba into Guantanamo. We're already starting to see some of those outer bands feeling some of those gusty tropical storm force winds. And throughout the day today, we're going to have tropical storm conditions across across Hispaniola over into the Greater Antilles and the southern Bahamas. Those are the areas that are going to have some impacts from this particular storm. And then watch as this moves over the Greater Antilles and heads right into the Gulf of Mexico. Now, the one thing that has changed with this track from the previous forecast track yesterday at around this time, it was a bit more to the east. It was including a lot more of southeast Louisiana and southern Mississippi. Now this new forecast track is showing it more towards the border with Texas and Louisiana. That looks to be where landfall might happen. But look who's in this cone of uncertainty. It does include the city of Houston and Baton Rouge. Maybe New Orleans not going to get a direct hit or direct landfall into that part of southeast Louisiana, but still likely going to get some impacts with heavy rain and strong winds. So that 1-2 punch for the Crescent City with these two tropical systems. But look at all that heavy rain that's on the way for Cuba, and that's going to be moving up towards the Gulf of Mexico and eventually along the Gulf Coast, where we are going to be expecting a lot of heavy rain with this next tropical system impacting the U.S. This will be Laura. Now, as far as alerts, we've got tropical storm watches in place into southern Florida, including the Florida Keys.
This is a Category 1 hurricane. It's going to make landfall as we head on towards tomorrow into Louisiana, but impacts into Mississippi, even Florida, and even Alabama coast as well. So there it is. Category 1 hurricane, winds up to 75 miles per hour, pressure at 992. It's now 300 miles south-southeast of the mouth of Mississippi, moving north at north-northwest at 14 miles per hour. So the time for preparations running out as we're seeing where the center is, and there's a good central dense overcast, pretty much fairly kind of dispersed around that center, almost an eye forming as well on this image here. But bottom line is, yeah, we got ourselves a hurricane here, and we will have yet another hurricane approach and make landfall and the U.S. coastline, specifically Louisiana, as we head into the next 24 hours. Hurricane hunters still out there sampling the environment around Marco, getting the latest information to put into models to hone the forecast of if it could strengthen even more. And also let us know what's going to happen as Laura starts coming this way as we head in towards Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday across parts of the central Gulf Coast. Right now, wind shear, which has been limiting how quick this thing strengthens, well, it's starting to abate a bit. So we're not seeing as much shear, which means this thing is starting to breathe. It's got plenty of warm Gulf of Mexico waters here. It's been record warmth water across this entire region this year. So that's going to help work on this system to help keep it as strong as it is, maybe even stronger as well. The models are in agreement of making landfall as we head into your Monday into Tuesday. It pushes inland, bringing with it some rain. So even Arkansas, be aware of that heavy rain flood potential that we're going to see this moisture from Marco move that way as well. Projected path, there we go. Read this as that center point making landfall tomorrow, perhaps late morning to early afternoon, let's say midday here. Let's not get caught up on the actual timing, but we're going to have impacts long before the center touches land, and also well east as well. I mentioned how the storm is easterly laden in terms of the weather, the rain, even the storm surge. That's going to be a concern as far west as the Florida, as far as east as the Florida Panhandle. So that includes coastal Alabama, coastal Mississippi for storm surge there as well. Again, it's a hurricane. We already have that right now, already feeling the outer flow and some rain showers into the Gulf Coast right now, even more tonight, and even overnight tonight. And then again, our hurricane warnings, even storm surge warnings, because we do expect impacts on the coast throughout the day on Monday. So definitely be weather aware for not only Hurricane Marco, but Alex, Laura also forecast to become a hurricane this week.
Yeah, you said it. So we don't have a whole lot of time to kind of breathe easy here in the wake of what goes on with Marco, because Laura is right behind it. Right now, that's having an impact on the island of Hispaniola, which includes, of course, the Dominican Republic, as well as Haiti. Been dumping the rain there with gusty winds as well. And then Cuba, as well as Jamaica, in line to deal with this thing. Right now, 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm moving to the west-northwest at 21 miles per hour. So it is moving at a pretty swift pace. And we've been watching this thing as it's been essentially moving over land and not really fizzling out. A lot of times we talk about how the interaction with land may disrupt it. Well, that hasn't really been the case. One reason why is the environment around it has been conducive for some strengthening here. No real big, strong winds in the upper levels to really get this thing discombobulated. But again, interacting with land, which has kept it kind of steady as opposed to ramping up here for us. Water temperatures, again, surrounding these islands, plenty warm. We'll be watching it continue to move on off towards the north and the west. Right now, those winds, they've crept up a bit in Port-au-Prince. 23-mile-per-hour winds sustained there. At least that's what we're seeing now, with the gusts that are approaching even 40 miles per hour. Santo Domingo also seeing some stronger gusts, getting up over 20 miles per hour at this point. The computer models, there they are, lining up, and there they go, moving that center of the circulation, working its way over Cuba. So again, that'll limit how it can strengthen. But watch what happens as it moves over the Gulf waters, which again are plenty warm. That's when we think this thing could take off here. And that's what is anticipated. National Hurricane Center's forecast, steady over Cuba and then ramping up as it approaches the Gulf of Mexico the mid part of next week.
And good afternoon, everyone. Yes, let's begin with the headlines. So far, and as of late, Laura really not bothered by land interaction. That's been the case over much of the last 24 hours. It's just about to reach into Cuba, where it will be crossing that island into tomorrow. And for the Florida Keys, we could have some wind and water issues as the water rise continues, and the chance for some flooding, coastal flooding concerns possibly into the Keys. There's a broad look there at Laura, the colorized satellite. Better conditions back toward the Lesser Antilles and also around Puerto Rico, where they were slammed with lots of rain and stormy weather yesterday. Improving out to the east now, getting worse out to the west as the storm continues to get closer. Where is the actual center of circulation? Well, that is now just moving across the windward passage between Hispaniola, about to arrive along the eastern tip of Cuba. This is the new advisory, winds up to 60-mile-per-hour strength. That is a stronger system, and look how fast it's moving. Yesterday, we thought it was moving along at a pretty good clip, 21 miles per hour to the west and northwest. It's going to have more interaction with land, and this very narrow cone takes the system into the Gulf of Mexico, where it might become a hurricane before making landfall by the middle of next week. What does that mean? Here is a look with the watches and warnings in green, tropical storm warnings. That has not changed. All of Cuba looking at tropical storm conditions over the next 24 to 36 hours. However, we still have the Florida Keys, surrounding waters with a tropical storm watch, not because the system is likely to move in toward the Keys, but it's going to be close enough to bring about some of those strong winds, and so that will continue. Here's a close-up look at that forecast cone. Remember, the center is projected to be somewhere in that cone, but there will be some far-reaching effects, and that will mean a gusty, unsettled weather day for the Florida Keys, and even very breezy and gusty and damp across South Florida. We'll look at the radar and a lot more coming up in weather.
All right, Brent, thank you. Tropical storm Laura pounding the Caribbean, hitting Haiti today. The storm flooding streets of the capital city, Port-au-Prince. Residents had to walk through waist-deep water, carrying their belongings with them. The storm also caused buildings to collapse. It killed at least 2 people there. Thousands are without power as winds and rain struck southeast Puerto Rico Saturday. Wind gusts reported to reach 70 miles per hour. Some roads are severely flooded, delaying rescue crews there. The island was still rebuilding its power grids following storms and earthquakes over the last 3 years.
CBS 12 News starts now with breaking news.
Breaking now, tropical threats. A hurricane and a tropical storm are barreling towards the Gulf Coast, all within 48 hours of each other. This is new video as hurricane hunters flew into tropical storm Laura. Good evening, everyone. I'm Stephanie Valderrama. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Even though these 2 storms are not coming to South Florida, we are still feeling some gusty winds and rain. Let's start with meteorologist Michael Ehrenberg with the latest track. Michael?
Yeah, Stephanie, it looks like tropical storm Laura got a little bit stronger during the afternoon hours with top winds of 60 miles an hour. That's because it moved off the landmass of Hispaniola and off into the Cuban area right now. So it was able to take advantage of some of the warmer water there. A lot of thunderstorms developing right along the center. So yes, it is looking a little bit more robust at this hour. Top winds again 60, gusting to 70. It's 50 miles south of Guantanamo, Cuba. This is about 600 miles from West Palm Beach. Moving west-northwest to 21. Good news for us, it moves pretty much right over or just to the south of Cuba. So a lot of the circulation will be over the rough mountains, preventing it from strengthening. We see a 60-mile-an-hour storm up until Tuesday morning, it looks like. The closest approach to our area is going to be about 315 miles from West Palm Beach along that red line later tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow night. Then it takes advantage of warm water temperatures and could now ramp up to a Category 2 hurricane before striking western Louisiana or the North Texas coast sometime Wednesday afternoon and Wednesday night. Look at those water temperatures here in those reddish and pink colors between 85 and 90. That latent heat of condensation, the fuel for storms needed to intensify again up to Category 2 status. That area under a hurricane warning. Meanwhile, tropical storm watches continue for the Florida Keys in case there are tropical storm conditions or the storm moves on the right side of the cone of possibilities. Tropical storm warnings remain for Cuba, the lower Bahamas, Turks, Caicos, and also the Haiti coast. Here's what we can expect in South Florida. Just fringe effects, indirect, between this system and high pressure to the north. The winds are gusty. They'll continue to gust up to 25 through tonight. Tomorrow, winds southeast 15 to 25 sustained. We will have gusts 30 and could be near 40, which is tropical storm force in the afternoon and evening right along the beaches. We'll continue to see occasional showers and storms. And by occasional, I mean most of the time it's just not going to rain.
President Trump giving a briefing a short time ago about the federal government's preparations for Marco and Laura.
My administration is also closely monitoring Hurricane Marco and Tropical Storm Laura, which are coming in rapidly. Hurricane Marco is expected to make landfall in Louisiana tomorrow, and Tropical Storm Laura is expected to hit Louisiana 2 days later. This is somewhat unprecedented, the scope of the storms and also the fact that they come so quickly after one another. Both storms have the potential of gathering strength before they make landfall and could cause significant damage across the Gulf Coast and also in Puerto Rico. We have everybody stationed and ready to go in Puerto Rico and the Gulf Coast, and we have tremendous people. We have FEMA is lined up, and we have the Coast Guard ready. The Coast Guard has done a fantastic job. They do such good work, and we want to thank our great Coast Guard. I'm asking all Americans in the storm's path to follow the instructions of your state and local governments very closely. And I've approved emergency declarations for Puerto Rico and for Louisiana. FEMA is mobilized on the ground and is ready to help. They will be in there very quickly, very, very quickly. And I spoke to Governor John Bell Edwards also of Louisiana, and I've informed him, and at his request also, a major disaster declaration is signed and ready to go. We have everybody ready in Puerto Rico, the Gulf Coast, Louisiana, and also on the forest fires in California. So we have a great team. Unfortunately, we have some very, very powerful natural disasters.
All right, that's the president speaking again. Disaster declarations then for Puerto Rico as well as Louisiana. Want to bring you the very latest, Marco and Laura for us tonight. Marco first because it'll make landfall for us tomorrow in Louisiana, we believe. And the track's gotten a little squirrely here in the last few hours as you see kind of a north movement, then a northwest movement, and then back to the northeast. Clearly a northeast movement on this now, and just little subtle changes like that in the track can make a difference at landfall. And I would suspect that the Hurricane Center will update its forecast track accordingly at 11 o'clock, because at this point it'd have to make an immediate 90-degree turn to the left, even stay within the cone. I think it's already potentially outside of the cone, with the center being about right in here already. So again, these little squirrely forecast track changes are important, and I think that New Orleans, and on the current path that it's taking, I think that it puts New Orleans more in play than not. All right, and you take a look at what the forecast track is, and New Orleans is currently not in the forecast cone. I think that because of this little shift to the northeast, that New Orleans will likely come back into the cone with the next advisory. But notice the track here does push it to the west. We're pretty confident that will happen. And they kind of hang out for a couple of days, producing some heavy rain even over into Texas. Storm surge watches in effect here from around Morgan City over toward the state line of Texas and Louisiana. Storm surge warnings here that do include Louisiana and portions of the Mississippi coastline. But because of where Marco has gone the last few hours, I wonder if they might actually even extend those storm surge warnings a little bit farther east here, potentially all of Mississippi and maybe over through coastal Alabama as well. We'll see what they do at 11 o'clock, though. I don't want to speak for them. And you can see here also, they've got a pretty good storm surge forecast here of 4 to 6 feet, which also might shift a little bit farther east here with the next advisory. And it could be a little bit higher there in portions of Mississippi and Alabama. I don't think it's going to be an extreme storm surge. Marco's a small hurricane hurricane right now, and it's a minimal hurricane, so it wouldn't typically be a huge storm surge maker to begin with. Here's a look at the future radar, and you can see plenty of storms coming in here tomorrow morning into Florida and Alabama and then Mississippi. That's 10 o'clock in the morning. Some of those squall lines could produce tornadoes. I want you to be aware of that risk here. Again, squall lines that are like this could produce tornadoes. And with the high-res model actually putting the low right near New Orleans at 6 o'clock in the evening, then going right through New Orleans and Lake Pontchartrain, coming inland then overnight on Monday night into Tuesday. Could we see severe weather? Definitely. This area that's highlighted, especially in the bright red color, that's where the possibility exists. I was talking about hurricane-induced tornadoes as well. Again, with some of these bands that come in, some of these squall lines, I think it's possible. Torcon of 3 for us with Marco tomorrow. Then pushing its way farther to the west, then making way for the really bad one. I think that Marco and Laura, Alex, will be night and day. I think Marco will be a walk in the park compared to what Laura could be. Not saying that Marco's not going to be bad, but Laura's a completely different animal.
Things could change with Laura between now and when it comes ashore in the northern Gulf. So Houston, you're not off the hook. New Orleans, you're not off the hook, and a lot of you in between. So let's take a look at the storm right now, centered over southeastern Cuba. It's centered over land or right near that southern coast. So it's still tangling with that landmass with the mountains of Cuba, and that will probably keep the intensity down. So there's tropical storm warnings and tropical storm watch for the southern Florida Keys. No hurricane watches or warnings are up yet. But once it gets past Cuba, the environment looks to be quite different than what Marco is going to be experiencing. And you already can tell this one has a different look than Marco does. Laura has this larger envelope, and even though it has some land interaction, it has a much different environment. Look at that upper level high pressure really dominating, whereas with Marco, you've got upper level low pressure and southwesterly shear that's going to keep its intensity down. Now let's watch it in the models. Here's the colors of the low level spin of Marco, and here is Laura. And here is our big subtropical high over the West Atlantic that's going to bring Laura near or over the southern coast of Cuba. The more time it spends over water south of Cuba, the stronger it could get even before this time. But when we get into Monday, it's going to start rounding that ridge as it gets into the Gulf of Mexico. And look at these traveling white lines, how you make a big upper level high pressure. That is weak wind shear over the Gulf of Mexico. This could lead to not just intensification, but possibly rapid intensification somewhere along the line. And if it goes as far east as the Euro says, it will have less time. But if it goes farther west, as some of the European model tracks suggest, then it could have more time over water to strengthen even more. So look at how large of an area New Orleans to Houston, even beyond those two cities, could experience a strong Cat 1 or 2 hurricane, possibly even a major hurricane. So yes, we do have this rare dual threat, but I think Laura is going to be a different beast than is Marco. Stay with us.
Y comenzamos con estas imágenes de satélite donde se aprecia el avance de las tormentas Marco y Laura. Marco avanza por el Golfo rumbo a Luisiana y Laura se fortalece levemente mientras pasa en estos momentos por el oriente de Cuba.
Precisamente, estas imágenes nos llegan desde Santiago, en el oriente cubano. Esta noche, una de las ciudades bajo el embate de Laura. Las precipitaciones son constantes en la provincia del mismo nombre. En Guantánamo, donde el azote de la tormenta se percibió primero, ya hay reportes de afectaciones en el tendido eléctrico, árboles derribados y hasta un derrumbe parcial en el municipio de Caimanera.
¿Qué tal? Muy buenas noches. Les saludamos, Lizeth Mari.
Y Yunieski Ramírez, gracias por acompañarnos. Tenemos cobertura de equipo esta noche. Alexis Boentes está en Key West y siguiendo minuto a minuto el recorrido de la tormenta Dainet Sierra en el centro meteorológico.
Así es, y comenzamos precisamente contigo, Dainet, y el parte de las 11 de la noche. Cuéntanos.
Muy buenas noches, chicos, amigos de Telemundo 51. Pues Laura continúa ingeniándoselas para mantenerse todavía un poco más fuerte a pesar de esa interacción con territorio cubano. Observe vientos máximos sostenidos de 65 millas por hora. El centro del sistema, según este último informe, se estimaba aproximadamente unas 125 millas al sudeste de la ciudad de Camagüey o la provincia de Camagüey, y un movimiento mayormente al oeste-noroeste a razón de 21 millas por hora. Se espera que continúe mayormente con ese movimiento, quizás disminuyendo disminuyendo un poco en cuanto a esa velocidad de traslación. En relación a las alertas vigentes, hemos tenido algunos cambios. Se ha removido el aviso de tormenta tropical, como vemos, de Haití, y acá en lo que es el sur de la Florida tenemos ahora un aviso de tormenta tropical para Dry Tortuga y se mantiene esa vigilancia de tormenta tropical desde Cray Key hasta Dry Tortugas también. Como ve, todavía sobre Cuba se mantiene ese aviso de tormenta tropical, al igual que sobre la porción norte de las Islas Caimán. Acá tenemos ese cono de trayectoria. Observe, continuaría moviéndose en las próximas horas, avanzando quizás hacia el Golfo de Guacanayabo, y como ve, estaría manteniendo intensidad de tormenta tropical con esos vientos máximos sostenidos de 60 millas por hora, pero hay que vigilar qué daño le puede hacer esa interacción con territorio cubano o cuán favorable pudiera ser que se mueva sobre aguas del Caribe. Observe cómo mientras se acerca al occidente cubano pudiera estar ganando un poco más de fuerza con vientos máximos sostenidos de 70 millas por hora, y cuando se encuentra sobre aguas del Golfo sería un huracán categoría 1, posiblemente categoría 2 al acercarse a algún punto entre Luisiana y Texas, algo por supuesto que hay que vigilar. Pero ahora vamos a pasar por supuesto con Alexis, que se encuentra en Cayo Hueso, para que nos cuente cómo está el panorama en estos momentos hacia ese sector.
It's interesting because these two systems are each just under 500 miles away from Miami right now. But we're dodging them both, as one is in the Gulf, as you said, headed pretty soon towards the northern Gulf Coast, and that is Marco on the left-hand side of your screen. And Marco, by the way, and this is new, has weakened into a tropical storm just recently as of the 11 p.m. advisory. And we have Laura there south of Cuba. Actually, it's between Jamaica and Cuba, moving towards the west, also about or just under 500 miles away from us. So check this out. This is the forecast for a tropical storm, Marco, to make landfall near Texas or Louisiana, followed by a Hurricane Laura to make landfall in Texas. So two systems within 2 or 3 days of each other is going to be quite remarkable. Marco tonight, as I said, has just weakened to a strong tropical storm of 70-mile-an-hour winds. Upper level wind shear playing a role here in diminishing its intensity. But Laura, on the other hand, is ramping up. Winds in Laura now are 65 miles per hour. Now, Laura has made landfall in Cuba after earlier making landfall in Hispaniola yesterday. Nevertheless, despite some interaction with land, it's been able to keep its strength. And again, it's a 65-mile-an-hour tropical storm right now, with a forecast for it, once it leaves Cuba, to become a hurricane. And that would be on Tuesday. Now, it is expected to pass 255 miles away from Miami and 155 miles away from Key West. Now, there are still some tropical storm watches in effect for the middle and lower Florida Keys, but nobody else in Florida is under a tropical storm watch at this time due to the fact that the system would pass at such a great distance from us. So during the day on Monday, we could get some squally weather here in South Florida. I'll talk about that coming up in a few minutes. Alina?
This is the time when everyone needs to begin preparing for these oncoming hurricanes. Remember, your life is far more valuable than your property. Your property can be replaced, your life cannot.
When they say evacuate, that means leave.
My biggest fear this year is that we get in a situation where you've literally got two hurricanes that are threatening the United States that come in very close to each other. Maybe a couple of days, maybe 3-4 days. But that's my biggest fear about the 2020 season.
A couple of days apart. I don't think he meant a couple of miles apart as well. As we've been watching two potential hurricanes, one now more likely to be a tropical storm in Marco, but Laura could be a significant hurricane, and both will be impacting Louisiana, at least to some degree, within a day and a half of each other. Pretty incredible to see a map like this with both tracks overlaid the way they are. Here's the thing. No matter how slow the winds get, there's still going to be a tropical moisture plume bringing rain. And then Laura certainly will bring a swath of heavy rainfall. So one is enough to cause flooding. But what happens when there's two in a row like this, especially considering how wet summer has been? Want to bring in hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knabb for some in-depth analysis on this. we've got a very high base level, right? I mean, Southeast Louisiana on either side of 10 inches in the surplus just for summer. Gosh, there's not a lot of room for a heavy rain-producing tropical system.
No, the southeastern part of the country in general has had a very wet 2020. So we've always feared what would be the impacts of one wet tropical system, never mind multiple ones. And so this pattern is going to bring tremendous amounts of tropical moisture into the same areas. Now, the big question is how many of you are going to get hit by the rains of both systems. Well, let's take a look at some of the model depictions here. This is the European model over the next 7 days that incorporates both Marco and Laura. It has a rainfall footprint from Marco and Laura in southeast Louisiana, but this is all Laura, and this is over an area that has gotten way too much rain during the hurricane season so far. But that's very track dependent. If the GFS exact model run is correct, it'd be farther west, and that would bring southeast Texas, southwest Louisiana, Arkansas into the mix more directly. It still has a Marco rainfall footprint, but it keeps Laura and Marco kind of separate there. But we already have a problem over the next day or two from locally heavy rains. It could cause flash flooding from Marco in southeast Louisiana, coastal areas of Mississippi, Alabama. Now, again, this is not the level of rainfall that we expect Laura will bring, but it still could be locally several inches, and it could eke up into parts of New Orleans or into Biloxi, depending upon which model you look at and exactly where the rain bands of this disorganized high-end tropical storm end up. But Mark, one thing we can hope for is that Marco weakens and turns left faster. And, I think both of those things could happen concurrently. The faster it gets sheared apart, the farther south it will stay. So, we could catch a break, but at least in this model's eye, there's at least some heavy rainfall that makes it to the coast, and that provides table-setting rains for what lies behind Marco.
And gosh, that is an ominous, to put it lightly, future radar picture with Laura waiting in the wings. So let's talk about that. As you put up the cone there for Laura, starting to make its way towards the Gulf Coast states. If one storm comes through in Marco and raises the water level a bit, we wind up with some surge from that. Is there enough time between the two to get back to our steady state before the big storm surge event from Laura? Or is there already going to be a continued onshore flow and that keeps the water up and really makes that even worse?
I think there is a little time for the water to mostly come back down, but we have to realize that even as a borderline hurricane tropical storm, that Marco has produced at least the threat and may very well end up realizing life-threatening levels of storm surge. Even as a tropical storm coming in this fashion, we still could have the 3, 4, 5, 6 feet of storm surge flooding above normally dry ground in these areas. And even a relatively weak low or just an extended period of onshore flow for a couple of days, the day before Laura arrives, could set the table throughout most of the northern Gulf for the waters to be a little bit higher than they otherwise would be. But I think, Mark, that the biggest ramification of this preceding Laura is that it could impede actions being taken and people driving around to prepare for Laura. But I think Laura's going to produce significant storm surge even without the help of Marco.
Oh, absolutely. And let's talk Laura a little bit, because I think that is going to be the bigger of the two storms. I think even without knowing exactly where the landfall is going to take place, the part that's pretty certain is that it's going to take that big curl up to the Ohio Valley. How worried are you about severe weather and flash flooding through, say, the Midwest, maybe even the Northeast?
Yeah, when we get into Tuesday and Wednesday, that's when we leave Marco behind and the effects of Laura start coming ashore. So Tuesday night and a Wednesday morning, that's when you could have the beginnings of Laura's flooding starting to happen. But depending upon whether the track goes here or some other track that the various models are projecting, it's going to be a significant inland event. It's not just going to be Texas and Louisiana and maybe Mississippi. It's going to be inland Mississippi, Arkansas, and places like Missouri, Tennessee. I mean, Mark, I think we're going to have significant impacts from Laura in coastal regions, but Laura could end up being one of the more significant inland events of the year because a major hurricane or something close to it is going to bring tremendous amounts of rainfall and severe weather potential way inland.
And it has been a very soggy spring and summer way inland, and already damage because of severe weather well inland. So that's an added complexity for later in the week. Remember, 2 cones that we're watching, both Marco and Laura, for both coastal and inland impacts.
One thing also we're a little bit worried about too is this little back building cell that is right on to the south of Apalachicola, Florida, and the Big Bend. We are seeing a lot of rain and a lot of thunderstorms with this. But for right now, Ray, as long as Marco goes, it's all going to be about how things are shaping up with the storm surge threat. Laura, though, is going to be a little bit of an issue out here because of the fact that, well, we're going to be dealing with what could be a much stronger storm by midweek.
Yeah, well, right now, Marco is going to be a threat, and the bigger threat, Laura, coming. Get more to that in just a bit. But right now, the latest from the Hurricane Center, 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm. The pressure at 1,000 millibars moving off to the north-northwest at 12 miles per hour. And that's the center. So the center is moving kind of in this direction. But this area, thunderstorms getting sheared off and away from the center, which is actually good news in a way because it could weaken the storm just a bit more, but the general direction continues to be on off toward the north-northwest. The center is located about 185 miles south-southeast of the mouth of the Mississippi River. So we'll continue to push the storm now off toward the east.
This was video earlier in the day. Look at the lightning strikes that come, Alana.
Yeah, certainly. And those hurricane hunters out there getting the latest statistics to help us really keep you informed with the latest on what's ongoing. We're tracking Laura and the potential impacts. This is the second storm out of the Gulf that could continue to bring in some of those high storm surges, could also bring in some heavy rain and some tropical force winds as well. Over Cuba, it's going to continue moving kind of west-northwest bound, and as it does so, we'll watch this latest track as it remains as a tropical storm. Now, as it moves over land, that could weaken it a little bit more into those overnight hours. Then it moves back into the Gulf. It runs into those warm waters of the Gulf, and that Bermuda high that we were talking about, that's going to help steer this, potentially moving right into New Orleans yet again. So our second system moving through similar areas. We'll have to watch out for that storm surge, heavy rain, as well as some of those stronger wind gusts and tropical storm force and potentially even hurricane storm force wind gusts moving through. So the key messages to take home with Laura, well, we'll still be looking at those tropical storm conditions through Tuesday's forecast likely, but it's going to continue to bring in heavy rain for eastern Cuba through Jamaica as well. And we're going to keep an eye on that as it could potentially re-strengthen as it moves into the Gulf. So that's what we're looking at with Laura in terms of our forecast rainfall. Cuba already dealt with a lot of that heavy rain. That northern edge of Cuba could still be seeing several inches of rain, and then it runs over that moist and warm water. Those two factors, those are both going to likely strengthen that storm. Now, we mentioned shear with Marco and how that changed the track of that. Now, with this system, once that moves in, we'll have less shear, which shear usually cuts off some of those cloud tops, cuts off some of that energy. That's going to help strengthen it because our shear will be lower. And now as it moves over land, it could weaken it just a little bit, but we'll have plenty of time to re-strengthen as that continues to move through.
Marco continues, as we said, to be a strong tropical storm, a 65-mile-per-hour storm right now, moving on off toward the north-northwest at about 12 miles per hour, Todd. So, this is kind of a tough one here for Marco. You're seeing some of these areas of thunderstorms and heavy rain well displaced from the center, but still storm going in one direction, but the thunderstorm is kind of going the other way.
And that's all that upper level shear that is just ripped this thing apart. And I want to really stay with this graphic here because it really goes to show you that when we're showing forecast fans, it's so easy to sit there and look at the fan itself and think, okay, that's where the worst weather is going to be. But this is a perfect example of showing where even though the circulation is well down over here, well, look at all the worst weather. We are talking record rainfall that fell for Apalachicola. Almost 8 inches of rain have fallen from these supercells that are really popping up. And where you have the threat for severe storms in the northeastern quadrant as well. Look at all those lightning strikes. And again, that is well away from the center of circulation. So try to remember when we're focusing on the forecast fans that the worst conditions could happen well away. So even though we've been talking a lot about Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas. As far as potential landfall, well, right now Florida is getting the worst of it, and we still have some flash flood watches that are out, and it also extends to the Big Bend of Florida as well. But basically from Pensacola and far western parts of the Florida Panhandle all the way through coastal Alabama, coastal Mississippi, and a good part of coastal Louisiana, all under flash flood watches, because we still have the potential for some heavy rain, and you can even see a lot of that tropical moisture is streaming in as far north as places like Georgia and South Carolina. So maybe indirectly we can see some rain just because we have a lot of that moisture streaming in and some of that enhanced shower and thunderstorm activity. So as far as the European model goes, we're looking at possibility 3 to 5 inches of rain as far north as places like Biloxi. New Orleans can get in with rain, and well, we don't need any more rain in New Orleans, already 8.5 inches above rainfall totals. And even for GFS model rate, we're still looking at the potential for some heavy rain. So while this may not be a big wind maker, the rain maker and the storm surge could be a big issue.
Well, it will be, and we're going to have a threat, too, of a thunder, lightning, heavy rain. Look at this video here. Another threat from these tropical systems as they get ready to crisscross in the Gulf. This is from Laura, firing up the sky here in Kingston, Jamaica, late Sunday. Yeah, thunderstorms like this are going to bring the risk of flooding from the Caribbean into the southern U.S., and Laura likely going to be the stronger of the two systems. That's what the Hurricane Center is telling us anyway, with forecast, track and intensity forecast to bring it potentially to a Category 2 storm and a strong Category 2. Right now, once again, just like Marco, Laura having a tough time getting its act together because we've got thunderstorms here just pushing off the island of Jamaica. These purple areas showing the colder, higher cloud tops, the strongest thunderstorms away from the center. You could just see now the center. See that little curl right in there? Just starting to see maybe a few thunderstorms trying to fire up. So everything really not getting too organized yet, but still it's brought very heavy rainfall to Haiti, Dominican Republic, into the island of Cuba and Jamaica. And we'll continue to see heavy rain come in. The winds are gusting now, almost to tropical storm force here in and around the island of Cuba as we go through the next 12 to 24 hours. Deteriorating conditions, thus a tropical storm warnings in place for tropical storm conditions. Key West also a tropical storm warning, tropical storm watch for the Middle Keys, meaning the potential is there for maybe some tropical storm conditions. But then, as I mentioned, we're looking at a storm that potentially becomes a hurricane again as we go on through Monday and Tuesday, and then eventually a stronger hurricane, maybe a Category 2, possibly stronger, as the Hurricane Center mentions, as we get into Wednesday and Wednesday evening, making potential landfall somewhere between maybe coastal Texas and Louisiana.
Now let's get your first check of your forecast. Meteorologist Lisette Gonzalez joining us now with the latest on the tropics and our local weather. Lisette, good morning.
Good morning, Francis and Maribel. And as we take a look at Tropical Storm Marco, it is already bringing some squally weather to portions of the Florida Panhandle and even the Gulf Coast states. But as we take a look at Tropical Storm Laura, it is moving over the very warm waters of the Caribbean, and hence it is expected to intensify and could intensify even sooner than it was anticipated as of yesterday. But it is bringing some heavy rain and gusty winds to parts of Jamaica and Grand Cayman and Cuba as it's moving west-northwest as of the 2 a.m. advisory. Of course, we're waiting for the 5 a.m. advisory. Max sustained winds of 65 miles an hour. It is 60 miles south of Camagüey, Cuba, and it is expected to continue to bring tropical storm conditions to these islands as it generally moves to the west-northwest. You'll notice that for us here in South Florida, we will start to see the gusty squalls and already windy out there for parts of South Florida, but it looks like Laura will be towards south and west, making its closest approach as we get into this evening. And of course, keep in mind, although this is the forecast cone, the tropical storm conditions encompass this area shaded in yellow, and indeed for the lower Middle Keys, there is a possibility for that. And then as we take a look at the Tuesday morning time frame, a Category 1, heading into the Gulf of Mexico, and then potentially making landfall as a Category 2, either somewhere along the Louisiana or Texas coastline as we head into the middle of the week. So what are the impacts for us here in South Florida? Although we are out of the cone and Tropical Storm Laura is well to our south, we will be dealing with windy conditions. Tropical storm force gusts will be possible from 40 to 50 miles an hour. Peak wind gusts will take place likely as we head into the afternoon. So expect those rain bands and gusty squalls, fast moving waterspouts and tornadoes possible as well, and dangerous marine conditions. Tropical storm watch is in effect from Craig Key to Key West, and it's dry and Broward and 8 for now, but we're seeing a couple of showers moving quickly across the lower Keys. The wind sustained 16 to 23 miles an hour, gusts as high as 29 to 33 already. So throughout the day, unsettled gusty squalls, strongest winds in the afternoon. Meteorologist Jennifer Correa will be with us in just a few minutes.
Yes, it is. At least 13 people have died after Tropical Storm Laura made its way through the Caribbean. 4 of those deaths were just in the Dominican Republic. And I want to show you this video here. This is from yesterday. And you can see people wading through the floodwaters, pulling debris away from homes to find people. And this is drone video just coming in. You can only make out some of the roofs of the homes there. That's how bad the flooding is. And while everything is just surrounded by water, it's really tough for people to even figure out where their homes are. Laura could strengthen and become a hurricane as it moves towards the U.S. Gulf Coast.
And Louisiana really going to be watching the impact of that. But meteorologist Matt Devitt joining us now for us here in Southwest Florida, just bringing some breezy conditions.
Overall, pretty minimal. I think for many of us outside of some wind, we're going to barely even notice it. We will see our typical scattered rain and storms and the heat. Here's a look at the 2 tropical systems. They're going to be dancing here a little bit in the Gulf of Mexico. We got Marco and we have Laura. And Laura actually just produced some wind gusts in excess of 67 miles an hour around Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, as that's working its way to the west-northwest. Now, first we'll start off with Marco. And Marco actually is going to be weakening in the hours ahead. Some good news for Louisiana, but they still will feel an influence. The reason for the weakening, it is going to go smack dab into that higher wind shear. And sure enough, as of the 5 a.m. update, it has weakened to about 60 miles an hour. Literally takes a trip right along the Louisiana coastline all the way through Wednesday before bringing some lingering rain and some wind to the state of Texas. Here's going to be, honestly, I think the biggest influence from the storm. They have the potential for a water level rise in excess of 3 to 5, even 6 feet around coastal Louisiana. Tropical Storm Laura is pushing to the west-northwest at about 21. This does have the opportunity to strengthen not only into a hurricane, but if it can gather even more strength, major hurricane category 3 and above, certainly not impossible, as it will be nearing right around the border of Louisiana and Texas as we head Wednesday and all the way into Thursday. Now, as that gathers some strength, it will keep the Gulf unsettled. And notice how for us, I would say our near shore wave heights, and if not just offshore, about 3 to 6 feet, but hey, at least we're not dealing with 20 to 30 footers near the core of Laura.
Now, we want to take you live to New Orleans this morning, where the threat of heavy rainfall and storm surge associated with these 2 storms, both of them, right, has everyone on high alert. And Jim Cantori is live there. All right, Jim, I mean, the fact that it's a 1-2 punch just sort of raises the level of intensity here in terms of the risk.
Yeah, no question. I mean, the gates are ready, you know, all 99 pump stations ready to go. I mean, they're ready to take the water out of the city. They're ready to keep the water out from Lake Pontchartrain. The river's not a concern like it was with Barry. If you remember last summer, early summer, we had Barry, but we had phenomenal spring rains that were coming down the Mississippi River at the same time. And they were worried about the water actually breaching over the riverbanks there. But that's not going to be the case in through here. We are expecting, again, about a 2 to 3 foot surge, which is nothing that they can't handle here in New Orleans. It's really about the heavy rain. But remember, the other thing about shear is bringing in not only west winds and tilting the system, but it's also bringing in dry air. So it's going to be interesting to see how much rain we actually wind up with here. And you can see this on this particular satellite and radar combination. Notice how the cloud elements are actually moving from the southwest, right down near the tropical storm symbol. You see them moving southwest. They're bringing in the dry air there. And that, of course, includes us over New Orleans. I'm going to be honest with you, I can't remember a summer morning where I've actually been comfortable in New Orleans. It just doesn't feel that humid here. And that is a part of that dry air. But you can see all the rain off to the east. Apalachicola currently at 9.95 inches of rainfall. And now we'll really, in terms of a nowcast mode, we'll watch that area of heavy rain head north toward Panama City and Destin and Freeport. Pensacola, do we sit there and get a flood today? And maybe even some severe thunderstorms with possible tornadoes. That is all a possibility. So flood watches do include New Orleans, you know, obviously for obvious reasons here. But like I said, we'll see how much of that rain envelope actually makes it west into the dry air component that's pushed in through the mid-levels. And let's take a look at the HER model, and this may give us an idea. Look at what it does. It dries it out big time as it heads west. As a matter of fact, we may see a landfall without a drop of rain. And that's not incredibly uncommon with a system that was so heavily sheared like this. So for New Orleans, again, we're going to get some gusts this afternoon and this evening. I think our worst weather will come with any rain bands that do happen to make it in through here, but I think a lot of them will dissolve out. We have a Torcon index of 3. Mobile, maybe a little bit heavier rain. Certainly Pensacola, we could get anywhere from 5, maybe even up towards 6, 7 inches of rain before all is said and done. So we'll keep an eye on things here. Again, nice to see that system sheared and weakening, but it is rainfall that is the biggest threat and some storm surge down along the Gulf Coast. All right, so let's talk about Laura, though. We're not out of the way of this. We certainly will talk about the impacts coming up to the Gulf Coast with Laura, but let's talk about what it's doing in the Caribbean. Speaking of shear, right, Jen? A little northerly shear with Laura this morning.
It is getting a little shear this morning. You can see it up to the north a bit here, but you know, it all has already caused some big impacts as it hugs the coast of Cuba right now. It's on its way to the Gulf of Mexico. New this morning, at least 11 people are dead in Haiti and the Dominican Republic after Laura cut a deadly path through the Caribbean over the weekend. Cheers for rescuers. Laura unleashing as much as 12 to 18 inches of rain on the island of Hispaniola. Floodwaters and winds teaming up to collapse houses in the Dominican Republic. Rescuers hustling to free those trapped. Look at this! This woman overcome with emotion after she escaped what could have been a concrete tomb. The country's electric utility says Laura left more than 1 million Dominicans without power. Haiti, which shares the island of Hispaniola with the Dominican Republic, battered by floods. 2 of the deaths in Haiti reportedly happened when a home collapsed. Earlier in the weekend, Laura pounded Puerto Rico. Streets flooded in the U.S. territory after nearly a half-foot of rain fell. Canals struggling to contain the heavy runoff. We'll check Laura's top rainfall totals in the Caribbean. As much as 18 inches fell around Santo Domingo, the capital of the Dominican Republic. A foot of rain soaked Haiti's southern coast. All right, so now we're seeing the rain come in to Cuba. And Steph, there's definitely some influence, of course. The low itself right now officially over the water, but there's mountains, especially that eastern side of Cuba has some big mountains, and that might have affected where the low is, as well as I think it's really wringing out a lot of moisture at the moment, too, with some heavy rain.
I mean, yeah, what we saw it do over, you know, Hispaniola, the fact that it was really well structured. It didn't seem to mind that there were mountains, which blew so many, you know, minds of meteorologists, Jen. But how much will the island of Cuba affect this system? Well, in the short term, it looks like it'll keep it on the weaker side. It's not only Cuba, but also the shear. Again, remember, these systems like to stand upright and work like a machine. So if they're getting blown over, then they're not going to be able to strengthen. This is the Gulf of Mexico, but we're going to pop up the graphics to show you that we have a 65-mile-an-hour tropical storm Laura. There's the center that Jen was mentioning, okay? And it's just starting to get some convection around it. All of those clouds with a lot of that convection is off to the south. Now, tropical storms and hurricanes, they like to have the convection around them. It's like when you have your family around you, you're more pepped up, you feel supported. That's what these systems like. And their family, that would be the thunderstorms around it. So we have tropical storm warnings for Cuba, also into the Keys right now. We will see some gusty weather, some squally weather with this system, but it's really as it emerges into the Gulf of Mexico when it could pop, because it's going to look a lot different in the Gulf of Mexico in a day or two than it does now. We have this big trough that's shearing Marco, just absolutely tearing it apart. That's going to be gone. And so this is going to tap into that warm water. It's going to tap into the fact that there is no shear, and it's going to be going around the west side of this ridge, this high pressure. So depending on how big that is, how strong that is, will help determine how far it pushes it west, and also where this low pressure develops and how the island, how it interacts with the island will determine exactly where it goes. So there's still a lot to be seen. You need to stay tuned into the Weather Channel. But regardless, there is the potential that we could see Cat 1, Cat 2, I can't rule out a Cat 3 coming into the coast right now. It's something that, Kelly, everyone along the Texas and Louisiana coast needs to be paying very close attention to.
Yeah, especially after we're dealing with Marco and the potential power outages with that and flooded roadways. Now we got to get ready for Laura, a much bigger storm and does have the potential to do more strengthening, a lot more strengthening. Right now it's a tropical storm, but it's sitting over very warm water. The average water temperature just south of Cuba, 85, maximum 87. So that's what tropical systems like. They like the warm water. They thrive upon that. And the models do have it, most of them keeping it just south of Cuba. But as it's been talked about, a lot of mountainous terrain here across the island of Cuba that could have some impact or at least keep it from strengthening that much in the near term. However, once it gets past Cuba, that's when all bets are off. It gets into that really warm water in the Gulf of Mexico, very deep warm water, and that really adds fuel to the storm, if you will. 70-mile-per-hour winds by the time we get to this time tomorrow. In the middle of the Gulf, we're talking about a hurricane now. Category 1, 85-mile-per-hour winds, and then a Cat 2 on approach to the central Gulf coastline, perhaps even as high as 105, making that landfall somewhere along the upper Texas coast or Louisiana coastline. So again, the position Tuesday, right over that warm water. We're running about 1 to 3 degrees warmer than average at this point here in the Gulf. Well, one of America's most vulnerable cities, of course, is New Orleans, and they're on high alert this morning. Jim, you are there right now, and of course, we're coming off the wettest July on record too. So where's that water going to go?
Yeah, well, the good news is it's got a short trip to the Gulf of Mexico, Kelly. So what they're more worried about in New Orleans is, where's the lake sitting at right now? Where is the river sitting at? And what kind of water is coming downstream in the Mississippi River? That's a lot more important. And, of course, rainfall rates. That's the big deal. Can you pump enough water out of the city that sits below sea level? I want to bring in the director of the Hurricane Center, Ken Graham, this morning to talk about Marco and Laura. Really just one question, Ken, on Marco here. What do you expect the worst impacts of that to be?
Well, Jim, I think you got this convection so displaced from the center with all this wind shear. So I think you're going to see those gusty winds. 2 to 4 foot of storm surge is still possible. So how much of that can drain before we start talking about Laura becomes the question this week as well. But other areas well outside the center, getting into Alabama and Georgia, that tropical moisture has to go somewhere. So well inland's going to get some pretty heavy rain the next couple days.
Yeah, we've already had 10 inches at Apalachicola. Are we going to see something like that today in Pensacola? All right, let's talk about Laura. Interestingly enough, a little shear this morning and a lot of discussion on really the upper low that's been kind of sitting over Texas, swallowing the rest of Marco, but really opening the gate to slow Laura down. Tell us how that's going to happen and what that may mean to Laura in terms of intensification.
Yeah, it's interesting when you start thinking about intensification as you talk about how long Laura has to do that. So if you think about any sort of slowdown and not having that shear over the Gulf of Mexico like we have with Marco, so there's a lot of time. So you have that time over the next few days all the way to Thursday. That's plenty of time over the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. That's plenty of time not to have shear. So we're forecasting that, the Category 2 hurricane. But this is interesting, though, not over the land in Cuba. If it's left part of the cone, there's more time for strengthening. So it could even get stronger than even the forecast. That's what we're really trying to watch out for.
So, Ken, could this become, and I got about 20 seconds left, could Laura become our first major hurricane of the season for the Atlantic?
Yeah, there's definitely the potential. Without that shear and on the left side there, you got plenty of time. It definitely could. So either way, Cat 2, Cat 3, still going to be lots of impacts.
All right, Ken Graham, director of the Hurricane Center. Lots to watch with Laura. We may have dodged the worst of Marco, but Laura may be a whole different story. We'll be right back.
Good morning, South Florida. Here's the latest on Tropical Storm Laura. Winds are at 65 miles per hour. It is moving west-northwest at 21, and it's located 125 miles east-southeast of Cayo Largo del Sur in Cuba. And as far as the satellite picture is concerned, double trouble headed for the Gulf Coast states. We have Laura, we have Marco, and we haven't seen 2 systems making landfall within 48 hours since 1933 in the Gulf Coast. So definitely a rare event. And the latest on Laura is that it's forecast to move into the Gulf of Mexico by Tuesday, slowing down, gaining hurricane status, and it could be a Cat 2 system making landfall between Louisiana and Texas sometime Thursday morning. And the wind field has expanded. The tropical storm force winds extend 175 miles out from the center, which is why the tropical storm watch for the lower Florida Keys was upgraded to a warning, but now to include Marathon in the middle portion. So tropical storm wind gusts for sure will be experienced around the Florida Keys starting tonight. Tropical storm warning in effect for Cuba, the Cayman Islands, and in this shaded area in green you see here in your screen. Now, the latest on Marco, 50-mile-per-hour winds. It is moving northwest at 10 in this direction, but the rains are moving in the opposite direction, soaking Pensacola as we speak. A lot of thunderstorms headed in that general direction. The system is expected to curve to the west, make landfall around Louisiana Tuesday morning with 40-mile-per-hour winds. Then it will be down to a depression throughout the day and then raining itself out over Texas by the middle portion of the week. So we're not expecting it to become a hurricane. The main concern will be for flooding and storm surge anywhere between Mississippi and Louisiana. And it looks like the water could range up to 3 to 6 feet above ground level.
We have to deal with the next one in line, and that is Laura, where right now you're seeing on this video people in Haiti on a boat navigating flooded streets. Tropical storm Laura dumping heavy rain across both Haiti and the Dominican Republic. It's responsible for killing, unfortunately, at least 11 people on the island. So this is, again, one of the byproducts of landfalling tropical cyclones that traditionally aren't that strong, but carry with them that mortal risk of flash flooding and mudslides, which is what we're seeing with Laura right now. 60 miles per hour, latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. You might be tuning in now. You think that's a little bit lower than it was earlier. Yeah, earlier this morning it was 65. Now it's 60. The hurricane hunters are in there and finding it a slightly weaker storm. But I think that's only a temporary weakening. I think we're going to see it pick back up. But I also want to point out that on its edge, we are, even though Laura's center is south of Cuba, we're seeing some impacts in South Florida right now. We've got a special marine warning out here. This is for areas, let's say, just to the east of Homestead, Florida, for the possibility of waterspouts. We earlier had a severe thunderstorm warning for Miami-Dade County. All for these outer bands of Laura that are rolling on in and carrying with them that 40-mile-per-hour plus wind potential. You can see each one of these squalls kind of bending in that way. That tells you that they are driven by some pretty strong wind gusts moving through the region. This is all part of the circulation of Laura, which the center is right about there. But as I mentioned, we're seeing some weather moving through parts of South Florida and also a lot of nasty thunderstorms all the way here on the south side. Why does it look like this when yesterday, just 24 hours ago, it looked perfectly symmetrical as if it was a West Pacific major hurricane? Well, what we're seeing right now is some of the effects of wind shear on Laura, where we're seeing some northerly flow relative to the storm kind of, let's say, support thunderstorm activity over here, meanwhile the center being right about there. So as long as we see this kind of asymmetry, this is not going to be in any hurry to strengthen. But I think this sort of temporary lull in strengthening, as I said, that only temporary. We're starting now to see some new thunderstorms flare up near where the center of circulation is, and the pressure, while holding steady for now somewhere around 1,000 millibars, as long as these thunderstorms, if they can remain durability over the center of circulation, we're going to see this thing get stronger and the pressure drop on a path like this. And we've all been talking about the likelihood of intensification over the Gulf of Mexico. The water's warm, and the atmosphere is going to open up a window for this thing to strengthen potentially very quickly as it moves closer and closer to the northern Gulf Coast. And Alex, 105-mile-per-hour wind here is what the Hurricane Center suggests this will be. But there is room for it to get even stronger than that. We'll talk a little bit about that in about 10 minutes. Back to you.
From Southwest Florida's news leader, this is Wink News at noon.
Well, those living in Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi all bracing for the impact from 2 tropical storms. Good afternoon. I'm Teresa O'Shea.
And I'm Kirsten Delgado. Parts of New Orleans are already feeling the effects of Tropical Storm Marco. And here's a live look at Bourbon Street, showing tropical force winds across the city and passing rain showers. Wink News is the Weather Authority, and meteorologist Dylan Federico is tracking those storms for us. Dylan?
Yeah, very busy out in the tropics this morning. Let's start off with Tropical Storm Laura, located just to the south of Cuba this afternoon. afternoon, passing between the Cayman Islands and Cuba. That centered just off to the east of the Isle of Youth, and it's pushing in the general direction of western Cuba later on today. Overall, this has definitely gotten better organized today and will eventually become a hurricane. 60-mile-per-hour winds at the moment, pushing off to the west-northwest, pretty fast at 20 miles per hour. Here's the latest thinking from the National Hurricane Center, passing well to the south of the Wink viewing area and eventually becoming a Category 2 hurricane as it pushes towards either eastern Texas or western Louisiana later on this week. Meanwhile, we're tracking Tropical Storm Marco, located just off the mouth of the Mississippi River this morning. Naked swirl there, very disorganized. Most of the storm's well off to the east. My dad just texted me in New Orleans. He says bright and sunny there at the moment. 50-mile-per-hour winds over with Marco, by the way. And this is going to push right across southeastern Louisiana over the next day or so, while weakening.
When you look at this thing in the satellite and radar perspective, you can see how disorganized it is. You can see that low-level center is very thoroughly exposed right now. As long as that's the case, the storm is going to continue to weaken. But we are seeing weather well away from that center coming into the Florida coastline. So we're looking at some gusty wind from time to time, some heavy rain from time to time. Certainly could be some flash flooding. There are also some special marine warnings out for gusty wind and for water spouts. And we've been noticing little spins developing. We were watching one right in there that has actually gone away right in there. Now there's another one just to the east of that. You can see that sort of brighter area right there. And so that could very well be a water spout that is offshore. And so we'll need to watch for those coming onshore through the course of this afternoon, especially in the Florida Panhandle and in southern parts of Alabama. Here's the model forecast, and you see the storm coming in late tonight. So there could be some gusty wind along with that, and it's going to be even gustier where we see those heavy bands of showers moving through. But overall, the storm is going to be not all that organized. Now, we're a lot more concerned about what's going on with Laura. It is a 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm right now, but we think it's going to intensify as it comes into the Gulf tomorrow, and then it could very well rapidly intensify in the northwestern part of the Gulf. Forecast now to be a Category 2 hurricane as it's approaching the Texas or Louisiana Gulf Coast, and it's going to be a large storm, so a significant wind and surge threat. You can get the latest on SiriusXM Channel 721.
Live from WPLG, Local 10 News starts right now.
We begin with the latest on tropical storms Laura and Marco. The two are inching closer to the Gulf Coast and could hit the area back to back.
And Ryan, Laura is prompting a wind advisory for parts of South Florida right now in the Keys, especially on high alert for those high winds as well.
Meanwhile, in New Orleans, people are finalizing last-minute preparations as they wait to see what Marco will do this evening.
And we're following the storms with team coverage today. Let's begin with our chief certified meteorologist, Betty Davis. So nice to say that. Betty, welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's great to be here. Let's talk about what we have happening across South Florida right now, the Keys included. The lower Keys under that tropical storm warning, while Miami-Dade and Broward simply dealing with the occasional gusty bands of showers moving through. We've seen that happen as one lifted from Miami-Dade, and now we've tracked the activity as it has moved from Broward, now heading up into Palm Beach County. So these winds could offer up gusts as high in some cases to 50 to 60, but this is what we have going on right now. Notice the showers lined up from Fort Lauderdale and extending over toward Coral Springs. That will quickly lift off toward the northwest. Meantime, in the lower Keys, here's another band of showers that we're tracking, lifting up more north of Key West at this point. These two putting out those gusty winds. Winds in this area, tropical storm force, that's what we're going to be watching out for, especially down around the lower Keys. Right now, we're finding winds sustained near 30 and gusting to near 40. And that wind forecast will be on the strong side as we push through the evening. Of course, we are well removed from the core of Tropical Storm Laura. We're tracking it down near Cuba. Winds at 60 miles per hour as of a 2 o'clock advisory. Our hurricane specialist Brian Norcross is standing by. Brian, we're going to get that new advisory coming in at 5. This system is destined to move into the Gulf of Mexico, and at that point, it could really, really start to strengthen.
And it's beginning to intensify now, Betty. We can see on the satellite that the clouds are wrapping around the center because it's down south of the Cuban coast. There's the Cuban coastline there. And look at this track. It's been just offshore. So because it's over the water, it has an opportunity to already start intensifying. When it gets up into here, the idea is it's going to intensify significantly and fairly quickly. As far as we're concerned, it's these little streaks here that have these cells in them that are moving forward at like 40, 45, 50 miles an hour. So that's where the gusty winds are. If you get one of those come by you, boy, you're going to know you're on the fringes of a tropical system. And the model shows that. You see the lines here, they're indicating this packing of the lines, indicating strong winds, and the colors here, this is where the strongest winds are. And of course, the Keys getting most of the strong winds because closer to the center of Tropical Storm Laura. So here's the idea of it moving. It goes over the western end of Cuba. There you see the model depiction so that it starts to slowly intensify, and the strong winds should let up in the Keys, the lower Keys, overnight tonight. Then it moves up into the northern Gulf, and the thinking right now is 105 miles per hour is the estimated landfall intensity, somewhere there in East Texas or western Louisiana, but Houston watching very, very closely. And New Orleans, being on the right side of the cone, is watching very closely too, because they're going to get some strong winds from this. And the confidence has really increased because now the models all coming into line kind of in the middle of the cone. So that's the focus that we have right now, unless something really surprising happens. And Calvin, Nicole, as I send it back to you, I want to acknowledge August 24th. It is today. That's 28 years since Hurricane Andrew came ashore in South Dade. An incredible day for many, many of us in South Florida.
Yeah, really changed the game for meteorologists and how forecasting is done as it relates to hurricanes. Right. Brian, we'll check back in with you. Thanks a lot.
Volvemos mientras tanto a Laura en el Caribe. El oriente cubano ha sido la zona más afectada por la tormenta, inundaciones, derrumbes, interrupciones al servicio eléctrico. Harold Santana está en vivo con imágenes y testimonios que nos llegan desde la isla. Harold, adelante.
Así es, Junieski, buenas tardes. Laura, como dicen en Cuba, o Laura, como es el nombre correcto de esta tormenta, porque es en inglés, ha dejado fuertes lluvias, también intensos vientos, así como incendios. Al menos eso ha ocurrido en el oriente de Cuba. Veamos estas imágenes. La furia de Laura se sintió en el oriente de Cuba.
El ciclón pasó con vientos fuertes, bastante agua. Los vientos eran horribles, muy parecidos a los de Sandy. Creo que hubo hasta un poquito de temblor porque mi casa se estremecía.
En la madrugada de este lunes, en Santiago de Cuba, los vientos de Laura derribaron los árboles de la avenida donde está el cuartel Moncada, la fortaleza atacada por Fidel Castro en 1953. En la llamada Ciudad Héroe se produjeron 2 incendios por cortocircuitos que fueron extinguidos por el cuerpo de bomberos local. La provincia de Granma también sufrió fuertes lluvias y crecidas de ríos.
Con la crecida de los ríos ya hay localidades incomunicadas, por ejemplo, la Guira de Providencia, hasta donde no pudimos acceder.
No tenemos la posibilidad de estar allí, no hay resguardos allí, aparte tenemos un paso que está destruido. Por las mismas aguas se destruyó el paso.
Lluvias intensas y fuertes vientos afectan a las provincias del centro de Cuba, que están ahora en fase de alerta ciclónica, y las del occidente en alarma ante el paso de Laura. Las autoridades dicen estar vigilantes.
Siguiendo la trayectoria, como bien se especificó, esto por el radio de acción de los vientos abarca la isla completa.
Así está ahora Trinidad, la ciudad museo a cielo abierto. En tanto, en La Habana, con un fondo habitacional deteriorado, se emprenden los preparativos para mitigar posibles daños ante el paso de Laura esta noche por Artemisa y Pinar del Río. Y para conocer más de Laura, ahí tenemos listo en los estudios de Telemundo 51 nuestro meteorólogo Ariel Rodríguez. Ariel, buenas tardes.
Muchas gracias, Harold. Pasemos justamente a hablar de lo que está ocurriendo con este sistema y recalcar que gran parte del occidente cubano, todo el occidente cubano, incluyendo Isla de la Juventud, están ahora mismo bajo ese aviso de tormenta tropical, al igual que la porción centro y sur de los Cayos de la Florida. Los vientos de 60 millas por hora vienen y se están sintiendo en gran parte de esta zona, como vemos en este color amarillo. Incluso han llegado a sentirse en ráfagas en algunos puntos del sur de la Florida y van a continuar incursionando sobre todo el sector del Golfo a través de las horas de la noche. Ya este sistema se aproxima a tocar tierra cerca de Pinal del Río y Artemisa en el transcurso de las próximas 2 horas, cerca de las 8 de la noche. Este es el cono de trayectoria y lo que más nos preocupa ahora es la zona de Luisiana. Acá podrían estar viendo el impacto de un huracán categoría 2 en el transcurso del miércoles en la noche, madrugada de jueves. Muy seria la situación en esta zona. Ya tenemos vigilancia de huracán en ese sector, ya que se prevé el impacto directo en ese sector. Buena noticia para Laura en estos momentos es que va a encontrar condiciones muy favorables cuando llega al Golfo de México. Obviamente eso es muy malo para la costa del Golfo porque va a ayudar a que se gane en intensidad. Además, las aguas en el Golfo de México están extremadamente cálidas y muy pocos sistemas han llegado acá, así que tiene mucha energía para nutrirse. El modelo de pronóstico sacándolo justamente de las costas de Pinal del Río ya después de la medianoche, incursionando sobre el Golfo de México y adentrándose ya cerca de las costas de Luisiana tarde el miércoles en la noche con esos vientos quizás de 105 millas por hora. Rapidito le menciono que hay otra tormenta tropical que ha quedado en el olvido porque está muy maltrecha y ni siquiera tiene ningún tipo de advertencia asociada a la misma. Se llama Marco y ya comienza a disiparse. En cuanto al nivel local, hemos visto la influencia de esas bandas muy exteriores de Laura. Ráfagas de viento cerca de 35 millas por hora podrían verse hasta las horas de la madrugada, pero las cosas estarían mejorando. Vean.
Video of a lightning strike around Panama City. You got to check this out. Whoa, right? That shot from underneath the pier. The storm was coming in, and that thing was wicked out over the water. We have had a ton of lightning with the storms today that have been well off to the east of where Marco made landfall. And heavy rain has caused us some big issues, including some of the flooding that we're seeing here in Panama City Beach. Look at the water just flowing down the roads here. Some places have picked up 4, 5, 6 inches of rain. And notice this view here as well. Trucks just going down the road in, maybe 6 inches of water or so. We'd urge you to go slow through that water too. You could create big wakes and flood other vehicles. So if you can safely drive through a little bit of water, that'd be okay. But again, just watch your speed. Some people can be, well, let's just see, less than smart. But it's going to be my nice way of putting it. All right, so Marco making landfall. Last hour, a 40-mile-per-hour tropical storm still, all right? Basically at the mouth of the Mississippi is where it made landfall, but that's where the storm's center is. All the stormy weather is way over here. We had a lot of wind shear that cut across this and exposed the low-level center and took all the weather off to the north and the east here. Made a landfall, mouth of the Mississippi River, 40-mile-per-hour winds and pressure at 1,006 millibars here. You can see it on the visible satellite. There's where it sits, right in there. But all the thunderstorms of the panhandle of Florida, actually, they extend all the way up into the Carolinas, by the way. Some really intense stuff here in the low country of South Carolina. Getting hit hard in Charleston. Ongoing concern, you might have some flooding in Charleston, a very flood-prone city, and those thunderstorms do not help at all.
Tracking Laura on the Weather Channel, I'm meteorologist Chris Warren here in Houston, Texas. Houston, Texas is on the edge, essentially, and tomorrow we're going to know a lot more. And what I mean by the edge, I want to show you. First, there's Houston, the beautiful skyline right there. On the other side, on the east side of the city, is where the cone of uncertainty is, and that's what we see right here. Here is Houston. This is where I'm standing right now, just on the edge. When you look at the cone of uncertainty, remember, too, the center of the storm, a third of the time, goes on the outside. So Houston is still in play, regardless of whether it's in the cone or not. The storm could still go this way. But look at these numbers. 100 mile per hour, 105. They're getting up close to a Category 3 hurricane. So that's possible landfall. But then look at this. Inland area, still strong tropical storm getting up into East Texas, the Arklatex, all the way through possibly Little Rock, St. Louis, heads up, Memphis, Nashville, Charleston, West Virginia, all the way to the mid-Atlantic. But there's a lot to learn between here and whether or not Houston eventually will end up being in the cone, talking about the fact that Houston is just on the edge and what this can mean. It can mean that it's just not that bad. Or we could have major impacts here in Houston. That is still a possibility. And knowing that the weather is expected to go downhill Wednesday into Thursday with the possible landfall somewhere within there, again, possible hurricane landfall, tomorrow's the day. tomorrow's the day. First, we're going to find out a much better idea of what this is going to be, where it is ultimately going to go, and if it does look more likely than not that Houston is going to see the brunt of it, Mark, then there's not a lot of time to prepare here. And I think that's one of the things with the storm about 1,000 miles away. I think it's kind of hard maybe for people to get their head around things, especially when tomorrow's actually going to be a pretty decent day as well.
Especially since Houston isn't at least yet under a watch of any kind. I would assume that that's going to change sooner rather than later. There's just too many of the ensemble members that are suggesting Houston could be directly at play for the alarm bells not to start to be rung a little bit louder for the Houston area. So, Chris, I know you're doing your job there trying to warn everybody that this event is on the way, potentially on the way towards the Houston area. Somewhere in the Gulf Coast is going to be a big deal storm. So let's go through some of the latest information that we are following with regards to Laura, right? This is an impressive satellite loop because of the fact that there was land interaction just about all day. And the tropical storm thus far has kind of shrugged it off. We're waiting on that next advisory time right about 11 o'clock Eastern, and that position is going to be out here. Notice new blow up of thunderstorms right with that center. Some of this tropical moisture is going to get dragged around, and we could have a large tropical system moving into the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Already 65-mile-per-hour winds. We've got some hurricane hunter flights on either side of Cuba checking out the storm in great detail. That data is going into the models. That data is going into the National Hurricane Center. Lots of really important stuff happening from there. How about the wind field? Yes, so far it has been kind of east loaded. Havana gusting to near 30, but look at Key West, hundreds of miles away, still gusting to close to 45 miles per hour. Earlier tonight, winds close to 70. Again, shows you the scale. And where do we go from here? Well, putting all the models together, all the different ensembles, and kind of making a heat map for you. Very good confidence that we're going to go through the center of the Gulf of Mexico. More confidence in western Louisiana than eastern. More confidence in East Texas than southern Texas. Starting to narrow down that path as to where we're going next. And here's kind of a zoom in for you. Houston, we cannot say that you won't have direct impacts. There's just too many opportunities from those ensembles coming your way. And again, some of the forecast numbers, as Chris was mentioning, could be underdone at this point. We've seen storms take a similar path to this before. So for an in-depth look at some of those storms, I want to bring back hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knabb, because Dr. Knabb, these are some infamous, not just famous, but infamous storms that took a path like this.
Yeah, and I think revisiting some of that history will be instructive to remind us how things can change. In all of these storms, with Rita, with Ike, with Isaac, with Barry, a lot of things didn't go according to the script if you were to pay attention to the exact track and intensity forecast 2 days ahead of time. Now, to set this up, I want to show you again the track and intensity forecast for Laura, and we'll go back to the tracks for these storms. Now, again, you cannot guarantee that the center is going to stay within this cone, and you cannot guarantee that the intensity will be exactly what is shown here. In fact, I just looked at the latest model output, and if you look at what is the possibility of it being a Cat 2 24 hours from now, it's about 1 in 3. What's the chance of it being a Cat 3 about 2 days from right now, and that's before landfall? About 1 in 3. I mean, so those are not really, really low chances. So the track and the intensity could throw us some curveballs, and you look at all these possible tracks, and when I see this big, wide swath of possible tracks, it reminds me of some of these past Western Gulf storms, and when you see this wide range of intensity model solutions, also reminds me of some past storms that didn't behave themselves exactly like we thought. Now, I picked some systems that are going along a similar path relative to Cuba on the way to the Gulf of Mexico, and then show you what the outcome was. Now, Rita was already a Cat 2 when it was about at this point, became a Cat 5, but then it weakened. And you remember what a big shift in the forecast track we saw as it went farther and farther north up the coast. That track certainly changed in terms of the forecast. Ike was a big-time major hurricane out here, but then it weakened to a Cat 1. But even though it had interacted with Cuba for a long time, even though it had disrupted its inner core, it was still able to re-strengthen almost to Cat 3 across the Gulf of Mexico, whereas Laura has an inner core that it might be able to develop. Isaac spent most of its time over Hispaniola in Cuba, still made it to a hurricane, even though it went farther to the east. And I remind you of Barry from last year because of the big-time inland flood event that happened in Louisiana and Arkansas. Laura is not just going to be a coastal event, it will be an inland event as well. We're going to be covering every bit of it for you.
The top at 11, we are tracking double trouble in the tropics. Tropical storm Marco making landfall near the mouth of Mississippi, bringing heavy rains to the Big Easy.
But the bigger concern is Tropical Storm Laura, which is already battering the Caribbean as it moves through the islands and could pack a major punch as it takes aim at the Gulf Coast. The strong gusts from Laura leading to a wind advisory all throughout parts of South Florida today and a tropical storm warning for the Middle and Lower Keys.
Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis is back and following it all from the Weather Authority Center. Betty.
Hi, everyone. All eyes on Laura as the center of this tropical storm moves from the western part of Cuba out over the Gulf of Mexico waters. This is the new advisory, maximum sustained winds of 65 miles per hour, still moving fast toward the west-northwest at 20 miles per hour. And as it's coming out over the warm waters of the Gulf, we can expect this to intensify. So let's consider where it will be heading and just how strong it is expected to get. So here is the projected path and also the intensity forecast from the National Hurricane Center, showing it moving into the southeastern Gulf overnight into Tuesday, then coming out into the central Gulf. And then as we're heading toward the middle of the week, appears to be slated for a landfall right along the Gulf Coast of the U.S. And obviously, based on this projected path, it's between the, say, upper coast of Texas and the coast of Louisiana that will certainly have to pay attention to this forecast, as they could be dealing with the landfall of a very powerful hurricane. This intensity forecast does show that the intensity reaches 110 miles per hour as it's approaching land. That is pretty close to a Category 3 hurricane. All it would need is a 111 mile per hour wind. So we're talking about the potential for a major hurricane making landfall in those parts. Back here at home, we have simply been dealing with the outer periphery of Tropical Storm Laura, offering us those rain bands and the gusty winds. We'll talk more about Laura and what's ahead for us tomorrow as Laura gets farther away from the Keys in South Florida. Nicole?
Okay, thank you, Betty. We'll check out this scene at Key West. The city feeling some of Tropical Storm Laura's strong winds, and you can see waves crashing against the seawall, leaving the area flooded while some people play in the water.
Well, meantime, in Cuba, the island nation is now dealing with the aftermath of Tropical Storm Laura here. In the town of Baracoa, heavy downpours and wind gusts of nearly 75 miles an hour left downed trees and damaged dozens of homes there, forcing some people to seek shelter overnight. And the storm also battering the Dominican Republic today. Nearly 500,000 people are without power, and several landslides were reported across the country after Laura made landfall there on Saturday. And take a look at the severe flooding left behind by Laura in Haiti. Residents were seen walking through knee-deep water in the low-lying area of Cité Soleil. At least 11 people were killed by the storm in Haiti and the Dominican Republic.
All right, let's go to the update on Tropical Storm Laura. Just pushing off the coast of Cuba. It is 85 miles northwest of the western tip of Cuba, but you can see the convection with the system extends out from the center hundreds of miles, and that's what we were worried about in the Florida Keys. I believe as of the 5 a.m. advisory, that tropical storm warning was allowed to expire for the Keys. We should not be under any watches and warnings. Looks as though that 5 a.m. advisory is updating for me. There you go. Winds at 65 miles per hour. It's moving west-northwest at 17 miles per hour. The pressure has dropped. That's a sign of strengthening. And you notice that the forecast cone does have it strengthening to a Category 3 hurricane, winds of 115 miles per hour before making landfall sometime Thursday morning between the border of Texas and Louisiana. So yeah, this is going to be something that's going to be pretty devastating for our friends in that area after they're already dealing with some tropical storm force winds and rain because of Marco. So the wind field of this system has gotten larger. I just noticed that too. So yes, the system is going to be packing a punch for much of the Gulf Coast states. For us here in South Florida, this tropical storm warning warning should have been allowed to expire as of 5 a.m. I'll get more details on that. Here's the 5 a.m. advisory on Marco, which is no longer a tropical storm. Actually, it should have came through as a post-tropical storm, as we saw that about 10 minutes ago. This is the last advisory on Marco. Winds of 30 miles per hour. It's moving west at 10.
Tropical raindrops are very, very tiny relative to, you know, say raindrops that come from mid-latitude systems, because they're starting off as warm, opposed to raindrops that come from mid-latitude systems start off as snowflakes, so they're bigger, and it doesn't really make a difference. You're still going to get a lot of rain, but just something interesting to think about.
Yeah, and it's interesting, Stephanie, because, you know, radar used to underestimate that. Okay, because of that small drop size, it didn't show up as highly reflective, if you will, as the bigger hydrometers. So we often underestimated the rainfall amounts, and they've changed that with algorithms in recent past. But still, we know any tropical system is going to bring in a lot of rainfall, that's for sure. All right, guys, I want to bring in the director of the Hurricane Center, Mr. Ken Graham, to talk about what is going to be a very, very big 11 a.m. advisory, and maybe get some of his thinking as to what he's looking at. Ken, we can't ignore the European. The new run, the 6Z run, is out, still heading toward the west. How much is that going to factor into that 11 o'clock advisory?
Yeah, it is a couple of factors in that next advisory. You know, you're looking at the aircraft data that we're slowly getting stronger and stronger with that intensity as we forecast. But the other part of it is we focus on this cone. You know, you're going to get some little wiggles and wobbles back and forth in this cone. But either way, Jim, this is a life-threatening situation anywhere from the Bolivar Peninsula, Galveston, Houston, all the way over to central Louisiana. Those impacts are going to stretch well outside the center of the storm.
But yeah, the pressure, you know, certainly to move that cone has got to be high, because you add, with just a few miles, maybe 80 to 100 miles, so many million more people into that mix, including a major metro area like Houston, which has 7 million people in it. So, you know, obviously, you know, you guys are going to do the best with all that. You know, you mentioned what we're seeing from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft right now is a big deal. Some of those SFMR winds already at hurricane force. You know, potentially we have a hurricane with hurricane warnings, storm surge warnings popping up at 11 as well.
Yeah, that's with all the conversation back behind me, Jim. I'm literally in operations right now. The specialist behind me, I can hear some of the conversations. That is the discussion. So we're getting closer and closer to it, and we're going to be watching real close.
Ken, what is your biggest fear right now with Laura?
Without a doubt. I mean, you start looking at the potential of the hurricane force winds stretching, you know, from areas of Houston into Louisiana. But the other part is just the devastating rainfall that's going to occur, not just on the coast, but inland. Jim, the storm surge. You go back in history as the leading cause of fatalities in these tropical systems. And you look at this, the red area here is greater than 9 foot of storm surge. That's water up your pant leg. That's water on the ground that is normally dry areas, but now has water on it. And that stretches a large area of the coastline. That's life-threatening.
Yeah, with battering waves on top of that. Ken Graham, I always appreciate your insight. Again, big advisory coming up. The best to you and your team as you prepare that information to come out. Expect a big ramp up with these warnings at 11 o'clock this morning, guys.
And we have breaking news. The National Hurricane Center did not wait for the 11 a.m. advisory. They have decided to make Laura a hurricane, now a Category 1. They were finding some winds that were gusting to hurricane strength that they've been flying through. That pressure has been dropping a touch. You see it's down to 991. And here are those hurricane hunters that have been flying through the storm. You can see that they have seen some of those winds up to hurricane strength. We were just talking to the Hurricane Center saying, you know, thinking that at the 11 a.m. advisory they would do it. But, Jim, they did not wait. As even looking on the satellite, you can tell this is getting stronger and is starting to develop, and that convection is finally wrapping around it on all sides.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we thought was going to happen once it moved away from Cuba. It's pretty much got free reign now over warm waters. Sure, if there was a little upwelling So we went from 87 degrees down to 80. It's still plenty warm enough in the Gulf of Mexico, especially when you have the right atmospherics like we have with this thing to blow it up, Steph. So again, as we get to 11 o'clock, now it is, what are we going to do with that cone? Are we going to shift it a little bit west, as per a lot of the global guidance is certainly suggested? Are we going to certainly go into hurricane warnings, storm surge warnings as well? These are all things I think that are going to be a big part of this 11 a.m. Eastern or 10 a.m. Central Time advisory.
All right, so the winds are going to be a huge, destruction maker with this, Jim. But the surge will wipe out coastlines, and it's where most people die. And it's not only at the coast, Jim. I want to emphasize that that water pushes all the way up rivers that go inland 20, even 30 miles at times.
Yeah, the Calcasieu River, the Sabine River, depending on where this goes, exact track. We're going to get a phenomenal amount of water pushing up these rivers. I mean, the whole Gulf Coast is very surge prone, but the Northeast Gulf, especially at Appalachia Bay or the Big Bend of Florida, if you will, and also this northwest side. I mean, Steph, you're talking about entire parishes that could be inundated here, okay, with even 10 feet of water. Cameron Parish, for example, and Acadiana, very low area in there where Lafayette is. Morgan City, you were over there as well. You get 13 parishes that are very, very low and surrounded by water. That even with a storm track to the west, this thing's big enough to push all that water up into that region. So, it's going to be worse in New Orleans potentially than obviously Marco was.
Absolutely. And again, it matters where it comes in for landfall. So those people not even affected by landfall will see the water rise. But Jim, this literally will wipe out a community where we have that landfall, Jen, with the water. I remember with Ike, wiped out the Bolivar Peninsula, literally just wiped it basically. Rita wiped areas clean. Katrina wiped areas clean. And we're talking Cat 2, Cat 3 hurricanes. You don't need a Cat 5.
No, right. The water, it has the force, it has the power. And you look at just how low-lying this area is, that's a big factor. So we're going to go into Beaumont and Port Arthur, and we've got, less than 10 feet elevation across a huge portion of this area. 110,000 people, 48,000 homes under 10 feet. And the inundation potential is there for more than 9 feet of storm surge here. So this is what this map's showing you. In red, these are areas that have 9 foot plus storm surge inundation possible. Of course, we're looking at the Port Arthur area, but we're looking especially at places like Orange, Texas, where in Orange County, they've started their evacuations today. This area is so low-lying, and look at the amount of inundation that we're expecting, somewhere up over 9 feet. And even in the orange and the yellow, that's still a life-threatening storm surge. We go along the coastal areas of Louisiana, again, very low-lying. And the question is, how far inland could this get? Well, it could get, more than 20 miles, 26 miles when you look at a, combination of being low-lying and the water rise that is expected across this area. Of course, along the bayous, the rivers, there'll be significant impacts upstream, too. We always watch for that, and watching especially around Lake Charles, up around the lake, and then north up along the bayous and the river here as well. Let's go to Houston. Speaking of bayous, the Bayou City, let's go to Houston and check in with Paul Goodlow on what's happening there today, preparing for now Hurricane Laura. Paul?
That's a huge concern, Jen, because again, we're talking about in the metro area, over 7 million Americans live here, and now they're facing down a potential major hurricane making landfall, maybe within 100 miles of downtown Houston, where I'm standing. See the skyline behind me? We are definitely concerned because we've gone through this a couple of times. In fact, 3 years ago, almost to the day, we're dealing with the approach and landfall of Hurricane Harvey farther south on the coast towards Corpus Christi. But we remember the rain disaster that had. And take a look at this video. The images are unforgettable. Some areas got more than 5 feet of rain, and they were literally, most of the city shut down. A lot of highways around town, and even those were underwater. People were stranded, and people still have a little PTSD for being even stuck and stranded on highways for hours upon hours. And then last year, we had Imelda come through, also bringing some heavy rain, similar flooding well east of town, but also in Houston. They've had some heavy rain and flooding just last hurricane season. So there's been back-to-back years, or almost back-to-back years, with flooding across the area. And now you're dealing with a major hurricane. The good news is we don't expect that type of flooding here, but we do expect more of a wind threat. That's a whole different animal, whole different threat approaching here. So now's the time to prepare, as evacuation orders in Galveston and even Chambers County. You can see major surge there as well. We'll give you updates all throughout the day here on the Weather Channel and AMHQ. We're back after this.
Hey, Rashi, so that jetty that those folks are standing on, I'm very confident that by tomorrow afternoon that's going to be underwater. I don't mean that the whole island's going to be underwater, but things like that are near the Gulf of Mexico or any low-lying areas, especially away from the seawall, are definitely going to be at risk. We have a hurricane on our hands right now, guys. It is Hurricane Laura, and it is about 600 miles away. And between here and here, there's really nothing as far as any high winds, any cool water, nothing to get in its way from becoming a very powerful hurricane. This is a close-up view of the visible satellite imagery, and just look at these spiral rain bands starting to form. Really looks like this storm is going to start to intensify a lot today. What are the models showing us? Well, yes, as Sally and Rashi mentioned, little bit of a jog closer to us. We don't like to see that, but keep in mind these models will waver back and forth, and this thing is still 600 miles away from us. It's still day and a half away from being, sort of in our neighborhood. And so there will be changes. You should expect changes. Here's a look at some of our primary computer models where they've been pointing recently. Still here in this area between around High Island and around Cameron, Louisiana, with the majority of the worst of the weather probably over there in the Golden Triangle area. But it is just too close for us to let our guard down. I mean, if it takes any jog to the west, we're going to be in for a much bigger impact than if it takes a little jog to the east. What's steering it right now? Well, it's between an area of high pressure off of the east coast of the U.S. and this elongated area of low pressure over Texas, and that should help to steer it generally off in this direction. And notice this black area there, that just indicates that there's no significant wind flowing in the high levels ahead of this thing to sort of shear it apart or anything like that, and so it's very likely it is going to strengthen. Right now we have some rain still left over from Tropical Storm Marco, or Tropical Depression Marco, across parts of Louisiana. Some of that may migrate in our direction coming up by the afternoon, but Marco turned out to be a total dud of a storm.
Well, we've got more thunderstorm activity near the center of rotation, and when you have that vertical alignment like that, you can sort of cooperate the atmosphere and the ocean and all the things together, the spin and the thunderstorms, to strengthen it. Now, when they're separated from one another like they were yesterday, where the circulation and lots of the thunderstorms were removed from one another to some degree, then you don't really see much intensification. And that was because yesterday we had a decent amount of wind shear impacting Laura, and today not so much. In fact, even less than yesterday, and probably as we go forward in time toward the next 24 to 48 hours, even less than we got now, because Laura is going to be moving in this direction, and the atmosphere will be fairly I would say hospitable to Laura in allowing it to breathe and giving it an opportunity to strengthen fairly quickly on its northwestern movement. Now, the upgrade to the track is not that significant. We haven't really seen much movement left or right in the track. Either way, what it's telling us is that Laura will be moving this way, and the the oceanic heat content, the other part that helps control the intensity, is going to be well suited to support a major hurricane, no problem. The ocean is not going to be in the way of Laura strengthening, and some of the atmospheric components won't be either, given the fact that there's not going to be a whole lot of wind shear. But one of them may be kind of lurking on the sort of periphery of Laura that may at least hold the intensification rate back a little bit, maybe. And that is the dry air that right now surrounds it, and probably in the next day or so will also. The profiles out here show very low relative humidities at many levels in the atmosphere circulating around the Gulf of Mexico. So, if that dry air can get in, then maybe it will hold the intensification rate back just a little bit. We'll see. Hard to get in there when you don't have a lot of wind shear, and we don't have a lot of wind shear. So it remains to be seen if that dry air is going to penetrate the core, but we'll have to wait and see if indeed that is the case. Pressure has come down maybe a little bit. The hurricane hunters are finding around 990, 998. But the idea is, Paul, that the consensus here is for a near major hurricane, if not indeed a major hurricane. Winds around 115 or so miles per hour, closing in on the Texas Gulf Coast later on tomorrow evening. Impacts felt even before then. Be vigilant, because we know there's a big storm. The impacts will be felt far and wide, not only outside of the cone, but preceding Laura's arrival. Paul.
Live from KPRC, this is Channel 2 News Midday.
Right now at midday, upgraded, Laura is now a hurricane churning in the Gulf with its eyes set on making landfall early Thursday morning. This is a look at the latest path for the storm, and it shows the storm moving farther west. Now is the time to finish your preparations.
Get out now. Mandatory evacuations for the city of Galveston in anticipation of that storm. We'll look at what local leaders are saying, and our traffic expert, Anavid Reyes, with more on the evacuation routes out of town.
There are watches and evacuations stretching from the Galveston area all the way to Lake Charles, Louisiana. We have crews covering the weather for you from every angle. We also have our team of meteorologists tracking the latest developments with the storm. We start with meteorologist Britta Merwin.
And Britta, you got a new track within the hour that's giving us a better idea of what Laura may do.
Yeah, a new track and also a big update on the watches that are now warnings. So yes, we've had our tropical storm watches and hurricane watches bumped up to a warning, and we've also seen those tropical storm warnings expanded. So what used to be a hurricane watch for our east counties and directly at the coast is now a hurricane warning. That means that you could feel hurricane force winds and conditions within the next 24 hours. Meanwhile, where you see yellow, which includes the majority of the metro area, you're under a tropical storm warning. We also have had that tropical storm warning expanded to include Grimes County, Waller County, and Fort Bend County. If you're highlighted in yellow, that means that you can experience tropical storm force winds and conditions within the next 24 hours. We will start to feel the outer rain bands of Laura starting tomorrow morning. Here's the latest on the storm. As of the 10 a.m. advisory, we don't really have a big shift to the track, and we don't have a huge change in strength, but we've seen a little wiggle here or there. Right now, the winds are at 75 miles per hour. We're anticipating it to increase to a Category 2 hurricane tomorrow. Landfall is still to our east, but there is just the slightest nudge off to the west, and that could actually continue as a trend as we go into the afternoon. The wind speeds at landfall, 115 miles per hour. The cone represents where the center of the storm is 2/3 of the time. That means, according to the National Hurricane Center, that landfall could be as far to the west as Jamaica Beach and as far to the east as central portions of Louisiana. But the trends of what we are seeing on the computer models favor a wiggle to the west over a wiggle to the east. It doesn't mean we can't see it, but those are the trends that we've been tracking over the last 12 hours. As we zoom things out, this is a fast-moving system. It is going to blast through within 12 hours, but that 12 hours could be very intense if we do get a direct hit, or even if we see landfall moving into Jefferson County. Right now is the time to be prepared and make sure that you are informed. This is a live look over downtown. It is a beautiful lunch hour. Temperatures are starting to climb outside. We're at 90 degrees here in Houston, upper 80s in Galveston. Make sure that you're walking your property today. Make sure that you're ready to go, that your drains are cleared, and bring in everything from the outside porch. That's for sure. Here's another live look at that beautiful sunshine over downtown. We're looking towards downtown along the Southwest Freeway. We'll top off in the mid-90s today, and we do have a chance of afternoon thunderstorms. Right now, though, I'm not even seeing much cloud development, so we might want to lower that chance down to about 20%. I would be prepared for a mainly dry day and take advantage of it. Coming up, we'll take a full look at the track for Laura, a few of the steering mechanisms that could be pushing it closer to us. Over to you.
All right, Britta, thanks so much. Right now, mandatory evacuations are underway in the city of Galveston.
Channel 2's Vincent Crivelli has been following the developments from the coast. And Vince, we know families have today and early tomorrow to gather what they need and get off the island.
Lisa, that's right. Several families are leaving right now. Others are boarding up their properties before taking off. Take a look after that mandatory evacuation order was issued at 6 o'clock this morning. Today, neighbors in Galveston are preparing to leave the island.
You never know a situation like this. Hurricanes are unpredictable.
Pratt Williams came to the Island Community Center, where buses will evacuate residents to Austin. Housing will be provided, but Williams plans to stay with family.
I'm prepared to, go stay with some of my nephews. Of course, I'm going to have to eat bubble gum and everything else and pizza, but it's more safer to eat bubble gum and pizza than be stuck down here on the island.
Williams has this word of warning for people planning to stay.
And I heard some people talk about they're going to have a hurricane party. let me tell you something. It might be their last hurricane party.
A couple miles away, Kurt Kupczynski is boarding up this century-old home.
So this house was originally purchased by my parents, but for our family. So the goal was to have this for my kids and my grandkids. I was going to try this by myself. Thankfully, I didn't.
This job of protection for a family heirloom is now a father-son activity.
We like to do things like go on fishing trips, not board up houses, but, you know, it's all part of life.
Their focus for defense are the antique windows.
So that was our #1 priority with coming down here this morning. We'll definitely put a few hours into it now. We told our neighbor across the street we'd help out, and we may see some other neighbors that need assistance as well. So we'll be down here as long as we need to be or until we get kicked out.
And the city of Galveston says the buses provided by the state will take residents from Galveston to Austin throughout the day. For now, reporting live in Galveston, Vincent Crivelli, KPRC, Channel 2 News.
Vince, thank you. Channel 2's Brittany Jeffers is live near Galveston Bay with what's happening for people living in the Seabrook and Kemah areas.
Brittany, you spoke with meteorologist Jeff Lindner with the Harris County Flood Control District, and he has a specific concern for communities that way.
Yeah, talking specifically about Kemah or any of the surrounding areas, he says the big concern right now is the potential for a storm surge. Now, he says that what we're talking about here is upwards of 2 to 4 feet above sea level, even more potentially in some locations.
We're going to wrap the mainsails up tight where it can't blow around.
Scott Kersey says he'll be out at the Kemah Marina all day. While Hurricane Laura looms in the Gulf, he'll be prepping boats.
We're prepping worst case for a 4 direct, and well, you know, we wish for the best, but you know, prepare for the worst.
Kemah now under a hurricane warning. In neighboring Seabrook, the mayor has issued a voluntary evacuation order for this low-lying area. Jeff Lindner, director of the flood operations for Harris County Flood Control District, says the storm surge for the area is a major concern.
Right now, we're looking at anywhere from 2 to 4 feet above the naturally dry ground. Those values may go up a little bit to 3 to 5 feet later this morning. So this is starting to get into a little bit more of a serious situation down there, especially in Seabrook and Nassau Bay. Those areas are extremely vulnerable and extremely low. And so potentially 5 feet above the ground could be into some of the structures down there.
Sheila King lives in Seabrook and says she has her own plans.
I believe that, you know, I'm not going to go through anything that I really can't stand or go through.
My recommendation right now is this is an evolving situation. If your local officials call for an evacuation, I strongly suggest you heed that recommendation.
Lindner says with the changing forecast, people who live in this area need to be making preparations now. Now, as far as preparations are concerned, the Kemah police chief says that right now that they have fully staffed the public works department as well as police. They say that all crews are ready to help in this weather event. Reporting live in Kemah, I'm Brittany Jeffers, KPRC, Channel 2 News.
All right, well, more information on Tropical Storm Laura still continues to stream in. So we want to bring in the director of the National Hurricane Center, Ken Graham, to discuss this. Ken, thanks for being with us again today. So a lot has been evolving just in the last couple of hours, and we're still seeing, you know, some of the models trending farther to the west, and that could have huge impacts on a city like Houston. Do you think we're going to have more changes, and what should folks there be prepared for?
Yeah, Jackie, definitely. The track could be anywhere inside this cone. And the cone becomes pretty useful in the extended forecast over the next 24 hours or so, because 2/3 of the time we could expect the center to be anywhere inside this cone. And so if we're a little bit on the left side of this cone, that brings the brunt of the hurricane force winds right into Houston. So anybody in this area needs to be ready for the wind, the hurricane force wind, and of course the impacts well outside the cone. That's the rainfall and also that storm surge.
So this storm is expected to be big. It's going to continue to move as it makes its way inland. And storms like that are moving that quickly tend to take a little longer to wind down. How far inland is wind going to be a problem?
Yeah, that's always the case with these, especially if you get a strong storm that's moving fast. That means it takes longer. It could go further inland with those hurricane force winds. So you'll see still a hurricane moving into East Texas, also portions of West Louisiana, but still think about how far north. Shreveport, we're still forecasting to be a tropical storm. So well inland, you can see those winds, even a depression into Arkansas. So think about those winds. the rainfall, and that's a significant situation when you start knocking down trees and losing power. Big time long-term power outages for some of these areas.
What is your main message that you want to get out to people right now?
You got today to get ready. I think that's the big message, Jackie. I think, you start looking at those impacts well before you get the center. You can't focus just on that center point. That storm surge could get there 12 hours, 15 hours early. That rain already gets there early. Tropical storm force winds start tomorrow morning and start throughout the day. So this storm surge, this is life-threatening storm surge in these areas, anywhere from the Bolivar Peninsula, Galveston Bay, all the way over to portions of Louisiana, well east of the storm because the storm is so large, even over to Morgan City. Any one of these areas, today's the day to prepare.
All right, thanks so much, Ken Graham, the director of the National Hurricane Center.
We got rough weather out in the Gulf, but here at home, we're not looking too bad.
No, things are just really, really hot out there. The heat indexes are way up there, right, Betty?
Oh, yeah, definitely. You feel it. I mean, that air, it's the air you can wear today with that measure of moisture and the low levels of the atmosphere being so high. We don't have tropical downpours, but our air mass is tropical. We are looking at a tropical system right now over the Gulf of Mexico. This is Hurricane Laura. This is the visible satellite imagery, the sun rays reflecting off those clouds, allowing for images like this, and you can get a view of what the clouds look like that make up this system, the structure of it. On the one hand today, noticing as though some drier air has been working in, but on the other hand, maybe the system is trying to become more organized and at some point become more symmetrical. Obviously, you can see some thunderstorms blowing up in association with Hurricane Laura as the center of this hurricane churns over the southeastern Gulf of Mexico. Maximum sustained winds as of the latest advisory, 75 miles per hour. We'll await the 5 o'clock advisory to see if we've even got a bump up in those winds, because the forecast does call for an intensifying hurricane as it makes its way toward the Gulf Coast. So if you haven't seen the projected path as of late, here it is. Forecast to become a major hurricane, a Category 3, before it makes that landfall somewhere between the upper coast of Texas and over towards Southwest Louisiana. So it is indeed expected to be a powerful hurricane. If you have family or friends in this area, or maybe you were planning a trip coming up here very shortly, I'm sure some things are going to be changing for you with that in the forecast. Meantime, back here at home, the most we have dealt with today, few quick showers coming in on the breeze.
On Laura, the winds now at 80 miles per hour, Category 1 hurricane for us currently. Pressure 990, west-northwest movement at 17 miles per hour. It's getting its act together here, folks, now that it's over the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico. And a couple subtle things to point out here on the visible satellite, which gives us a really good view. We had a little bit of dry air that pulled into the system earlier today, and I think it's really doing a good job of fending all that off. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause this here in the last frame and show you a couple things, all right? Well, I'm going to go backwards. I'm going to go back just a couple of hours. I'm going to take you back to about 2 o'clock, all right? Maybe even just a nudge farther back than that. I want you to take a look at the storm here, okay? It's kind of milky looking around it. You don't see any little blobs. Everything's kind of smooth near the center of circulation, right? But watch what happens once we get to current time. It's a little different. Subtle differences do make a big difference. Do you see? Here's the center of circulation right in here. And then on the outsides of that circulation, it's taking on more of an annular shape, a ring shape. On the outside of that circulation, you're getting little blowups of convection. See little bumps in the satellite? Little thunderstorms now starting to form around the center. So what I think is happening is now we're starting to get potentially an eye starting to form here and some intensification. So I think a lot of times at nighttime in particular, you get nighttime blowups of convection. I think we'll get a stronger hurricane in the morning, and I think we're going to get a definitive eye by the time the visible satellite's available in the morning. We still have hurricane warnings in effect here. Galveston through Cameron, up toward Alexandria, Lake Charles, right in the heart of that, Port Arthur, Beaumont, all in the heart of that, and the winds could be extreme here. Beaumont, 110 mile per hour winds are possible. That could extend all the way up toward Jasper, not to mention well inland, like a Shreveport. 60 mile per hour winds could take down trees and tree branches here. So I think the opportunity for power outages is there for us here, Alex. There are just a lot of areas here of concern, not to mention if it hits toward the west, an area called Houston, home to about 7 million people, is at risk.
6 First Alert Weather, certified most accurate 7 years in a row.
So the bad news on Laura in the Gulf of Mexico, as we go to the satellite picture, is that indeed it is strengthening and it has become a hurricane. However, the good news is that so far it's not rapidly strengthening. It's only strengthening slowly. Fingers crossed that there are enough obstacles on the way here so that Laura does not rapidly intensify and become a major hurricane. However, that is the official forecast for it to become a major hurricane as it heads towards the northwest into the area either from Houston to Lake Charles, Louisiana. So we're talking about the upper Texas coast into parts of Louisiana. 80-mile-an-hour winds right now, the pressure down to 990 millibars. This is the forecast from the National Hurricane Center. As you can see, a major hurricane hit not far from Beaumont, Texas. That would be in the upper Texas coast, 115 miles per hour with a 13-foot storm surge that would affect particularly the Louisiana coast, penetrating miles inland. Of course, this system passed far away from us. Now take a look at the latest computer forecast tracks, just showing you this so you can get an idea of the convergence of these from near Houston to about Lake Charles, Louisiana. That's where these spaghetti plots are pointing to in terms of where it could go.
New advisory that came in from the Hurricane Center. The winds have notched up just a little bit here. They went from 80 to 85, so a little subtle change there. We're seeing some strengthening happen. The other thing that I want to point out, and a lot of times we don't make a huge deal out of this, but the pressure has dropped down to 983 millibars, so a 7 millibar pressure drop. So as the pressure drops, usually the wind speeds go up. And so we've got a strengthening hurricane right now. West-northwest movement hasn't changed at all. That's 17 miles per hour. And if you look at this real close, I think you're looking at an eye starting to form right in there. So would make sense. And I think that by tomorrow morning, if we continue with this trend, we're likely to have a 100-mile-per-hour hurricane on our hands when you wake up in the morning. So everything is going basically according to plan here, according to the forecast. Nothing has really varied much from that. Again, we've got a hurricane that's formed for us right now with an eye and an increasing pressure and a lowering pressure and increasing wind speed.
And now, stocking up.
Get plenty of food and get the gumbo pot going.
Boarding up and filling up. Texas and Louisiana bracing for a major hurricane hit.
Take action now.
And just one South Florida station live along the Gulf Coast tracking Laura.
And the night team's Kevin Ozebek is in Lake Charles, Louisiana, where they are anticipating an uncomfortably close call with this storm. Kevin?
Well, Craig, Laura is expected to slam this coast with heavy rain, 100-plus mile-per-hour winds, and potentially catastrophic storm surge. Here in this part of the state, we could see 13 feet of storm surge. For those who call Lake Charles home, they are just some of the 500,000 Americans now under mandatory evacuation orders.
I will be leaving tomorrow.
It's one last walk of the dog for Bobby Keeling. He's leaving Lake Charles first thing Wednesday morning and heading east for higher, drier ground near New Orleans.
Power. I'm afraid that power will go out, and if based on what happened with Rita, it might be several days before that's back.
Back in 2005, Hurricane Rita rushed in water, causing heavy damage in Lake Charles. But now homeowners here have been warned Hurricane Laura could cause even worse destruction.
The storm surge could be worse than Rita. That is a sobering thought.
The track of Laura projects she'll strike the Gulf Coast right near the Louisiana-Texas border. So Galveston is also under a mandatory evacuation. In Houston, the fire department is prepping special trucks so they can race to the rescue in high water.
The terrain in Houston it's mostly flat, but it does go up and down. Sometimes the boats get stuck on the spot. These trucks can go through there and they keep driving through, and we don't miss a beat on that.
It's possible Laura could dump a foot of rainwater on parts of the Gulf Coast. So flash floods now a major concern.
Be very aware that you need to make sure that you are not near that, because it can easily sweep you away, causing you to lose your life.
And because of the potential deluge of rain and dangerous storm surge, downtown Lake Charles looks empty. But there are still people here in the city hunkering down at home.
Those people who are native here know how to prepare.
Cynthia Jones is one of those staying put.
We Louisianans and on this Gulf Coast, we are resilient. You know, we bounce back.
But for those who do still want to leave, their windows pretty quickly closing. Laura will not make landfall until late tomorrow night or early tomorrow morning, but we will start to see those outer bands and that severe weather roll in tomorrow afternoon. Live tonight in Lake Charles, Kevin Ozebek, 7 News 19.
And we go live now to Galveston, Texas. This is the scene there, quite eerie. The mayor ordering a mandatory evacuation for all 50,000 residents. Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow has our night team coverage from here now. Phil.
All right, so this hurricane is looking a lot better tonight on satellite imagery, very much symmetrical over the last few hours, and it is getting stronger. The winds are up from the 5 p.m. advisory of 80 miles per hour now to 85, moving west-northwest at 17, and now being tracked out of Lake Charles, Louisiana, just over 400 miles away. So here's the close-up cone. It will continue to track to the northwest, getting stronger as it moves along over some very warm waters. It is expected now to make landfall anywhere here between Houston and Lake Arthur in Louisiana. Could be a Category 3 by the time it moves on shore. Here's the big cone. Once it makes its way inland, the jet stream will push it back out into the western Atlantic, but it's going to stick around for quite a while, dumping a lot of rain over many areas of the U.S. As far as fuel for the system, there's plenty of it. You need 80 degrees or above for these systems to grow. There's going to be at least 87 degrees all the way through its route, so that's the energy it needs in order to get stronger, and that's why it is forecast to be a Cat 3. There's a chance that it could get even stronger. Now, where are those winds going to go? Well, around Houston, they're looking at about 58 to 73 miles per hour, the same in Baton Rouge. But right across Lake Charles and Jasper, you are looking at 110 plus mile per hour winds with stronger gusts. Also, we're looking at the potential for a lot of heavy rain, up to 15 inches of rain right where it makes landfall. That is going to lead to flooding. And where can that flooding be found? Take a look at this. From Lake Charles all the way through Shreveport and as far north as Little Rock, Arkansas, the potential is there for major flooding. So they are going to be dealing with not only wind, but rain and the potential for a strong storm surge as well. We'll have a lot more on this and our local forecast a little bit later on in weather.
So all kinds of threats when you have this type of storm coming in. Forecast to be a significant hurricane approaching the Gulf Coast in about 24 hours from now. New advisory starting to trickle in from the National Hurricane Center and the local products from the local National Weather Service offices coming in as well. So I want to bring in hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knabb. He's watching that new advisory coming through. Anything jumping out as a significant change at this point?
Well, every bit of intensification is significant when we're anticipating continuous intensification up to landfall, and Laura is a little bit stronger once again. Now the maximum sustained winds are up to 90 miles per hour, so we're inching closer and closer to getting to a Category 2 hurricane. When we get to 100 miles an hour, that would be a Category 2. Now we're up to 90. Okay, so we've been steadily intensifying, and it is concerning not only that that number has gone up based on all the available data according to the Hurricane Center, pressure's down to 978, but also if you look at the symmetry of the convection, that has increased. You know, you had early in the day, you had banding on the right-hand side. Then we started to see a blow-up of thunderstorms on the left or southwest side. Now we're starting to see what appears to be really deep, persistent thunderstorms in the coldest cloud tops right near the center of circulation. And when those two get directly involved on a regular basis, it is a prelude for what is probably going to be more intensification overnight. And when that inner core really starts to congeal, then the rapid intensification can take shape. And overnight is, unfortunately, a preferred time for that to happen when the instability in the atmosphere in the tropics is even greater. So now let's take a look at the new track and intensity forecast. We're looking at this together for the first time all together here. Now, not a big change in where the system is forecast to go, but look at the intensity. up again, 120 miles per hour. That would be valid tomorrow evening, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, but that's a bit offshore, leaving more time before it comes ashore either side of the Texas-Louisiana border. So, Mark, another headline here is the forecast of the landfall intensity, essentially, even though they don't explicitly make a landfall intensity forecast, but you get my drift.
Right.
That number has gone up by 5 to 10 miles an hour.
Hurricane Laura, now a Category 2 storm with the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center as the winds have now been bumped up to 105 miles per hour. Pressure stays the same from the last advisory, 978 millibars, and still moving west-northwest at 17. So we're getting rapid intensification now of Laura as we expected. And we're watching Laura continue to push on off toward the west-northwest and strengthen even further to a Category 3. By Wednesday evening, a 120-mile-per-hour storm and still a window of opportunity to potentially strengthen just a little bit more before coming on shore less than 24 hours from now. Preparations should be getting wrapped up along the Louisiana and Texas coast for a major hurricane to bring major damage and storm surge to parts of Louisiana's coast and also parts of the Texas coast. It does look like we are going to continue to watch a strengthening system push on in through the northern parts of the Gulf of Mexico. And as we had said with the latest update from the Hurricane Center, we've got a Category 2 storm with winds at 105 miles per hour. And Todd, plenty of opportunity here to strengthen even further.
One of the reasons why we're dealing with images where people are leaving, evacuating, whether mandatory or voluntary. I-10 turned into a parking lot as, check this out, thousands of people hit the highway to escape Laura's landfall. Folks are heading east as time is running out to a safe place. In Texas, tolls have been waived so that evacuees can leave quickly. So as we look at the Hurricane Laura, just want to show you the bigger perspective again. I want to get a little look on what exactly is happening inside Laura as well. Now, you're looking and you're trying to think, well, where exactly is the eye? Well, what is happening is that we have all what we're called these convective bursts going on here, those purples and magentas with that storm. What's happening is that we have a lot of thunderstorms really ramping up in around that center of circulation. So there's an eye there, but we're starting to see some of the overflow cirrus clouds on top of the eye. That's why it's being hard to be picked up in some of the imagery that we are seeing, but it is definitely there. We are seeing that circulation. We are also seeing, and this is the thing that shows a rapid intensification. Notice how the thunderstorms, all those purples and dark reds, are wrapping around that center circulation. That is why, just by looking at this alone, you can see how the storm is intensifying, and all ahead of that is extremely warm sea surface water, and also the water depth is actually very warm as well, and so that is just more fuel to what is going to happen with Laura. So as we take a look at the enhancement, just again, look at the last several hours, look at all the lightning strikes. They're wrapping itself around that center circulation. Again, another thing that is indicating that is strengthening, starting to pick up some, as it's getting close to land, now we're starting to see some, well, rain being picked up on at least the higher beams of the radar there, starting to see some outer bands that could be affecting coastal Mississippi and Louisiana.
All right, good morning. It is 4:30 this morning, middle of the week. I'm Mark Kelly.
And I'm Erin Guy. Thanks for waking up with us Wednesday, August 26th.
Okay, we got Laura we're tracking right now, so let's go to First Warning meteorologist Sandra Shaw.
Beast mode for Laura right now. It's a Category 2, but look at those vast open waters that it is just occupying. Can't miss this in the Gulf of Mexico. Starting to get a really nice eye here as well. 105-mile-an-hour winds. Its location is about 360 miles to the east-southeast of Lake Charles, Louisiana, and it's making a beeline for those low-lying cities in Texas. Houston in the line of targeting zone. Also that line between, it looks like New Orleans and Louisiana and Texas. So that border right there. Category 2 through much of today, picking up some intensity, but rapid intensification right before it homes in on the coast. So 120-mile-an-hour winds potentially making landfall as a Category 3 and a stronger end Category 3 sometime this evening between about 7 and 9 o'clock. And then it still loses a lot of intensity pretty quickly as it moves up, but still causes problems even for the mid-south. Again, Laura, it has winds that extend out from the center of hurricane force 75 miles and tropical storm force winds extend out 175 miles. So they're going to actually see some effects as soon as this afternoon on those low-lying parishes in Louisiana and those low cities in southern Texas.
Team of meteorologists closely following Laura as it intensifies in the Gulf.
Yeah, so Britta and Cambrell,
now, have been tracking the very latest for us. Britta's here now. What's going on this morning?
So we've seen a little shift of the track farther to the east. Landfall still has the possibility being as far west as Bolivar. I don't think I'd see it push any bit farther west than that point. We're still seeing about a 30-mile wiggle left or right at the track in between those computer model runs. But it really is starting to hone in that this is going to be a landfall off to the east of the metro area, which is a more favorable pathway for the metro area. But I'm still pretty concerned for Liberty County and Chambers County, where we do have hurricane warnings in place, and likely we will have hurricane conditions as we go into the overnight. Right now, we're tracking a few showers and thunderstorms moving through. So Huntsville, some thunder and lightning for you. This is what we're anticipating between now and lunchtime. A few showers and storms moving through. The outer rain bands will be starting to move through as we get into the thick of the afternoon and through the evening forecast. Right now, Laura is a beast. Those winds are at 110 miles per hour. Even with landfall off to our east, this is going to be a monster storm, and we will have some strong winds in the metro area. So I do recommend take advantage of today and move everything off your front porch. Make sure those trampolines are anchored and ready to go. We'll have temperatures in the 90s, and we'll track about a 30% chance of rain at least through the afternoon. Here's the latest on the forecast. Again, we're anticipating it to strengthen to a Category 4 hurricane with winds sustained at 130 miles per hour. At landfall, most likely those winds will slip just slightly lower to about 120, which is a Category 3. Landfall right now with the track is in Southwest Louisiana, but as I said, it could be anywhere between Bolivar and Cameron Parish, Louisiana. That's that honed in area. It's going to be a fast moving system, so it's going to blast through here, thankfully not stalling out. Our computer models are really coming into line that this is going to be anywhere from the upper Texas coastline into Southwest Louisiana. So again, just a little bit of a wiggle room is possible about 30 miles to the east or west of that point. Our Futurecast model shows that we'll have those outer rain bands starting to reach southeast Texas this afternoon. Then landfall is going to be overnight tonight. This is around midnight on Thursday. This computer model run showing that landfall in Southwest Louisiana. Again, those heavier impacts reaching as far west as Liberty County and Chambers County, but we will have some stronger winds possible in the metro area. By the time we get to 9, 10 o'clock in the morning on Thursday, this is all behind us. It is going to be a very fast and furious storm.
The first outer bands, there could be some isolated tornadoes with that, and then we're talking about getting cranked during the overnight hours with winds over 125 miles per hour. We could very well deal with the eye. And let's bring in a gentleman who's been very, very vigorously watching the eye develop this morning, the director of the Hurricane Center, Ken Graham. Ken, you know, I know you, and when you saw this happening during the overnight, this rapid intensification process, that pit in your stomach, now seeing, you know, what we thought would be with Laura pretty much come to fruition.
Absolutely, Jim. I actually, thought of you this morning because that was it. When you and I talked in the past, we talked about the pit in the stomach. Got it again. Here we go. Catastrophic event, life-threatening situation. Just looking at the health of the storm, the center of it, you can see the eye, you can see the outflow. Healthy storm, life-threatening storm surge, life-threatening winds, and life-threatening rainfall.
So let's talk, how high can we go here? We're still seeing some pretty intense pressure drops in through here. How many hours more of this intensification? And do you feel, this is kind of a two-part question, Ken, do you feel confident enough that we may weaken before landfall down from where we get in terms of how high we go?
Yeah, I think this is a situation. I mean, we got 2 planes in there. We constantly getting the latest information just being handed to me off to the side. And you look at the situation, I mean, even if you have that happen, I mean, the difference between at this stage, 5 or 10 miles an hour, it's not going to matter. Because, I mean, you think about it, still at hurricane force winds, you're still getting that kind of damage. That's not going to change the storm surge or the rain whatsoever. So that's still one of the big factors here is that life-threatening storm surge.
We know storm surge is the #1 killer. So is there anything you see that could surprise us with that? I mean, that's a pretty bullish forecast, 10 to 15 feet above dry ground. But, this is a similar picture to Ike and Rita, isn't it?
Yeah, Jim, I think that the big message that I want to call out on this, I mean, you start looking at, 6 to 9 foot on the Bolivar Peninsula, 10 to 15 foot of storm surge. That's not including the waves. I mean, the dangerous waves are on top of that. And the other part that's so important here is you can't wait for where the center is. Jim, if you think about it, over the years, I've seen the storm surge get there well before the center.
Ken Graham, always appreciate your insight, Director of the Hurricane Center. Busy times ahead for them and hopefully for you. Be safe, everybody. This is a dangerous hurricane as it comes in tonight.
So this is the latest location on the storm, 115-mile-per-hour winds. It has started to take that curve to the northwest, okay? So it's no longer going this way. It's going to the northwest at 15 miles per hour. It's expected to continue that track through the day today. I think there's a very good chance it becomes a Category 4 later on this morning or heading into the afternoon. And the current track takes it into southwest Louisiana. But there's enough error here that we can't completely let our guard down. If the system does follow, let's say along this eastern side of the cone of uncertainty, then we could have some higher winds for Chambers County and for Liberty County in those spots. But at this point, we have dodged a bullet as far as a direct impact from the storm. Not 100%, but we're about 90% sure at this point. You can see the winds swirling around, getting stronger, obviously, as you get toward the center. What's really interesting is we talk about clean side, dirty side. The hurricane force winds right now extend to the northeast side of the storm 60 miles, southwest side of the storm 20 miles. Okay, so it's a much bigger impact for areas off to the north and east of the city of Houston, north and east of the center of circulation, as opposed to the southeast. I wanted to show you this too. Look at that recent wind gust here at a buoy that is out there in the Gulf of Mexico near the eye wall. 105 miles per hour measured on that buoy. What is steering this system? Well, it's in between an area of high pressure off to the east over the Bahamas and an area of low pressure here in Texas, and it's this steering current right there that's pushing it, or going to sort of be our saving grace here in the Houston area. Unfortunately, from Port Arthur eastward, it could be a tremendous impact tonight.
So if you are a heavy AMHQ user, you know we get loopy on Friday, right? But let's get spacey on Wednesday, shall we? Yeah, we're going about 250 miles up above the Earth to check out the International Space Station, capturing Laura when it was down near Cuba. All right, still a tropical storm at this point, not quite getting its act together, a little shear from the north. But now it's a monster. It's a Cat 3. All right, it's possibly going to be a Cat 4 before making landfall tonight, with potentially a little weakening before it does that. Is it going to be Lake Charles? Is it going to be Cameron, Louisiana? Is it going to be Port Arthur, Texas? Somewhere in there. And you know what's really interesting? As we look at the satellite, you can see what's happened since then. I mean, you know, we had tremendous land interaction, which a lot of us as meteorologists were incredibly surprised it held together as well. But now no shear, warm water, boom, boom. You've got a symmetric Category 3 hurricane out there, which actually has the potential to grow in strength. Ooh, incredible. Hurricane hunters are out there. They'll keep us posted, certainly as that pressure drops, potentially even further, and that means a strengthening hurricane still. This weakens or moves on by if we get a clear day. We may be able to see the timber damage on satellite, but let's hope not. Let's hope we get a storm that doesn't do all that, but I just, you know, we know what we're dealing with in through here. That's the thing, Greg. At this point in the game, there's really not a lot of questions remaining. I mean, sure, could it get a little bit stronger? Mm-hmm. Sure, could it weaken upon landfall? But it's really, we have goalposts. We have goalposts as we are now on final approach.
Yeah, and we really got to focus on impacts and how to guide people through the approach and landfall of Laura, because we know for many it's going to be very, very bad. Right now, we've got some of the outer edges of Laura closing in here on Louisiana. These are some gusty showers. There are probably wind gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour in some of those. Right now, the winds at some of these observing sites that I've found aren't particularly strong, and they're totally manageable. But with some of these showers rolling in, the wind gusts will pop up pretty quickly, and you could see some tree damage with these kinds of showers that are going to be moving through, or, you know, close to, anyway, the southern Louisiana coastline. Areas farther to the west, same thing. Right now, we're dealing with manageable conditions, but it is going to get worse very quickly later on today. Watch out for these showers that are coming in. They were first going to come in and hit you pretty hard with some very gusty winds, maybe last 15, 20 minutes, maybe not that long even. Then it'll calm back down a little bit for a while, and then we'll get another roll of showers coming in, and then the core of the hurricane is going to come in, and that's where you start to see a more steady ramp up of the wind and the rain. As Jim mentioned, a buoy out here. There's the eye, by the way, now showing up on the radar. The wind is 65 miles per hour at this buoy. It may be even hard to measure it with wave heights almost 40 40 feet out there with gusts near 100 miles per hour, and that may not even be in the eye wall. Probably isn't. So very significant winds now are being detected by our buoy network over the Gulf of Mexico, and very significant winds are being detected by the NOAA Recon. I put this on here, tweeted out a little while ago, so maybe about an hour ago, it looks like. The NOAA hurricane hunters, on their pass through the northern eye wall, found flight level winds at about 140 miles per hour. That's about 10,000 feet above the ocean surface. And the winds were around or close to 120 near the surface. So this is a very powerful hurricane. And with that kind of wind aloft, keep in mind, that will bring some damaging wind gusts way inland, even though as the hurricane weakens over the frictional land surface, it's still going to have very, very, very strong winds aloft, and those damaging wind gusts will be carried way inland. But overall, in the satellite presentation, we've been talking about it all morning long. It is a very healthy tropical cyclone with still room to breathe and potentially still some room to strengthen with the upper level environment around it, that high pressure aloft. That is one of those things that you look for strengthening. Overall, the intensity forecasts do suggest there is some room for strengthening, even still on final approach to, let's say, the Texas and Louisiana coast, as some of these models suggest. And Jim, as we watch this from the European model, shows you that Lake Charles, right where you are, early morning hours, you could have the eye pass over you, and in that eye wall, wind gusts well over 100 miles per hour and a lot of storm surge. Jim.
Yeah, we're planning on that. Hey, Postel, before we talk about storm surge, I want to call an audible here. Erica, bring back up the radar. Greg, I don't know if you've looked at this extensively yet, and you know what? If you haven't, we can do it again another time. But do you see any kind of low-level instability as these bands start to come ashore, Texas, Louisiana, that gives us a hint that we may have some low-top supercells here, or maybe even some tornadoes in this first band?
There may be some waterspout and some tornado risk. Let me get back to this one, right? Not that one, guys. Let's get to this one. Yeah, you can see this band that is, let's see, about, let me just measure it offshore, Jim. Let's say moving through Galveston just south, but the main band maybe 100 miles southeast of Galveston. And let's try that again. Let me go to about...
yeah, that's a pretty good guess right there.
Yeah, 70 to 100 miles offshore. That band right there, I don't know if you can see that, may indeed contain some tornado threat. It is indeed possible with waterspouts also of the water and wind gusts maybe over 50 miles per hour before, this whole thing moves inland. So way in advance of where the core of the hurricane comes, these outer bands can be dangerous. Good point, Jim.
Yeah, I just wanted to call an audible there. All right, so now let's get to the real danger, certainly on a widespread basis, and that is inundation, storm surge. Greg, worst possible timing. It comes in well after dark, and it's going to come up fast. You've seen these as well as I have, how quick the water comes up, and a lot of comparisons with Rita and certainly Ike in terms of the storm surge here in Lake Charles. Let's kind of take this blow by blow. It's kind of interesting to me to the fact that we've already got water rise and offshore winds. So the core of the water itself is being pushed up into the Northwest Gulf.
Yes.
There's no place to go.
Right. It is being pushed that way, and it is not going to stop at the coast. Look at some of these inundation maps. I think you have access to these, Jim, if you can see it. There are possibility here. Now this is...
Steve.
Yeah, this is kind of the reasonable worst case scenario for inundation, for water above normally dry ground. Now, this is what you need to prepare for the very possibility that areas that as far north as I-10, this is 40 miles inland, will see water rises in and around the Lake Charles area of perhaps 3 to 6 feet, maybe even more than that. The code, is up here. In those areas in orange, we could see water rises of 6 to 9 feet, and in red above 9 feet. That is a lot of real estate in and around Lake Charles. The low-lying areas are at significant risk to see this storm surge flooding from Laura. So even though we're 40 miles inland or so, the water is going to find its way through the almost flat and swampy terrain of southern Louisiana and get this far inland. Sulphur, Lake Charles, Iowa, Moss Bluff, Carlisle, everywhere around this region is at significant risk to see inundation. Jim.
Okay, guys, new advisory in from the Hurricane Center. Postel, I'm going to throw it to you because I have no idea what it says, but I'd be shocked if it wasn't a stronger hurricane.
Well, you are exactly right. It is a stronger hurricane on the advisory. 125 in the wind speed, moving northwest at 16. Pressure now down to 956. This is obviously data coming in from the reconnaissance. We've got 2 recon missions in there. We have Air Force and NOAA planes, and they are slicing and dicing their way through. And I can tell you, actually, right now, I'll show you the NOAA plane and what they're finding. They are finding winds well over 100 miles per hour in the eye wall, which is actually this region right around there. I'll do it a different color there. Right in there, all kinds of winds over 100, in some cases close to 120. And of course, they're not sampling everywhere. So that is in part why the Hurricane Center put this at 125 based on the pressure now down to 956. So there's good reason to increase the intensity, obviously, and it is going to potentially still get stronger as it gets closer to the coast. Again, this is the latest advisory. If you're just tuning in, as of 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central, 125 on the wind speed. I want to look at some of the observations now coming in just offshore, and we're seeing some showers and squalls approaching the coast. I want you to be prepared for these, because inside of these showers, we could easily see wind gusts of 50 miles per hour. If these hold together, they will do just that and bring some of that to the coast in many of these locations. And then what we'll do, we'll see the weather improve after a line like this moves through. But this line also, Jim, could contain waterspouts and maybe a couple of tornadoes. So be very careful as these outer bands roll on in.
All right, Greg, I don't know if you've seen this yet either, because this is all just coming in. New cone, new full advisory. We got about 30 seconds. What are the winds on landfall? Did they up the winds at landfall at all?
I haven't seen the new cone. Let me see if it's in yet.
And the storm surge?
Actually, they do bring the intensity right there on the latest for this evening. 145 on the wind speed, Jim, on final approach to the coast. The track has not shifted left or right appreciably, but the intensity has gone up. This is a dangerous situation unfolding. Stay tuned for all the latest on Laura.
Hurricane Laura may hit the Texas-Louisiana border as a Category 4. Good afternoon. I'm Kirsten Delgado.
And I'm Therese O'Shea. At least 20 million people are in its potential path. I want to show you a look at the satellite here. This tweet from the National Hurricane Service shows bursts of lightning in that hurricane. Wait News is the Weather Authority, and meteorologist Dylan Federico is tracking Laura.
Yeah, and signs of lightning means that a hurricane is rapidly intensifying, and that is exactly what Laura is doing. Hurricane hunters just made a pass a few minutes ago through Laura's eye wall and found winds are now near Category 4 strength. So we're expecting an upgrade to Category 4 very soon from the National Hurricane Center. And Laura is an absolute buzzsaw this afternoon and is not even close to being done strengthening. That eye is just now starting to clear out on visible, which means that there is still a lot more strengthening that's going to happen before this pushes in to Louisiana heading into tonight. On top of that, keep in mind that most Category 4 and 5 landfalls in the United States happen when a storm is peaking in intensity right before landfall, and Laura is doing that. This would be the first Category 4 landfall since 1965 when Betsy hit Louisiana many years ago. Here's the latest from the Hurricane Center, 125-mile-per-hour winds. So this is already an upper end, a Category 3 hurricane. This will be making landfall as a Category 4 later on tonight in western Louisiana near the border of Texas. After that, pushing through Arkansas and pushing inland into the United States.
Welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Laura, and we have breaking news right now. It is now a Category 4 hurricane, 140-mile-per-hour wind, moving northwest at 16 miles per hour. This is an exceedingly dangerous storm that is going to be taking aim on southwest Louisiana and southeast Texas coming up this evening. Let's take a look at the forecast winds here from the National Hurricane Center. You see the tropical storm force winds starting to move in this evening. Then those hurricane force winds coming into the coast of southwest Louisiana, we think by mid-evening and by late tonight, then moving into the Sabine River, getting very close to Beaumont and coming into Lake Charles as well, and then coming up into northwestern Louisiana. Could still be looking at some hurricane force winds, or at least wind gusts, into tomorrow morning as the storm is approaching Shreveport. One of the huge concerns here is the level of storm surge. This is a very surge vulnerable part of the country. A lot of of marsh, a lot of low-lying territory. So you see these values here, and we've got this depicted as if though it's along the coast, but it is going to be well inland, penetrating 30, 40, in some cases 50 miles inland and right into Lake Charles, Louisiana. We want to show you what that looks like on the ground here. This is the forecast from the National Hurricane Center, and this is what we call the reasonable worst case scenario. So you see the color coding there. Where you get into those orange values, that is storm surge of 6 to 9 feet. Where you get into the red, that is 9 to 12 feet. So that is not survivable. That is literally an incredibly life-threatening situation, because it's not just water, it's also going to be wind at the same time as this is happening. There you see we go more towards downtown, and there is the Civic Center right there. And look at that, the entire parking lot in storm surge of above 9 feet. And then here you see more of downtown, including City Hall right there. We're looking at surge of 3 to 6 feet, maybe above 6 feet there just in front of City Hall. We can continue on through Lake Charles. Look at all these residential areas. I mean, huge swaths of residential area where you got surge of 6 to 9 feet. So this flood in Lake Charles could be worse than Rita, and it could be worse than the flood of record, which goes back to 1913. This could be one of the worst surge flooding events that we have ever seen in Lake Charles. So please, please listen to local officials. There you see more of the homes here, some very nice homes on the water. Again, looking at potential surge above 9 feet. And then we expand out a little ways, and we show you some of the hotels here. And you see they are just surrounded by surge of 6 to 9 feet, with some areas above 9 feet. So we are talking about an incredibly dangerous situation, not just because of the surge, but also because the winds are going to be gusting over 100 miles per hour in Lake Charles later tonight. This is a look at the maximum wind potential. So the maximum sustained wind, huge area of 110 plus mile per hour wind. We think later tonight that's going to be Lake Charles into the early morning hours up into Jasper. And as I mentioned, very strong winds in Shreveport, gusting to hurricane force. Here's one of our model forecasts showing you how this comes in. And there you go, 1 o'clock in the morning, there's that northern part of the eye wall starting to affect Lake Charles, winds gusting over 100 miles per hour. And then here we see into 2 o'clock in the morning, gusting over 125 miles per hour. So, you know, Julie, when you get to that level of wind, it's not just about trees and power lines. We're going to be looking at significant structural damage as well. Just an awful, awful situation for Southwest Louisiana.
Just kind of gives you chills looking at this, knowing what's to come, Carl.
Up at 5 now, a live look as Hurricane Laura churns in the Gulf of Mexico. You can see one of the reporters on the scene expected to make a monster landfall here as a Category 4 storm. And forecasters are predicting catastrophic storm surge up to 20 feet high. Those are hurricane hunters right there out early this morning, flying above the eye wall of this rapidly intensifying hurricane.
And here is a live look at Laura's forecast track. More than 500,000 people along the coast have been ordered to evacuate their homes.
Louis is in the newsroom now with the latest on the storm preparations.
The Texas governor saying residents need to take the evacuation order very seriously, because once Laura hits, there will be no help for as long as 24 hours. I want to take you some live pictures out of Galveston, Texas, where we've been watching some on-again, off-again rain, and the surf has really been kicking up a little bit there. What we do not see here is a lot of traffic, just a few cars and trucks. People obviously taking those evacuation orders very seriously. The path of the storm, they've been boarding up and working quickly to get out of harm's way. In Port Arthur, Texas, leaders expected some 2,000 people to board city-offered buses and head out of town. But not everyone under those evacuation orders is leaving. One guy saying his home is just too complicated for he and his mom to leave. Many evacuations are happening also in Texas, heading north to places like Austin. Residents fearing a repeat of what happened with Hurricane Harvey. Now, to give you some perspective on the size and the raw power of Laura, take a look at this satellite image. You can not only see how big this is, but also all the lightning that Laura is producing as she heads towards the coast. And in Louisiana, utility trucks are staging in Baton Rouge, ready for possible massive outages, with Laura expected to pack powerful winds. FPL says it is sending an initial wave of 300 workers to help restore power to affected neighborhoods. And flooding fears, very real in New Orleans. The lakefront water levels already beginning to rise ahead of Laura. I'm going to take you back live out to Galveston. You can see that rain beginning to fall, the ocean getting churned up, but it will only be getting worse as the hours continue and Laura makes landfall. Calvin and Nicole, back to you.
And it is a matter of hours. Thanks a lot, Louis.
Well, the Local 10 weather team is here with the latest on Laura.
Our chief certified meteorologist, Betty Davis, and hurricane specialist Brian Norcross breaking down the all-important 5 o'clock advisory. Betty?
Hi, everyone. The winds have come up a bit, 145 miles per hour now. Pressure at 947 millibars as Laura moves toward the northwest at 15 miles per hour. So we're hours away from that landfall. The center or the eye of this hurricane, 155 miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Let's go ahead and bring in our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross. Brian, the one thing the forecasters are saying from the National Hurricane Center, one of their headlines, the winds have come up, but that water level is coming up too.
Yeah, it's because the storm is so big. The eye of the storm is about 30 miles across. So this is Hurricane Katrina size eye, which moves a tremendous amount of water. And that's why they have that storm surge forecast up to 20 feet. There you see the eye. You can see little swirls inside the eye, all the hallmarks of a top-end hurricane heading in the direction of the kind of the Houston area, but it's forecast to turn before it gets there. Port Arthur and Lake Charles are right in the path. There's the cone. Expectation is landfall is about 2 a.m. Eastern time, and when that happens, that part of the coastline is just never going to be the same again. So much water is going to come over the Louisiana coast, looks especially, but far eastern Texas affected as well. Models are right in line. The red one is the one we generally look at. That's the average, the consensus the Hurricane Center generally puts right near the middle of the cone. So when we look at that consensus line, then we see, remember, there's circulation comes like this. This is where the water is pushed ashore. This is a big lake here, Kankakee Lake, Kankakee River, all the way up to 30 plus miles north of the Gulf. This water is going to be pushed, and on this lake they're forecasting 15 to 20 feet of storm surge. So this whole area, which has little towns in it, Cameron, Louisiana, is a very famous hurricane town there, is just going to be devastated by this, and Lake Charles will likely be flooded. Over toward Houston, still 6 to 9 feet of storm surge, so nothing to sneeze at. Then the storm goes north. It continues to have damaging winds all the way up into Arkansas and even across the Midwest. I think flooding and damaging winds are possible here all the way into the weekend. Looks like it'll go right over Washington, D.C. late Saturday or Sunday. All right, guys, back to you.
Looks like a weekend event. Brian, thanks a lot.
Well, our live team coverage moves now to the Louisiana coast.
Local 10's Elwin Lopez is live now in Baton Rouge with a look at what's happening there right now. Elwin.
Hey, Nicole and Calvin, weather experts say that storm surge in parts of Louisiana and Texas could be up to 20 feet. Forecasters warn that those could be unsurvivable conditions.
Hurricane Laura continuing to gain strength as she's barreling toward the Gulf Coast. Now forecast to slam ashore as a major Category 4 hurricane, with winds around 145 miles per hour. A storm that powerful could be deadly, and experts say Laura's impact will be felt hundreds of miles inland.
This has been categorized repeatedly as an unsurvivable storm surge where it will be hitting. And that storm surge could continue inland for about 30 miles.
Thousands of families across the Gulf Coast racing to get out.
Once it gets past a Category 2 with the surge issues, there's no way I'm going to take that chance.
More than 500,000 people ordered to evacuate across Texas and Louisiana.
You've got several hours to leave town, and we suggest if you have not left yet, you really reconsider the decision that you've made to stay.
While many are getting out of Laura's way, others say they will take their chances.
I got my house boarded up, all my windows, everything boarded up, but other than that, I think I'll be all right.
In Port Arthur, Texas, officials there say if you don't leave, first responders won't be there if you need to be rescued.
You will not have an opportunity to have emergency services following a certain time. If you decide to stay, you will stay on your own.
And here in Baton Rouge, we are expecting tropical storm wind gusts as well as flooding, and forecasters warn that we could see tornadoes in the outer bands. Guys?
Ellen, are there any evacuations where you are in Baton Rouge happening right now?
There aren't, but I can tell you that people from Lake Charles, Louisiana have evacuated here to Baton Rouge. And again, we aren't out of the woods, guys. We are going to see heavy rain here as well as strong wind gusts. So officials are warning to take precaution in that regard. Guys.
Elwin Lopez live for us in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Stay safe there.
Lake Charles, our winds are sustained at 16 miles per hour. But again, we're on the outer periphery at this point. Lake Charles way up here. The core of the storm is way down here. So we've got a ways to go before it gets there. I put it at roughly, 8-ish hours or so before it gets to us here at the coastline here, and then maybe a little bit later than that to get into Lake Charles. That is a well-formed eye, thunderstorms all around it, so a very well-formed eye wall here, and it's all going to be on the right side that we're really concerned about. And listen, the really intense winds where the thunderstorms are right now wrap around like this. About 270 degrees of it are really intense winds, but it's going to be on this side, the right front quadrant, where you get the strong push of water, and that's where you get the water rise, and then the wind on top of that just makes the big waves that churn up and eat away everything in their path. We saw this with Hurricane Michael, most recently in 2018, and we saw that wave action. The water rise and the wave action really have devastating toll in a place like coastal Mississippi back during Hurricane Katrina. This is a very swampy area in here. There's not a lot of population, but I'm directly talking to you in places like Gay down here in Pecan Island, Holly Beach, Cameron. If you're watching now and you're like, I could ride it out, don't even think about it. You could go now, get on I-10, head eastbound, and you'll be safe. Then you can come back when things are much calmer a couple days from now. But you look at that radar, it is intense. Not to mention, we've got tornadoes that are forming in the outer bands right now. East Feliciana, Livingston, St. Helena parishes here are under tornado warnings. That includes the town of Montpelier. That's until 5:15. It'll be an ongoing risk for us tonight, Alex. These storms all moving northwest at roughly 35 miles per hour. So first level of your home in an interior room is where you can shelter. Alex, we feared it. The winds are going up. Another tick up here with the wind speed up to 150 miles per hour. This is such an intense hurricane right now. The pressure also dropping like a rock. Pressure's now down to 940 millibars. It's 12 millibar pressure drop in the last 6 hours. It's going at a fearsome pace right now, 120 miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana, but an intensifying, still Category 4 hurricane. We're just 7 miles away from a Category 5. Back after this.
Folks, this is the real deal. This is among the worst of hurricane scenarios when you've got a top-end Cat 4, and who knows how much stronger it might get in the last few hours before landfall, but it's already plenty strong enough. And the center of this 150-mile-an-hour Cat 4 is about 95 miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana. In fact, that was valid about an hour ago. So now it's probably within about 80 miles of Lake Charles and about half of that to the coastline. So we're only a few hours away from landfall of the center, but the weather is already going downhill on the coastline, and we've got hazards that are not just near the center, but extend a good distance away from the center. So let me move this along, see if it'll go. Now, again, if you haven't seen the latest track and intensity forecast, we still are on track generally for something to go near the Texas-Louisiana border, but it will still be near hurricane strength all the way up into northern Louisiana. So I know we talk a lot about the forecast up to landfall, but my gosh, we have a lot of people that are in harm's way for a tropical storm well into Friday, and then maybe even up in the Northeast. So we're going to be talking to all of you tonight. Now, again, you've got to be off the roads, in your safe place, done evacuating, getting all your supplies before those winds of tropical storm force arrive. And up in northern Louisiana, that's going to happen likely not too long after midnight tonight. It's already happening down here in southern Louisiana. So for most of you in southern Louisiana, it's already time to be off the roads, and I'll show you a number of hazards that are already occurring. Here's the water vapor, very clearly defined eye. Start to see the dry inside of the eye. It has become even more and more symmetric over the last several hours. My gosh, it's such a scary sight. And the really rough part of the hurricane is still offshore, so we are just in the beginning of the bad weather in Louisiana, but the winds are increasing, the water's on the rise. These are the last few visible images images of the day, that stadium effect, the bicycle rotating kind of effect in the middle there. This is scary stuff. It is crunch time to get ready. Now, the eye wall on the northern side, and there's a lot of lightning in that eye wall too, by the way, that northern eye wall was right about in here, so we're only several miles offshore from the northern eye wall, but then the worst part will be the right-hand side. But look at what is already happening on land. If you go off to the northeast, look at north of Baton Rouge, south of Macomb, Mississippi, several tornado warnings. These outer bands in eastern Louisiana are nasty, and we've got several tornado warnings. This is one of many, many more to come. Here's one in effect for Centerville in Mississippi till 8:45 local time. These will be upon you very quickly. You need to please take shelter, go to the lowest level, most interior room. Don't go outside to see if you can confirm the tornado. They're moving too quickly. Now, winds in land areas on the northwest side, Galveston, you're gusting to 32. Orange, Texas, gusting to 28. And then when you go east of there, Lafayette, Louisiana, already gusting over 20 miles an hour. And then over by New Orleans, we've got some gusts that have been above 30 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour at times. So, it is just beginning, folks. And when we take a live look at Cameron, Louisiana, now this is due north of where the center of the hurricane is. And this is an area that's going to be taking the northern eye wall before too much longer. I mean, if we look at where Cameron is, it is just a few miles north of the northern eye wall. So here's Cameron right here, and here is the very northern extent of the eye wall, but the winds will be on the increase here. So this camera view at Cameron is going to start looking a lot different and very, very quickly. This is relative calm before the storm. Now, you also notice, look at how much water is already on the roads. This is water rise that's already happening, and we'll keep that full. I'm going to take this very quickly on my graphics here to show you what observations we're getting in terms of the water rise at the coast. It's already happening.
Welcome back to Weather Nation as we give you a look from Galveston, Texas. This was from earlier today, and what a completely different story that a few hours makes. Now we've been seeing a lot of places where there has just been storm surge already coming in. We've had destructive winds that we have been keeping a very close eye on, but I do want to stress that conditions are only going to get worse for many areas along the Gulf Coast as Hurricane Laura continues to move in that north-northwesterly direction. One of the things we've been doing here on Weather Nation is checking in with the director of the National Hurricane Center, Ken Graham. They have been working so hard around the clock to get you the latest information on the track and any shifts of the storm. And Ken, we're kind of in the end game now. The storm is approaching landfall, and for people that it's in its path, I mean, this is going to be absolutely terrible for many people on many different hazards.
I mean, if you think about right now, still 150-mile-an-hour winds. So the winds alone, an incredible hazard in this situation. We're about 95 miles south of Lake Charles, moving north-northwest at 15 miles an hour. So trying to make that turn as we've had forecasts for the last 4 or 5 days. So yeah, you think about all the hazards. I mean, you think about the rainfall, you think about this wind and the storm surge. That's something that we began the entire morning this morning. Actually, we've been talking about it for days, but this morning really hitting that very hard, trying to get the last folks out of harm's way, just trying to get them out of there before the storm surge starts to get in.
And Ken, we really hope everybody heeded our warning and we're able to get to a safer place. But we know there are some people that are watching from their homes right now. What advice do you have to those people that are going to be in the path of the storm?
Yeah, I sure hope everybody followed the instructions of local officials and got out of these areas. And if not, it's time. You know, if you have a last minute, time to be able to get out, it would be exactly right now. You can't wait any longer because we're already starting to see these winds get on shore. You start seeing these rain bands that we've been looking at on radar. I mean, it's just the winds. You're already starting to see some of the tropical storm force winds, so it's just not safe. So the biggest thing is just have the safest places you can, and if you're going to ride it out. But I hope people were able to get out of there.
And going to that safest place, Ken, if the water does start to rise in your home, and you think about a storm like Harvey where water was rising very, very quickly, and that was from freshwater flooding. But whether it's freshwater flooding or storm surge, an attic is never the safest place to go. You've got to have that window to get out in case.
Yeah, absolutely, and we saw that in so many storms in history. If you get up in there and the water comes in, you got nowhere to go. So you got to make sure if you're going to get up higher in your house, you got to make sure there's a window to be able to get out. You never want to be trapped in an area where the water can come up.
And one of the other things we've already been seeing throughout the day today are just some of the same bands in the same areas that are producing some brief spin-ups of isolated water spouts or tornadoes, or even prompting warnings. You have to take every warning seriously. I know some areas are going to get consistent warnings over and over and over again overnight, but you got to treat every single one like there's a tornado on the ground heading toward you.
Oh, absolutely. You make such a good point there, because if you think about, you remember that over the last couple hours, that large rain band, you can start seeing the remnants of it to the north, and we saw all those tornado warnings. But look at these bands. I mean, you really can start seeing some of these. You can start drawing the lines. If you stand back, you can start drawing some of these lines of these rain bands. And then the last one here, of course, is the actual eye wall. Anywhere in there could get repetitive amounts of rain, water spouts, tornadoes. You got to heed the warnings. And it's not just going to be these tornado warnings tonight and into tomorrow. As we start pushing this rain northward, we're going to start seeing those flash flood warnings as well. So we already have all the storm surge, but with time we're going to bring all this moisture north. You're going to see flash flood warnings throughout Louisiana and even East Texas and even into Arkansas over the next few days.
And one more thing to go over, Ken, we know how large the wind field is with this storm, and so a lot of places, even though you're not going to get the brunt of it, you could have power outages that could last for days, and some of the aftermath of just the temperatures alone that we're forecasting across the region could be extremely dangerous, even as dangerous as winds coming through your home.
Yeah, I remember storms in the past. After the storm, just that heat. You know, you have the humid conditions. A lot of times you'll leave behind just a tropical atmosphere. It's just humid, it's hot, and absolutely, you just got to find those places, the goods that you need, the water, and try to keep in a safe place, but also where you have some food, you have some water, and that's why the early preparedness is everything, because those commodities get tougher to get, after the storm. So having those things ahead of time, that's why we talk about preparedness, even the beginning of the season, having these type of things to get us through the hurricane season.
Absolutely. Ken Graham, thank you so much for joining us here at Weather Nation. We appreciate you, your team, everybody there working so hard to get us the information as well. I'm sure as our viewers appreciate it also.
We are in store for a very, very long night, but guess what? It is now almost crunch time. Laura will be making landfall here in just a few hours. As nightfall comes to Lake Charles, the Louisiana southwest coast prepares for a terrifying night. Winds are picking up, and the worst is yet to come. South of here, some bayou towns are already flooding. They could see what the National Hurricane Center is calling unsurvivable storm surge that's 20 feet high. Across the state line in Texas, the ocean is pushing itself onto roads. Back in Lake Charles, homeowners sheltering hotels are nervous of
losing my house. We've already lost 2, had to remodel them.
At this hotel, receptionist Pam Brosser took a call from a woman who had a canceled reservation. She's now stuck at her home near the coast.
And she was an elderly lady at that. So, I think about these elderly people who are in their homes and they can't get out. They're trying to, but there's just no way they can get here.
Well, it's going to be a bumpy ride. We're going to hope for the best and prepare for the worst.
Robert Ramirez, along with Michael Saavedra and Brendan Byrne, are 3 South Florida firefighters here doing work with a disaster management company. They're bracing for a very rough Thursday morning.
Of course, we're worried. We think of our families. I think of my daughters. I think about my family back home.
Do you think this will be an Andrew-like event for this community?
100%, yes, with flooding.
And that just has to give you chills to hear a South Florida firefighter now here on the Gulf Coast saying that this is going to be an Andrew-like event. And Craig and Belkis, when you talk to people who live here, they are not mincing words. They fully comprehend the fact that this could be a life-changing, a life-altering storm that could potentially forever change the landscape of Southwest Louisiana. Again, conditions right now, not too bad. It's 9 o'clock local time. We will not see the worst of Laura until 1 to 2 a.m. local time. So everyone here now hunkering down. And one thing to tell you as I send it back to you in Miami, one thing that's very chilling as well, Craig and Belkis, at the hotel where we are staying at, they are still getting calls from people who live here looking for a room for the night. Of course, it is now too late.
Kevin, a lot of our viewers, I know I've gotten a couple of tweets, they're worried about you. Where are you going to be? What are you going to do?
So we are going to be in a hotel that was built after Hurricane Rita. It was built to withstand a Category 5 hurricane. It is a concrete structure. We fully expect that we will not be sleeping in our rooms tonight. Instead, we are going to be in either a staircase or a hallway or the laundry room. You heard from those South Florida firefighters who are here working for a disaster management company. We will be shoulder to shoulder with them. So we are very glad that they are here. They are going to work with us. They are going to help us. So if by chance, if we do have to get out of here, they do have the means to get us out.
All right, Kevin, thanks for that. And thank you to our viewers who are worried about Kevin out there. We'll talk to you soon, Kevin. Take care.
Well, there's also some concern in Texas and in the community of Beaumont, Texas.
On the night team now, reporter Camila Bernal joins us live with what she's seeing there. Good evening, Camila.
Hey, Belkis. So it is still the calm before the storm here. So really throughout the day, we've seen a little bit of rain, the winds picking up just a little bit, and of course those clouds moving very quickly. But the reality is that we still have some time before that severe weather hits. And just like in Louisiana, people here are hunkering down because that evacuation period is over. People have to already stay in their homes and continue to be very careful because in this area, they're also expecting those winds to be between 100 and 150 miles per hour. That, of course, will mean power outages, widespread power outages, most likely in this area. And it could last for weeks. As you've seen in many other hurricanes in Florida, it could also mean that the roofs will be blown away and that this community will have to come back to homes that are flooded because, as we've been mentioning throughout the newscast, it is the storm surge that is a concern. It is those likely 20 feet of storm surge that could dramatically change things for Louisiana and for this area. So they say not just the storm surge, but also the rain. And so here in this area, people are, of course, worried, just like they are in Louisiana. Those who chose to stay, some of them doing it because of COVID, others doing it because of economical reasons, or people who just want to stay in their homes to be safer or to keep their animals. But here, Texas is telling them that there will be no 911 services once the winds pick up to 30 miles an hour. So even if you call 911 here, they will not come to rescue you. They say that those operations will resume tomorrow around 9 a.m. local time, and that will turn into a search and rescue operation. Craig, Belkis.
All right, Camila Bernal, thank you for that live update tonight from Beaumont, Texas.
Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow is here, and he picks up our night team coverage with what we can expect to see from Laura. Phil.
All right, good evening, everyone. Let's begin with the very latest satellite loop of Hurricane Laura. This is a very impressive system. You can see the eye right there, about 35 miles wide. It is aiming for the area between Port Arthur and Morgan City. Now, they are issuing advisories now every hour on the hour since about 4 o'clock this afternoon. 10 p.m., 150-mile-per-hour winds moving north-northwest at 15. Now being tracked out of Lake Charles, Louisiana, 90 miles away. That is a Category 4 hurricane. It is expected to make landfall right across Port Arthur around 2 a.m. in the morning. This is the first hurricane Category 4 to impact eastern Texas and the western Louisiana area since records began in 1851. Once it moves on shore, the jet stream is going to grab it and push it across the nation's midsection and then exiting the eastern seaboard here sometime over the weekend. Now, Hurricane Laura has been flirting with Category 5 status here since about 8 p.m. tonight. The winds have held steady at 150. If it would reach 157, that would mean a major Category 5 system. Right now, though, I believe it is too close to land for it to get any more energy from that hot water. You can see the eye right there. A lot of rain moving in across Louisiana, Lake Charles, I-10. Notice the blue, that little blue streak to the north of that eye. That is the eye wall, the strongest part of the hurricane. Wherever that moves on shore, there will be total destruction. The winds are not too bad across coastal Texas. St. Louis Pass picking up The same across Galveston Bay. There's a buoy there with 47-mile-per-hour wind gusts as we move into Louisiana. 46 at Freshwater Canal Locks in Eugene Island right now, reporting a wind gust of 49 miles per hour. As far as those hurricane force winds, they extend out from the center about 60 miles. Tropical storm force winds 205 miles. So everyone here across New Iberia and Alexandria will also be impacted by those strong winds. Folks are asking me, where's the dirty sector? Well, you take into account the direction that the system is moving in, the northeastern quadrant, that is your dirty sector. And outside of the eye wall, the biggest destruction will be found there. And speaking of the most dangerous part will be that wall of water, that storm surge. It could travel 40 miles inland, and as the National Hurricane Center says, it is an unsurvivable surge. What an awful night awaiting them.
Hurricane Center that just came in here, 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central Time, as we expected, based on the recon data that NOAA and Air Force have been collecting. No change to the intensity. The max winds still, according to the aircraft, at 150 miles per hour, a solid Category 4. Now, it doesn't appear from the aircraft data or the satellite data that the storm is strengthening, but it's already so strong. As Chris said, it's somewhat academic at this point. It is inevitable now that this is going to cause catastrophic damage from wind and water, not just at the immediate Gulf front, but going a large distance inland. When you have a major hurricane come ashore, it's going to bring hurricane conditions in a long way. These do not just go away at the coastline. Still moving north-northwest at 15 miles an hour. If you're in Lake Charles, the fact that it's still a north-northwest instead of making a turn to the north is not good news for you, because that keeps increasing the chances that the eastern eye wall, the right-hand side, is going to go right over Lake Charles. And when we look at the new track and intensity forecast that has just come in, it shows landfall here in the next 3 or 4 hours, maybe just along or east of the Texas-Louisiana border, and then continuing inland as a strong tropical storm all the way into Friday.
And we're bringing you back live to Lake Charles, Louisiana, and showing you what it's like as conditions actually have been pretty consistently going downhill. This is what it looks like. Our Charles Peak, who's on our team, is driving around, and I want everyone to know, at the Weather Channel, it is safety first, without a doubt. I've been here almost 20 years, and there is never a risk that we will take. So Charles will go in when he feels it's unsafe, when we know it's unsafe. But you see there's a lot of trees. Chris Bruin is here. We have our whole team here. He was reporting there were some trees down actually already with some of these winds that we've seen, gusting to 61. I saw Calcasieu Pass just gusting to 82 miles an hour. And you see these winds, if you've been watching us, are definitely getting stronger. So I want to talk to Dr. Nab about that. We're in the field. I try to get as much data as I can out here. But Dr. Nab, of course, has all his computers and can do it all and help us out. So Dr. Nab, I have to say things definitely are gustier from even just the last hour. Let's talk about what's changed and how much closer we are to that northern eye wall, because we've got to be getting closer to it.
Yeah, so let's talk about where the center is relative to the coast. It's about an hour and a half, or maybe a little bit less, away from making landfall. So here's the coastline. Center of circulation is 22, 25 miles off the coast, still moving 15 miles an hour, so a little bit more than an hour. So it'll be close to 2 a.m. Eastern, 1 a.m. Central Time, I think, when the center of circulation comes ashore. But the northern eye wall is already on the coast there in the Cameron area, and that's why we're getting those reports of Calcasieu Pass gusting over 80 miles an hour, and it's probably stronger than that now. And then the center of circulation comes ashore, but then it's about 2 hours from the time of landfall till the time of closest pass of the center of circulation to Lake Charles. And I still think that's going to be west of you, so that keeps you in the northeastern and then the eastern eye wall for the most part, and then the southeastern eye wall after that. Not much of a break for Lake Charles, I don't think.
That's terrible. Okay, so let's talk about that eye wall, because when you're looking at this radar, you know, someone sees, I want to say, that yellow and orange, and I want to know from you, being, you know, PhD, director of the Hurricane Center, you know this stuff better than anyone. When I look at the eye wall, would you consider what part, let's talk about, do you consider the eye wall? Because is it really just right around the eye that you consider the eye wall? Or will you say that, you know, it goes out where we have those yellow and orange portions? Dissect it for us.
Yeah. The eye wall is called what it's called because it's really the part that is immediately adjacent to the eye. But we typically talk about an eye wall having some width to it. It's not just the interior wall that you see from inside the eye. And I think what is on the coast right now in the Cameron area is the northern eye wall. But there's banding in between Cameron and Lake Charles that is not the eye wall. And so, you know, the eye wall is a few miles thick. You know, so it's like in a concrete structure. You know, your walls aren't paper thin; they have some thickness to them, and so that's why, you know, when you go through the northern eye wall, it'll be a little bit as the winds are strong. But the problem for Lake Charles, though, is that you're going to stay in the eye wall as it goes parallel to you. And look at what's going on in Cameron, Louisiana.
Cameron is that town.
Wow. Yeah, this is a live shot from Cameron, Louisiana, and you know we saw this kind of look in our landfalling hurricanes earlier this year with the horizontal rain. These are stronger winds than what we had in the other hurricanes that made landfall this year, but this is getting into the northern eye wall of our hurricane. Now, this might not be the strongest winds that the hurricane has to offer because I think those would be in the northeastern to eastern eye wall, you know, east of Cameron. But still, you're getting the northern to northwestern eye wall, and it is going to be major hurricane conditions there. And you know, Steph said that's a preview of what's coming your way in a couple hours.
Okay, so here's my question. You know, how long will it take for this to say, let's move past late? How long are we going to be dealing with this type of weather and, of course, the worst weather? And then the southern part of this, you forget, it's not just that northern eye wall. It's going to be, I mean, what, another 8 hours until this gets past us and is, you know, in Shreveport and then eventually in Little Rock?
Well, yeah, it's kind of handy to talk about it in terms of how long will you be dealing with hurricane conditions. And I think the hurricane conditions for Lake Charles will be a nearly continuous period for something like 6 hours. It is my best estimate. You know, with it's moving 15 miles an hour, you've got, you know, 30, 40, 50 miles on the front side, same thing on the back, you know, so, but there's going to be tropical storm force winds after the hurricane conditions subside, and that will last well into the day tomorrow.
All right, Dr. Knabb, you know, I'm trying to take wind observations out here. And, I just have a very little instrument, but I just want people to know where I am. I mean, I'm gusting near 40 miles an hour. Do you think this is a good representation of the type of wind I'm standing in?
Well, you've got some obstruction that is limiting your exposure for safety reasons. So given that obstruction that you've intentionally put in your way, then yeah, that's probably a pretty good estimate of what you are personally experiencing. But if you were to not have that obstruction, if you were open exposure, the winds would be a lot stronger. The airport has gusted over 60, 70 miles an hour. And so, you know, when that starts gusting over 100, when the center of the hurricane goes by, then what you personally experience will be a lot stronger.
And we've just had it kick up. I don't know if we can go back to the radar. We must be having some sort of band that is rocking through here right now, because this is a significant difference, Dr. Knabb, than even just, you know, 15, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
All right, we just got a 72-mile-per-hour gust. And we will continue to follow this story. We have to take a quick commercial break, but we're with you live as long as it's safe to broadcast and we're able to do so.
Oh, we just lost power. We just lost power. All right, guys, coming back at you. The eye wall starting to come in to the Lake Charles area. Just lost power. Got a report of over 100-mile-an-hour wind gust at the airport there. Not surprising, certainly given what we've got with these winds out through here. So no power as far as the eye can see here. We had all sorts of parking lot lights on. We had lights going down the road to L'Auberge. Now we are out of power everywhere as far as the eye can see. Now, I know there are generators on in the hotel. I'm trying to look around and see if any of those have kicked on yet, and they have not. But we'll see. We'll see in time. Either way, that's the deal. Remember, we're under that extreme wind warning. So now the worst of the weather coming in. Wind gusts over 120 miles per hour. We had 127 earlier on down toward Cameron. Now, Steph, just about to get a landfall there near Cameron, Louisiana. Did you lose power at the same time we did?
Say it one more time, June. I think you asked me if I lost power. A little hard to hear you, but no, we have not lost power yet at our hotel. And what's interesting is Jim and I are just neighboring hotels. We're literally right next to each other in different hotels, and it's managed to stay on, Jim, for us here. And so, again, this storm will be affecting everyone a little differently. The airport is gusting to 97 miles an hour. 97 miles an hour. Yeah, Jim, can you see our lights are still on? I mean, forget this hat. This is ridiculous. We're going hat free, guys.
104 now at Lake Charles.
Here in Lake Charles. Yep, and we're not even in the eye wall, guys. So the fact that we're 104 and not in the eye wall just tells you how bad it's about to get, and that water's not coming up because of our wind direction is actually pushing the water out. Okay, it's pushing it out. So it is yet to really push it up and change that direction. But landfall is imminent. Along the coast here, the National Hurricane Center makes the call, but we can show you what the winds will be like as they come through. Again, remember, Cameron gusting 127. We're gusting over 100 already here. And we're going to get what they had in Cameron. Obviously, in Cameron, they're right off the water. They'll probably be a little bit higher there. Probably be a little bit higher than what we get, but you could still get very strong gusts here. This is a major hurricane about to make landfall. Sorry, I just heard some sounds. It was just odd. So I just wanted to take a look around. But we have never had a Category 4 make landfall in this part of Louisiana. In fact, there's only been 3 known Category 4s to make landfall. Wow!
Absolutely. It is tough out there. Stephanie's doing her best.
Maybe you can talk about where it is right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Stephanie's doing her best to stand up in that wind. I've got a zoomed in product for you here. This is the radar out of Lake Charles looking at the center of our storm. This is Laura coming in right now. And gosh, it is just about to landfall. I mean, this is moments away, just outside of Cameron. Again, what we're waiting for is the center of the center. Does that mean we're done? Absolutely not. That is just midway for Cameron, and it's just beginning up the road where Stephanie was just standing and getting battered around is in Lake Charles. This is the northern edge of that eye wall and about to come, through the radar site. That's right here. And then you've got a little bit more to go for Lake Charles. So, gosh, it could take another hour or so before the winds actually peak in Lake Charles. And this is a problem because there's a little bit of a jog off to the side, which means Lake Charles may stay in that, in that eye wall the entire time, not get a break for the eye at all.
Hello, America. Welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, and tonight it is all about Hurricane Laura all the time. Landfall is imminent. Now, we've got crews scattered around much of the Gulf Coast, of course, in much of Louisiana and here in the state of Texas. Now, Jim Cantore and Stephanie Abrams, if you've been watching our coverage, you know very well they are in Lake Charles. They've been outside braving the elements, but right now, conditions too dangerous. They've actually moved inside. We have some images that you can see. The camera crews are well protected, and now Stephanie and Jim are doing the same. They've been seeking shelter. We do practice when we preach here on the Weather Channel, and we've got full team coverage for you. Of course, out in the field, Great people behind the camera, in our control rooms, in the newsrooms, giving you the information that is critical, that is crucial to you, your friends, and your family as we go on through. No surprises what we've seen. We expected this to happen, but I'll tell you, still some of the numbers are staggering. You hear the numbers? I'll tell you. And the landfall at this point, it is imminent. It is going to be coming on shore again, a major hurricane. We're talking a Category 4, history in the making as it makes its way on shore. And remember, folks, the story does not end right at the water's edge. It's going to continue. And with fast momentum, this system could be making its way all the way inland to places like, get this, Shreveport, Louisiana, well inland, but still with the power of a Category 1 hurricane. Now, with the very latest, for expert analysis, let's bring Mark Elliott for a moment. Mark, this is an absolute beast. Hard to believe that just a few days ago, this thing was off just the tip of Cuba. We have landfall. Let's go to Mark right now. We have it confirmed. We have got it confirmed to this hour. Landfall, Hurricane Laura, moving on shore. Mark.
As of the 1 a.m. advisory, we have a landfall, makes landfall near Cameron, Louisiana, and all of the impacts that we were worried about are happening. Catastrophic storm surge, extreme winds, along with extreme wind warnings being issued. Flash flooding is happening. Tornadoes are potentially happening. There's been tornado warnings issued. It is all on the table right now. A very dangerous event. Please, shelter if you're still in here as if there is a tornado coming through. That is the best advice that we can give you. Again, 1 a.m. official observation and official, update from the National Hurricane Center has put this as a landfall in Cameron, Louisiana, still 150-mile-per-hour winds. Let's look at this from a couple of different views here. We have our white line now crossing onto the coast. That is the Cameron area right there. Look at this. You can see just all the fury rotating around this eye, and that's with the Lake Charles area, still about 30 miles north of the center. You can see the views of Lake Charles on your screen right now, but the satellite is showing us, gosh, you are in it. You are in that mix and only increasing from here for the Lake Charles area for the next few moments. Will you get a break? Will this part of the calm center of the eye actually get into Lake Charles? That's still a question. There's a little bit of a wiggle happening off to the west, which may prevent Lake Charles from ever getting into the calm. You may go directly from the northern eye wall to the eastern eye wall and stay in this mess for hours on end. That is a very frightening prospect. Shifting winds of just gargantuan, numbers here. Again, Cameron gusting to 121 or so. Lake Charles gusting to 104. We've seen some 127s. Our own Jim Cantori is in Lake Charles right now. Jim, we are going to see these winds continue to increase for you now that landfall has happened outside of Cameron.
Yeah, and we're starting to get into that eye wall now, Mark. So with that, just before landfall, actually, it was really interesting. We lost power here. There was plenty of light to look behind us now, but now we've actually lost power. But remember, I've always been on this kind of protected side of La Bears. For some reason, we've always had some kind of northeast wind component that never has allowed to swing it around. But as you're talking about, if we get in that eastern eye wall, the winds have got to go south. All right, and that means they're going to come in from this direction. And they're going to come in hard. Do we get into the eye wall? That's a big question. Obviously, we'll wait and see because this thing still kind of wobbles. There's so much momentum and mass moving with this thing. It does wobble even after a little bit of landfall in through here. And sometimes that wobble makes all the difference in the world, Mark, as you know, getting in and out of the eye wall. Lake Charles, all right? So, Steph, we got Steph back. I think she's moved position, got into a little bit of a safer position. Steph, talk to us. Where are you? Where'd you move?
Okay, Jim, so essentially I just walked up the stairs to be closer to my crew and closer to some protection. As I mentioned at the Weather Channel, it is safety first. It's always been like that, and standing out there right now, it's just not safe. We had a gust to 104, and we're nearing the eye wall. We're not even in it. And so you get a little low like this, but overall, the wind, I literally tried to walk down there, and sorry, I know I'm not in a light. That's my photog, I can tell, is like, I can step down a couple steps. I'm still fine right here. I'm good. Are you good? Okay. We want to make good TV for you guys, but we also want to be safe. I could tell my photog was saying he couldn't see me. He pulled out a cell phone light, was trying to light me with that, just so you know what's happening. So I just walked down a couple steps. But the problem is there's no protection down there. And so I tried to walk down there and, kind of got pushed off to the side. And so we want to bring you the shot, but we want to do it safely. And so, Jim, Jim, the fact that there's no protection down there, just going to hang on the steps so you can still get the experience and still see it, but we're going to do it safely.
Hey, Steph, give me 1 second here. I'm just going to go put a helmet on. I'm around a lot of trees, and I really don't feel like getting wailed on in the head. So I'm just going to put a helmet on out here since I'm standing out here. So just take it for a second. I'll be right back out there with you, okay?
Okay, sure. You do that. So I'll just... We're fine with everyone. We are fine. We are totally fine. Everything's okay. Okay? Everything is fine here. So that's why we didn't want to stand far down on the stairs. Okay? So everyone is 100% okay here. There is nothing to worry about with us. So look at that wind picking up, guys. Again, let me look at the radar here on my phone. I can get a look at the eye wall. We're inside, guys. We are inside. I promise you, we are inside. We are inside. We're fine. So Jim, we just had a little debris come down here, but we're fine here, and we've scooted back, so everyone is fine and safe, and we're getting near that eye wall.
Yeah, and I can hear it, Steph. It's just roaring out here. Of course, it's pitch black. You can't see anything, but I can just absolutely hear it roaring. We're just in enough of a protected space here to not deal with the wind, but it'll be really interesting to see what happens, when the eye goes to our west, okay? Do we get into that eastern eye wall? Do we get into those severe gusts? But I went and grabbed a helmet, too, because you and I have been out here enough. When we start smelling all the wood, we know there's like trees coming down everywhere being snapped. And of course, with 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts, they're flying through the air, and you can't see anything right now. There's no power. There's no nothing. So no sense in getting impaled by something out here in the head while this is all going on. But you can really hear the ferocity of this wind, especially higher up, which is typically where we get some of the stronger wind gusts in through here, and they are absolutely cranking. So again, guys, if you're just joining us this morning, we've had a landfall. Hurricane Center, 1 o'clock local time, Cameron, Louisiana. We had wind gusts over 125 miles per hour there. So, deep into the Cat 3 area, certainly with what we've got with wind gusts, almost Cat 4. And no question, the worst of that is now to come for Lake Charles. We're just now on the outer fringes of that same part of the eye wall that's already moved through Cameron. The big question is, do we get the calm like Cameron? And that may or may not be the case. It all depends on potentially even a last-minute wiggle off to the east. And you'll know it if you're watching us, because you'll essentially see, if we still have cell, we could lose cell as well. But if we could show you that, you'll see it calm down. You'll see it calm down everywhere. You'll even hear the noise be reduction if we get into the eye. It's kind of eerie, to be quite honest with you. There's just an incredible calm. I remember being in Ike back in 2008 with Steph, interestingly enough, in Galveston, when there was smoke from fires that got moved in with the eye. You could literally hear birds and even crickets. I mean, that's how calm and eerie it was. All right, so Steph, talk to me about, you moved from the back to the front. Are you outside? Are you looking outside? Give us an idea of what you're seeing right now. Can you see any trees down at all?
We cannot see trees down. So what we've done, Jim, is we're in a solid concrete structure, and lights came back on. The lights were going on and off. We have actually tucked back into our concrete structure. You can see our shot there. We're all back in the corner, and I know it's tough to see now because we really don't have light. We're trying to get that for you guys, but of course, safety first. And let's see what's happening here. We have some guys that are, looks like they're trying to do a little exploring there. But we are tucked back. Actually, I can't feel any wind right now. That's how tucked back I am into the corner. I mean, literally zero wind where I am located here in the corner. We can give you a little shot here. We're back in a corner here in this huge concrete building. And you see, this is where I was going down the stairs and whatnot. But we're just going to stay tucked back here so that everyone can be safe. And literally, I'm wind-free. I mean, you can see nothing's even blowing on my face or anything. I mean, we are so tucked back here in this corner. So, Jim, that's where we are. We're tucked back in this concrete corner, but we're nearing that eye wall, so it's going to get a lot worse here. And our power went out in came back on. I do know they had generators, so I don't know if perhaps a generator, powered up, and that's why we got our power back here. But we're watching. Even look at the roof of that little hamburger hut, which is where we were at, and look at the shaking of those lamps. Those are going to go at some point. Look at that wind. Wow.
It's coming
you can
around
hear
now.
stuff breaking, which is what we anticipated. All right, I can hear Jim say the wind's coming around, but we are definitely getting into that eye wall. We're going to have this for a while. And this is when the damage, Jim, this is when the damage is really going to start happening right now.
Yeah, and that's what people, this is why we have the extreme wind warning that's out. Okay, this is the Weather Service saying, look, you essentially got the wind equivalent of a tornado that's going to move through, and they've extended this too from to 3 a.m. Local time. So until 3 a.m. that extensive wind warning. So we'll go through this eye wall here in Lake Charles, and that does include us here and what we're going to get in terms of the wind. Water's coming up, guys, as we speak. We got rainwater coming down that's trying to get down to the Gulf of Mexico. Of course, at the same time, we're getting that push. We're getting that push with the eastern part of the eye wall right now. So we've had a landfall. Again, guys, 1 o'clock from the National Hurricane Center talking about Cameron in Louisiana. Interesting enough, Jonesy just told me they're actually gusting to 39 miles per hour in the eye, which I think is really interesting. So maybe not a clean eye here. This could be good. This could be a sign of weakening, but still, we got a long night ahead of us. This is a powerful hurricane.
What did you say?
Yeah, guys, back here in Lake Charles in front of the LaBerge as we've lost power now. Not surprising because winds have been gusting over 100 miles an hour now up here for the last hour. We maxed out about 128, now down to 109 with the gust, but still the damage is done. The water's being pushed, and the water is rising in many, many areas. So the full fruition, the full force of this thing coming into the Lake Charles area and obviously all across Southwest Louisiana. If you're just joining us this morning, again, Cameron, Louisiana was landfall officially at 1 o'clock local time. The system continues to pull north. Now, the big question for us here in Lake Charles is, do we get a jog to the west to give us the eastern eye wall, or does it stay on path where we actually get into the eye a little bit here in Lake Charles? But regardless of where that happens, don't be fooled. If you've still got power and you are watching us, you still got to go through the other side of the storm. All right, a lot of us have had to retreat and get some technical issues taken care of. My partner, Stephanie Abrams, is one of those. Steph, you just had to retreat and get inside. Tell us what's going on over there. Just about a 10-minute walk for me in the Golden Nugget.
Yeah, literally a 10-minute walk. So, Jim, we're in the back of the building with no protection whatsoever. So we were getting the brunt. Lake Charles gusted to 128, okay? 120. Do you hear that whistling? So I'm going to explain what that is coming up. Gusted to 128. Windows were shattering. We were not comfortable. So what we did was we tucked back in. Then what happened was it got too bad. They've locked the doors, and we're now inside the casino. And that is the wind whistling through the building. And I'm looking right now at the radar. We are in the eye wall. This is the worst part of it, and we're about to get in that eye. I sure hope so, when we don't stay in that eastern eye wall. I think we're going to get into part of the eye here. It's going to be a close one. If we do get into the eye, we will then go back outside. But right now, the fact that there's debris flying everywhere, it is not safe for us to be out there. So we're going to stay inside. In fact, they locked those doors so no one can even get out there. And so we'll stay in here, watch the radar, stay safe, and then, Jim, if we get in that eye, it's going to be real close here. We might be kind of half in, half out in Lake Charles.
Yep. Yes, it is going to be close. But right now we're in the eye wall, Steph. You can see the debris just flying around. Thank God it's only leaves. But man, I'm telling you, there's the other thing too about the eye. There's little swirls and little vortices in the eye. and they enhance the wind gusts and obviously the potential of the damage there. And that's what's coming in and on top of us right now. Max gust 128 for Lake Charles. We've been over 100 for the last hour, maybe even longer than that. I can't even remember. But either way, the damage is done. Power is out and through here, enough so, you know, a lot of us are at least in a position to broadcast to you where we can retreat quickly, keep our camera crew and our crew as safe as possible. Steph decided to go inside, and that's fine. That's a great idea, and I might have to do the same here before not too long. So you can, I mean, the wind, I'm telling you guys, you can hear the wind. You can actually hear the wind actually howling in through here. I'm going to just step in a little bit to a little bit more comfort because it's still going to come through this overhang either way you slice it. But whew, what a storm going through, you know, a Category 4 hurricane here, and even 30 miles inland from where it made landfall, it still has some of the same ferocity that it met the coast with. What we can't see, certainly because of power outages and the time that this came in, is what's happening to the water. We know that we're maximizing the storm surge in many of these areas. And remember, we're going to hold it up in that eastern eye wall because the wind is going to keep pushing it inland. Now that it's come in, it's going to be held up and it's not going to be able to go out. The other thing, too, is remember the fact that we have all this rainwater coming down. So with the rainwater coming down, you know, that's trying to get back out to the Gulf of Mexico, but that's adding to the component and making the water potentially even higher. So, guys, I hope you heeded the warnings because this is exactly what we thought we would get. We just won't know until first light tomorrow just how extensive the damage is and what people here in Lake Charles have been going through it. And Steph, if it's anything like what we're getting out and through here, it's not pleasant. We just happen to be lucky enough to be on high ground right now. Others, not as fortunate. Over to you, Steph.
And have a little protection too, right, Jim? I mean, you still have a little bit of protection. You can hear that whistling of the wind from the backside where we were for all those hours with no protection, just hammering. I mean, it wouldn't be safe for anyone to be out there no matter what you were wearing. So Jim does have a little protection from his building. I just want to give that as an FYI because he is standing out in it. And you might have seen my reaction. Another window broke here. I don't know if it broke just because of the winds or if there was debris that hit it, but that's why we are inside because there is debris. We saw that flying around, and some of these windows can break. And do you hear how loud that is? How eerie is that? That is what a Category 4 eye wall sounds like inside a building. It sounds more like a freight train outside. You get more of that whistling sound as you come inside, and wind gusts have been up to 128 miles an hour, and it's going to be a close call for us in the eye. And you got to stay tuned to find out, do we make it into the eye or do we stay in that eastern eye wall? And then, by the way, regardless, we're going to have to go through the backside of this system, which is going to be just as strong. And now that we have debris weakened and has been flying around, that's going to pick that up and toss it around as well. So things will be getting worse as the night, shoot, we might be in the morning hours at this point. I don't even know what time it is, to be honest with you. As we head through the morning hours, you know, it's going to get worse before it gets better. And it might get better for a minute if you get in that eye, but then it's going to get really bad again for that second eye wall. It's not like that other eye wall is going to be all that, you know, it's not going to be weaker. The eye wall is that strongest part. And then if you live in places like Shreveport, Little Rock, Memphis, this is all headed your way. Obviously, its interaction with land is going to slow it down. It's going to tear it apart and whatnot. But it is still, when you have a Cat 4 that's just buzzsawing through, it takes time for that to come down, for it to wind down.
Well, I'll tell you, we got a long night ahead, and you know who's been dealing with the long night so far? The great people in Lake Charles, Louisiana. That's where we find Stephanie Abrams. Stephanie, I know you guys have been battered about. You're dealing with the eye wall. Can you give us the latest of what you've had over, say, the last 10 minutes or so?
Okay, so what we did is we were inside for our last live shot because they locked all the doors. We found one door they let us come out of, and we're now in the garage, in the parking garage. Do you hear all that? That is damage being done right now. We're safe. We're literally in the back corner of the parking parking garage. And what I'm doing here is I'm patiently waiting for those winds to drop. We are getting in the eye of this system. And so it'll be momentarily that the winds will drop and we'll be able to go outside. And I'm hoping we're going to be able to see some stars. I've been through two eyes, eye walls and eyes, Gene and Ike. And I remember in Gene, I actually heard frogs going ribbit, ribbit. And I remember seeing stars. It wasn't a totally clean eye. Some of them are very crisp and clean. Some of them are a little cloudy. We'll have to see how this one plays out. I haven't gotten a good chance to look at the radar with the moving around and whatnot. But I do know that we are very close to it the last I saw it. So I'm just patiently waiting for the winds to die down because there's a lot of debris out there right now, and we don't want to be out there. And I mean, you can hear it. And you hear those winds still whistling, but it is, I mean, I'm hoping they threw up the radar. I can't see anything right now. Let me look at the radar on my phone. So we're all on guard. The whole team is here. This is a team effort. We have Jordan and we have Chris Bruin with us. We have Tevin Wooten with us and their crews as well. And so we're all in it together. We're all helping each other. We're one big team out here, and everyone's keeping their eyes open and helping each other. And we're just listening right now, right? And so as I look at the radar, I mean, we're really in that eye. Well, we're right on the edge, I should say. We're actually very much right on the edge. So these are going to be some of your absolute worst winds, and then it's going to be almost miraculous that there's no wind. I mean, it should be calm. Again, every eye is different, so I can't say for sure how it's going to be, but I can see on my radar that we're getting into that eye. It's not going to last super long. Maybe Mark back at the studio or one of the weather producers can give me an idea of how long that eye will last, and that way, Mark, maybe you give me a heads up of how much longer you think it is until we get that calm, and then also how much time do I have before we got to get back in?
Unfortunately, well, the calm is knocking on the doorstep, although the calm, as you mentioned, every eye is different. This one's a little bit muddy. We've seen some reports of anywhere from 15 to 30 mile per hour winds inside the eye. So that often means that there are some small mesovortices rotating around, that there may be some clouds above you. You may not have that star. Plus, gosh, we're looking at this from a skewed look from the satellite, right, because we're looking down at the Earth, or we're looking at the radar from Houston because the Lake Charles radar is down. And so we're not getting the clearest view of, you know, exactly where you are with regards to the eye. There's a little bit of a tilt involved. What I think might happen, Steph, is you'll have, you know, maybe minutes, not hours, in that eye before the eastern edge catches up to you. And so you got to be real careful. All of a sudden, those winds are going to come screaming south to north again.
You got a little bit of the eye, okay?
All right, so we're back out here. We're getting set. Don't worry about it, Marshall. Just our photographer's getting set. You know, I'm looking at the radar. Mark, I really do think we did get a bit of the eye, but the winds are now starting to pick up again. And I believe we're about to get into that second part of the eye wall, but I do feel we got a little bit of that eye here because I did see some clearing. Yeah. But I can tell a noticeable difference in those winds now.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you definitely were right on the edge. Gosh, a mile off to your west, and you would have had calm to, you know, maybe 10, 15 mile per hour winds instead of the winds that were keeping you inside for most of this this eye passing, because it was just too dangerous to be out there with even a little bit of wind considering the damage. But you're right, we have about maybe 20 minutes, maybe even a little bit less for your location before we start to see that wind shift coming more westbound and really pick up from there. The southern edge is still seeing wind reports when it came through the Cameron area gusting to 90 to 100. I don't think you'll get quite that high, but it'll be high enough to cause damage again from a different wind direction for anything that was weakened the first time.
And how fast is this moving right now? I haven't looked in a while. I mean, I know it's coming in around 15 miles an hour. Has it sped up? A lot of times, you know, once it makes landfall, it either really slows down, right, like a Harvey, or it feels the influence from a trough and it speeds up and gets picked up. What are we seeing with this one? What is the forward motion right now?
Yeah, so far it's neither of those. It is basically holding steady at 15 miles per hour. The official ob is moving due north. I think there's still a little bit of a westward jog compared to to due north, but it will eventually turn that western wiggle, if it's there at all at this point, will go due north and eventually northeast, and it will pick up speed, but probably not until about I'd say maybe 7 a.m. we'll start seeing reports of an increase in wind speed. Certainly by noon, when this is closer to I-20, it'll be speeding up, but we're not there yet. Still moving north at 15.
Okay, so as it does that, let's talk about the rainfall with this. You know, have you been able to see any rainfall reports, and if so, what have those numbers been like?
They've been really spotty, to tell you the truth. I think some of the ops stations were having a real hard time getting information out, right? There's comm issues at from the Doppler radars. There's comm issues from some of the METAR sites. There's so much rain still to come that I think we're going to have to just wait. We're going to have to wait that out, because on that big curl off to the north and east, even though we're picking up speed, Little Rock still forecast to have 5 to 8 inches of rain. 5 to 8 in Little Rock, okay? So that means, Steph, that there's a lot more to go.
Yeah. There is a lot more to go, and there's still a lot more here, and we're going to take you through it, and we'll also be there for you after the storm. So what's going to happen now is we're going to go back into that eye wall. We will continue to bring you live reports, again, so long as it's safe to do so, and we have the ability to with our signal. So far, we've been able to do that. Hopefully that'll stay true so you guys can see what it's like to go through that backside of a Category 4 hurricane.
All right, we want to talk about that hurricane, Laura, hitting as a Category 4. Let's go to Sandra with the latest.
It's only happened 10 times ever within the history of tracking hurricanes in the U.S. that a Category 4 with 150-mile-an-hour winds has actually made landfall. It happened 1 a.m. or thereabouts over Cameron, Louisiana. Southwest Louisiana still getting hammered with Category 4 strength winds, even though it's inland. So all the way from Texas to Southwest Louisiana, a 10 to 20-foot storm surge, and the National Hurricane Center characterized that as, quote, unsurvivable with large and destructive waves. So at daylight, it's going to look a lot different with the landscape here. The highest wind gust recorded was 132 miles an hour. That was in Lake Charles before they went offline. So many power outages right now, and they're already getting calls for assistance from people who did stay. Here's a look at your first warning radar, and it is showing Lake Charles in the height of it now, with that eye wall slamming it with the highest winds on that right northeast quadrant. We have tornado warnings as well and flash flooding, and in fact that storm surge is expected to extend inland 40 miles, and it will take days to recede. So it'll be interesting to see what daylight holds. We have a Category 4 now. It's got 130-mile-an-hour winds. It'll soon reduce to a 2 and then move up as remnant low pressure eventually into the mid-south and the mid-Atlantic. So that's the latest on Laura.
Just incredible sights that continue to come in. Again, this is at night. Okay, so think about what we're going to see during the day here in terms of damage. This is a crane, a partial collapse of a crane that has gone on through here. So that's a big deal, because if you think about cranes, they're actually meant to move with the wind. But when the wind is so strong it actually pushes the whole crane over, then you got a whole different story. All right, so we've come in the front entrance of L'Auberge. We were out here under this overhang, but we got into that eastern eye wall again, and the wind was just too strong. You can see how it's swaying these huge lights up to the top. Look at the wind blow the water out of the fountain. Okay, I mean, look at how strong it is. Coming in basically due south here is what we're seeing. So too much glass, not a great place to be, obviously, with that wind blowing, so we've come in out of harm's way. But this building's been compromised. There are several areas in it where there are either holes in the roof, where there are windows broken, where we've had air conditioning units been ripped off the building. There's water flowing in one side of the building. So it's trying to breathe. I mean, think about that. You have all this wind rolling through these holes, and it's trying to get in and out. So, I mean, listen to the building. I'm going to walk over here again, and I want you guys, whoever's on microphones back at the Weather Channel, turn this up a little bit, because it sounds like a chainsaw, right? Listen. I mean, incredible. Incredible pressure and certainly power of the wind. Again, guys, if you're just joining us, Cameron, Louisiana, that was the landfall at 1 o'clock in the morning. We've had winds, many reports, over 100, over 110, over 120, even over 130 miles an hour. It was interesting, too, because the last gust I heard was 127. and that's when we had to retreat. And Mark was telling me, hey, dude, we've had 132, 131, 133, I mean, and an unofficial gust of 137. So, you know, that's well up there into that Cat 4 range.
Yeah.
And so that certainly verifies that as the strongest hurricane here to ever come in to Southwest Louisiana. Mark, do you remember if they named a pressure at landfall? Was it 938?
Gosh, I don't actually remember.
That's
Here
all
are the 938. You're right. Here's the landfall stats for you. 150 miles per hour, 1 a.m. and 938.
Right. So the point to that was, I believe that is the 4th lowest pressure, 1 millibar behind Rita in Louisiana history. So the whole state, even when they took a stronger storm off to the east. So that's pretty incredible, certainly, when you think about it. 150 mile per hour winds, that's about as high as it gets without getting to Cat 5 status, right? 157 is where you start Cat 5. You can still hear the glass outside out. I mean, just incredible. Brad, come over here again. I mean, look at this. This is still the eastern eye wall. I mean, at this rate, it won't be long before the fountain out there is empty, number one. Number two, we may eventually lose some of these chandeliers the way that they're swaying around. And a lot of those lanterns, Brad, go to the lanterns over in the left corner. And this is what we were hearing, and this is why you saw me run, you saw us pretty much come inside. Those things are all those little glass panels in the lanterns have pretty much got blown out. And we're still hearing glass fly around. Look at this. Even the debris that's under here is being pushed out. So it's like a wind tunnel down here with the kind of wind that we're seeing. So the vehicle that you see out there with the lights, for those of you that are curious, that's Charles Peak. He's obviously riding it out. Notice how he's put his vehicle parallel to the wind. All right, so it doesn't blow over, so the wind's coming across his vehicle like that. Even that, I can tell you by being in a vehicle during one of these things, it's still shaking. It's still shaking, but you never want to get the vehicle perpendicular to the wind or you take a chance of blowing over. There are vehicles, we understand, across parts of the parking lot that are blown over, maybe a van, maybe a truck, a higher profile vehicle. But either way, you can see what's going on out here in terms of the wind. We are still very, very much in this here in Lake Charles. And this is the eastern eye wall. We still got to go through the south side of this thing. So, Mark, you tell me from, I guess we're going to have to use a kind of a radar where you mesh them together versus Lake Charles because we're down there. When are we getting out of this, brother?
Oh, it's going to take a while.
2 hours?
It's going to take a while. And just because we were mentioning the stats, I think it's number 3 at terms of landfall for lowest pressure for Louisiana. Number 3 in that list now. And as for wind speed, number 2. Only the last island storm beat that for wind speed at landfall for Louisiana. So a formidable storm by any stretch. I'm a little surprised, Jim, that the winds haven't started to turn around for you. I've been watching the radar sites and the composite that you mentioned. It looks like we should be getting in towards that southern eye wall momentarily with regards to kind of switching that around. And I do want to mention that the new advisory is in. 4 a.m. advisory update on the positioning here, getting north of Lake Charles. So we'll wait for that to come in all the way. Category 3 now, 120 miles per hour. So this is the very beginning of that advisory trickling in. Still, and Jim, this is the bad news here. You asked how long this is going to last. That forward motion hasn't picked up at all. Still 15 miles per hour. It's been that way since landfall. Continues north at 15. That westward jog is done, but staying at 15 going to the north.
Right. And Mark, you know as well as I do, when these things come inland, you essentially see the wind field expand. So it almost becomes a larger wind field, even though the winds start to decrease and we go down in category as the pressure comes up. But I got to tell you, buddy, looking outside here, this does not look like we've gotten out of the way of the eastern side of this yet. And so very, very surprising this is going on this long.
You think it's bending around the building at all, or is it still due south?
We decided. No, it's still southeast. That's a southeast wind right there, believe it or not. It may be enhanced by the building, but here's the deal: we're in what I would call a fortress. I mean, we felt very, very safe about riding this thing out in this building, and the folks have been great to us. But you know what? For a Cat 4, even a building of this magnitude has been compromised.
Good morning, everyone. It is 5:30 Thursday, August 27th. I'm Maribel Rodriguez. Francis is off. Thank you so much for making us a part of your morning. We begin with the latest on Hurricane Laura, the Category 4 storm making landfall near Cameron, Louisiana around 2 o'clock this morning, bringing pounding rains and destructive winds. Now that storm is moving up the state. Let's head over to meteorologist Lisette Gonzalez with the latest on Laura's path. Lisette, good morning.
Good morning, Maribel. Yes, it made landfall as a Category 4. Now it is a Category 3, so it is still a major, dangerous, and life-threatening hurricane here moving across southwest Louisiana and eastern Texas, bringing catastrophic storm surge, extreme winds, and flash flooding. Unfortunately, for our friends here in the northwestern Gulf Coast, it really is difficult to see the infrared satellite image of this beast of a hurricane. Currently, max sustained winds of 120 miles an hour, so as expected, it will continue to weaken as it moves inland and interacts with the land. It's moving north at 15 miles an hour, and hurricane warnings are still in effect because all these areas are still experiencing hurricane conditions, and a major category hurricane at that. And it'll lift towards Arkansas as we head into later today and into tomorrow. Category 1 that is expected to weaken to a depression, eventually low pressure area moving into the mid-Atlantic near Virginia and off the coast of the northeast New England areas there. Here's the radar, though, and we are seeing that well-defined eye that is still impacting Lake Charles. We're seeing some of those very strong rain bands around New Iberia, Alexandria, and even across eastern Texas. Of course, the worst of the weather is over Louisiana because that's where the dirty side is of the hurricane. That's where we are seeing the strongest winds and also the potential for tornadoes, unfortunately. So right now, sustained winds anywhere from 23 to 29 miles an hour, but earlier we had 90-mile-per-hour wind, Lake Charles. Locally, we are waking up with a few showers, South Florida. Earlier, some rain around Plantation, some showers around Miramar, Opelika, Miami Lakes, Hialeah, and also we had some rain in Homestead earlier. Across the Keys, it's quiet now. The breeze is out of the east, 6-10 miles an hour, low 80s, and highs will climb to the low 90s. Today, we'll see some scattered showers this morning, then most of the action moves inland with plenty of sunshine this afternoon. The rest of the forecast ahead. Right now, back to you.
Lisette, thank you. And right now, Hurricane Laura tearing across Louisiana after making landfall overnight. CBS 4's Courtney Zabowski joins us live from Galveston, Texas. And Courtney, what are the conditions there like now?
Well, Maribel, we got lucky here in Galveston. Did not take a direct hit, a little rain, a little wind, but nothing like what they're experiencing in southwestern Louisiana. We heard Lisette talk about the wind, 150 miles an hour. There's also the storm surge. Could be up to 20 feet of storm surge. That is as tall as a 2-story house. With this storm surge, it is so powerful, it could also push buildings and houses off their foundations. So what we're doing right now is waiting for daybreak to see what's left behind. The fear is that towns could be washed out by morning. Maribel?
Courtney, thank you so much for that live report. And from Galveston, our team coverage moves now to Lake Charles, Louisiana. That's where reporter Matt Houston from the Baton Rouge CBS affiliate filed this report as the storm came ashore.
Right here that leads to a stairwell. This is where we're going to go if something gets real bad, real windy. I want to show you what things are like when I step out in this direction, out of the cover of that wall. You okay, Rick? It's windy and it's wet and things are blowing fast. This is Hurricane Laura. This is the power that we really haven't been able to show you because of that wall all night. That is what things are like. And if you really look out in that direction, the wind's going to be blowing strong and it may be wet and dark, but you can see some of these trees really blowing around. Kind of iconic view of what Hurricane Laura is doing to the Lake Charles area right now, and we expect that that will only get stronger as the night goes on. We're going to take you back to the safety of our wall here for a moment so we can dry off, but things are really picking up, and we expect that those wind gusts will only get stronger and stronger as the night continues, and things will only get wetter and wetter as the night continues. Already, just from that 15-20 seconds out there, my shoes are soaked, my legs are soaked, so not something you want to be out in. Of course, we're staying safe.
And that was Matt Houston reporting. Stay with CBS 4 this morning and CBS News for continuing coverage of Hurricane Laura all morning long. We'll be heading back to the Gulf Coast in our next half hour.
So let's get the latest on Laura.
Massive, powerful, catastrophic hurricane made landfall just after 1 a.m. and now we're dealing with the tornado activity that could be possible from the outer bands of the system. Here's the latest as it's moving towards the northwest, just northwest of Lake Charles, Louisiana. The system made landfall by Cameron, and you can see it right here on our satellite, our infrared satellite, showing you the eye wall that's still well defined. That's what's very scary, is that the center has been onshore for about 5 hours. Now, the National Hurricane Center stated it was an extremely dangerous hurricane with catastrophic storm surge. Again, it made landfall just after 1 a.m. Central Standard Time with winds of 150 miles per hour as a Category 4 hurricane. I'll have more details on the radar for that in our local forecast coming up. Alexis?
All right, Julie. Well, Broward County residents, if you want to take 95, and now is the time to do so because you're not running into any delays or some construction. So let's talk about where you could go. If you're taking north or southbound lanes near Hollywood Boulevard, speeds are coming in at about 70 miles per hour. So you're looking good there. Both the north and southbound lanes are coming in around that speed. We are seeing some delays in Miami-Dade, though. A lot of heavy traffic as you head southbound on 95. This is near the Airport Expressway. So speeds are starting to slow down at 14 miles per hour. Remember, just a few minutes ago, this road just opened back up, this expressway. So now things are starting to slow down. Traffic is coming pretty much to stop and go. Traffic's there. Now let's get a look at your drive times before you head out. If you're taking the Palmetto Expressway southbound, starting at 154th Street to the Dolphin, it'll take you 22 minutes. But from 75 to the Dolphin, it'll take you 23 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Alexis. We turn back to Hurricane Laura, that monster storm weakening into a Category 2 after making landfall overnight as a Category 4. Live pictures right now. This is Galveston, Texas this morning.
Winds whipping through the area, at one point reaching 150 miles per hour.
Early this morning, a Louisiana boater recording this video as the eye of that storm passed through Hackberry. The power of the storm on full display this morning.
Tens of thousands of people waking up without power, and those numbers are sure to rise. We have ABC's Elwin Lopez joining us from Baton Rouge.
This morning, the Gulf Coast feeling the effects of Hurricane Laura.
Folks, this is not survivable.
We're bracing for a challenge after we see this extremely destructive storm come through.
The storm slamming the region, bringing heavy rain and gale force winds.
And if you think you're safe because you made it through Rita in Southwest Louisiana, understand this storm is going to be more powerful.
Earlier in the day, Laura upgraded to a catastrophic event, rapidly intensifying as it barreled towards Texas and Louisiana.
This is dangerous storm surge. And in some cases here, you look at some of these values, it's not survivable.
Thousands flocking to evacuation centers around the state.
This Hurricane Laura is going to be catastrophic for the areas that it hits hardest.
And near Houston,
we're expecting lots of traumas.
Hospitals now preparing for the worst. Overnight, warnings from officials getting more urgent. The hurricane growing and tornado watches activated across Louisiana's coast. Despite officials' evacuation orders, many insisting they're going to try to ride it out.
He has boats in the backyard. If we have to leave, we have another option.
Here in Baton Rouge, we're also seeing the effects of Hurricane Laura with tropical storm wind gusts as well as heavy rain. Now officials say that we could also see flooding and are asking people in the area to stay off the roads. In Baton Rouge, Elwin Lopez, ABC News.
The storm station tracking Hurricane Laura. It made landfall overnight and is still battering the Gulf Coast. This is video of some of the whipping winds in Louisiana.
And here's a look on the ground in Texas. The hurricane being described as catastrophic this morning. The National Hurricane Center says the area is in for an unsurvivable storm surge.
7th Kevin Ozebek is live in Lake Charles, Louisiana, with how things are looking there. Kevin.
Well, Ethan, we're now able to get out of our hotel. We went just 800 feet from our hotel, and look at what we found. This is La Quinta Inn. In fact, this is the neighboring hotel to the one where we were staying and the one where we rode out the storm. Our hotel is fine. This one clearly is not. You can see in two different parts, in both the carport as well as in the main hotel, the roof was just shredded off. And joining us right now is Scott Morgan. When we pulled up there, we saw a number of people with flashlights asking, is the hurricane over? Because you guys in there didn't know what was going on, did you?
No, not really.
So Go ahead, Scott.
About 1 o'clock, you know, we knew what was going on, but before that, we were just waiting like everybody else.
So between the hours of 1 to 2 a.m. here in Lake Charles, the readings were we were seeing gusts of winds of more than 100 miles per hour for an hour. Is that the window when the roof started to shred off?
Yeah, right about 1:30.
And what was it like inside? Was it a big noise? It was water pouring down? How did this all unfold?
Well, the whole building shook, and then there was a loud bang. At that time, we ran to the stairwell, and you could see that the whole corner was peeled back. Water was pouring in down the stairs. It was pretty chaotic, scary, you know, real scary.
Everyone okay?
Yeah, everyone's okay.
And you said the hotel wasn't actually full either, which may have helped in all of this.
Right. We just had a couple of people here just manning the property. These guys over here were taking care of their business, you know.
Well, Scott, glad you're okay. Glad everyone else was in okay, and happy cleanup here in Southwest Louisiana. One thing to note here, you can see all the pine. There's so much wood construction here. This is something that we are not used to in South Florida because of Hurricane Andrew. That's a storm that changed code compliance and how we build buildings. That same strict code does not exist here, so that's why we see buildings like this in this storm would have so much destruction. All across the highway now, you can see bent metal, debris all over the place. Again, we are just leaving the hotel. We just swung a right of our hotel, and this is what we found. So we're just starting to survey the damage. The sun is up. We can now clearly see. So it remains to be seen from our perspective how widespread the damage here in Lake Charles is. But clearly there's already some pretty intense destruction. A lot of the cars underneath that carport damaged now as well. So people are starting to get outside, starting to have a look around, and at least from our vantage point, it's not pretty. Reporting live in Lake Charles, Kevin Ozebek, 7 News.
And Kevin, what about the power outages? Can you see if there's electricity still around your area?
Well, we know around 1 a.m. our time, so 2 a.m. Miami time, we lost power in our hotel. Now, that wasn't a big deal because we had a backup generator. That generator was powering, giving us light, giving us electricity up until about 2 hours ago. Why that failed, we don't know. But here in this immediate area, even though I see all the power lines up, I can tell that most places here don't have power. All the lights are off. A lot of times they cut power when you have massive storms like this. They could have done that, or a line somewhere else could have broke. But at least in this area, there is no power. But it was expected there were going to be widespread power outages from Laura.
Kevin, I understand you're about 30 miles inland from the coast, and it may be tough for you to understand at this point or hear from people. Are you hearing anything about what things look like a little closer to the coast as far as damage?
No, we don't, but that's what we do want to find out, Ethan, especially in the towns of Cameron and some of the neighboring towns around there. That's about 30 miles due south of us. That is where the National Hurricane Center said there could be that catastrophic, unsurvivable storm surge of 20 feet. Now, here in Lake Charles, the storm surge forecast doesn't seem like it quite met what they were forecasting. I see a lot of wind damage. I don't see a lot of water. Is that the case along the coast as well? We just don't know yet. That's a very difficult area to get to because there are a lot of downed trees in that. But we are waiting to hear reports from the Bayou Coast because we do know not everyone left. In fact, the hotel where we were staying, there were some people who had reservations there, but they left too late and they had to just hunker down at home. The sheriff for that particular parish was warning, if you are going to stay behind, wrap up your ID in a plastic baggie, stick in your pocket, because there is a good chance we may have to come find your body and identify you. So some pretty grim warnings, but as of right now, Ethan, no word on how they are faring down there.
Wow, Kevin. Okay, well, thank you for that live report. We'll check in with him in a little bit.
And let's head over to Texas now, where hundreds of thousands are without power this morning.
Yeah, reporter Daryl Forges is live in Beaumont, Texas, with the very latest from there. And Daryl, you're about 60 miles west from where Kevin is this morning. How's it like now?
Yeah, and where Kevin is in Lake Charles, you're seeing it. I mean, a lot of damage because of the eye really going through that part of Lake Charles, and areas surrounding it receiving some heavy damage. Here in Beaumont, Texas, things have really changed drastically compared to what we saw around 2 o'clock this morning to right now. Some heavy wind gusts earlier this morning. Once Laura made landfall, now things have drastically calmed down. But the biggest concern, like Kevin talked about, including here in Beaumont, Galveston, as well as in Lake Charles, are the storm surge.
A big-time storm's coming through here in Sulphur right now, and it's only going to get worse. We're not into the worst of it yet.
Hurricane Laura made landfall early Thursday morning in southwestern Louisiana as a Category 4 hurricane, bringing with it 150-mile-per-hour winds, putting it in a tie with a hurricane from more than 160 years ago as the strongest to hit the state. As the eye of the hurricane headed towards Lake Charles, the mayor there feared that too many people decided to stay behind.
I just very concerned about not only the survival aspect of the storm itself, but also the aftermath.
Forecasters continue to warn of a storm surge of up to 20 feet and devastating winds for those in Laura's path.
You're going to hear the word unsurvivable to describe the storm surge that we are expecting.
The governor predicted parts of Louisiana will be completely submerged as Laura moves over the state, bringing the storm surge up to 30 miles inland. More than 1.5 million people were under evacuation orders in Louisiana and Texas ahead of the storm. Search and rescue crew are on standby for those who didn't.
I was just praying that I make it here and all my family make it out safe.
And a lot of people were praying to get through that storm. Now, as just heard just now, a lot of crews are at the ready as soon as this hurricane completely passes, including the American Red Cross, the National Guard, and also several power crews from across the country have come here to help because as of right now, well over 500,000 people are without power. Live in Beaumont, Texas, Daryl Forges, Today in Florida.
All right, Daryl, and significant damage caused by Hurricane Laura to a home near where Kevin is located in Lake Charles. A man named Toller White Jr. making a shelter out of a brick wall, a table, and some mattresses. He spoke to CNN just a few minutes ago on the phone.
Once the power went out, I just crawled under my barricade and I started doing a crossword puzzle, and I dozed off. And next thing you know, I hear this loud bang that wakes me up, and I go into the main room, and I see that the roof's been torn off. So for me, I'm not trying to be funny or anything, but it was pretty much a non-event because I slept through most of it. I have a roof in this room. Again, the roof and the other rooms are gone. So I did get a chance to look out the window. Again, I stayed away from the windows for the most part, and I had a chance like about half an hour ago just to take a peek. And there's a lot of destruction out there. I've got a good faith in the man upstairs, and he's always taken care of me in the past, and he took care of me tonight. And I think he knows that, once this is over, I've got a job to do out there, and that's why, I really wasn't too concerned about it.
Well, Toller spoke about having a job to do. He's a pest control specialist and says just as he did with Hurricane Rita back in 2005, he stayed in his home so he could get to work right after the storm. He believes with the coronavirus pandemic, he needs to do his part to stop rodents, mosquitoes, and other pests, which can spread even more diseases.
Vivian Gonzalez, she continues our team coverage of Hurricane Laura now. And Viv, that damage is inland. We haven't even seen the coastline area.
That's right, and we are going to expect to see even more extreme wind damage, flooding damage, wherever that eye walk crossed through. And around Lake Charles, we are just seeing the beginning stages of what Laura has caused. Now, it did make landfall as a powerful Cat 4 system, 150-mile-per-hour winds, and that region, Southwest Louisiana, hasn't seen a Cat 4 move through that area since records began in 1851, and landfall happened near Cameron, Louisiana, 2 o'clock our time, 1 o'clock local time. The National Hurricane Center is continuing to state that there's a dangerous situation ongoing, and here's where the storm is located. We have a Hurricane Cat 2 system pushing northward, so that's where we find the hurricane conditions. Now where Kevin's located, we have tropical storm type of conditions, but you'll notice also these outer feeder bands setting up shop from the Gulf and pushing onshore. So surge definitely happening after the fact, and the potential for severe weather too. 100-mile-per-hour winds, so they've gone down, moving to the north at 15, and interaction with land, we are going to see weakening happening. Now, those hurricane force winds extend 60 miles out from the center. Tropical storm force winds 39+ miles per hour extend 175 miles out from the center, and typically we see the worst side as far as rain and severe weather on the northeastern side of the storm, which we call the dirty sector. Forecast track calls for more weakening to take place heading into tonight, tomorrow, tropical storm status, then eventually raining itself out around the mid-Mississippi Valley, Tennessee Valley as a depression, remnant area of low pressure. So hopefully by tomorrow we'll say goodbye to Laura. Ongoing flash flood watches and warnings are in effect, not only for Louisiana, but they stretch northward into parts of Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, and Missouri as we speak. Tornado watches remain in place. And as far as the wind, well, we're also going to add the rain, 5 to 15 plus inches of rain possible, and surge that could range up to 20 feet in some spots and run at least 40 miles inland from the coast. I'll be back with a whole lot more in a few minutes.
This is a serious storm.
Catastrophic storm surge and extremely dangerous wind speeds.
We are anticipating catastrophic damages.
Hurricane Laura making landfall as one of the most powerful ever to hit the U.S.
The Category 4, that was reason enough to leave.
Tens of millions of people evacuated and now waiting to see the damage done.
Yeah, a lot to get to this morning, so thanks for being with us. I'm Roxanne Vargas.
And I'm Kristen Sanchez. Now, residents of both Louisiana and Texas slowly venturing out, especially as the sun has risen, assessing the damage in their neighborhoods.
For NBC6 this midday, Chris Pallone brings us to the destruction, reporting from Lafayette, Louisiana.
Laura slammed ashore in the early hours of Thursday, lashing the Louisiana and Texas coast with torrential rain, a storm surge the National Hurricane Center called unsurvivable, and 150-mile-per-hour winds. A powerful Category 4 major hurricane. At least one person now confirmed dead.
The whole Valero gas station roof, you see the top of it ripped off.
The good news is the storm surge appears to have been about half of what was forecasted, which is still very significant.
With daylight, officials are out and getting a true sense of the damage, some afraid of what they might find.
A few houses might make it. Most of them will probably be gone.
But the Texas governor cautiously optimistic.
The reports right now are fairly good because the main thing is we have no reports of loss of life right now.
Early on, it was clear many things wouldn't be the same after Laura as before.
There was an unofficial gust up here in Lake Charles at 137 miles per hour.
More than 500,000 people were under mandatory evacuation orders in Texas and Louisiana. Most paid attention.
We was going to stay, but when they said Category 4, that was it.
But others decided to ride it out.
Why would you stay in harm's way?
This storm is going across the state, and it's gone through some of the poorest areas where the houses are not built for this type of high wind.
In Louisiana, the National Guard is out assessing the damage and checking for people who need to be rescued.
More than 600,000 customers are without power after the storm, most of them here in Louisiana. Power companies said that crews from 20 states were in the region ready to go out and start getting the power back on, but for some customers, it could take days or even weeks. In Lafayette, Louisiana, Chris Pallone, NBC News.
A lot of damage left behind, and NBC6 meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now. And Angie, you've been telling us for days about the powerful storm surge.
Yeah, and now it is here. So what can people in the Gulf expect now that Laura has made landfall? You've been watching it very closely.
Yes, indeed, ladies. The storm surge was the main concern for us, of course, but it's hard to pick when you have so many devastating impacts from a powerful hurricane like this. But yes, the storm surge was something we were watching closely. Now that hurricane is weakening, we'll slowly but surely start to see those water levels recede for the most part, especially along the coast. But once you get into those inland areas that are just that, a little farther inland, it's going to be a couple of days before we see those water levels receding. Again, still continuing to move north with this hurricane. Winds are at 75 miles per hour, so just barely still a hurricane. But either way, there is some rapid weakening happening with this, but still having impacts across this region. And we're going to see still some wind gusts into the 70s, 79 miles per hour in Alexandria, 58 just north of that, 52 in Shreveport. Along the coast, a little bit lighter of those winds. This is good news, of course, for any rescue efforts that are going to go on here there. But additionally, we're going to watch this system as it continues north and dumps plenty of rain on portions of Arkansas and then eventually heads into the Tennessee Valley. So we'll watch still for impacts from this, even though the system is weakening. We still have a long way to go with this. Of course, you mentioned power outages that are going to last for extended periods. But as far as the impacts weather-wise, we'll slowly start to see those decrease. But now it turns to rain in portions of Arkansas. Ladies.
This is CBS 4 News at noon.
First at noon, Hurricane Laura slams into the Gulf Coast overnight. Dangerous and now deadly Category 4 hurricane. Here's what the storm looked like overnight in Lake Charles, Louisiana. You can see the wind whipping as the rain pours down on top of this parking garage. And here's video out of Cameron in Southwest Louisiana, where Laura made landfall, bringing with it punishing rain pouring down as the wind blew. But right now, Laura is making its way towards the Arkansas border and losing much of its strength. The storm currently a Category 1 hurricane. We begin our CBS 4 News live team coverage with CBS 4's Courtney Zabowski, who is live in Galveston, Texas, where the recovery efforts are just beginning. Courtney.
Good afternoon, Maribel. Well, Galveston did not take a direct hit, but we are seeing some water in neighborhoods. Water from the bay came out of its banks and into this neighborhood and into a nearby restaurant. But this is nothing like what we're seeing in Louisiana. Hurricane Laura ripped buildings to shreds as it slammed ashore overnight in Louisiana, not far from the Texas border.
Time to take cover, time to take cover.
The powerful storm packed sustained winds of 150 miles an hour.
There it goes.
Flipping over an RV and dumping over 10 inches of rain in some places. In Lake Charles, Louisiana, debris is scattered everywhere. Property damage is extensive. That's where Jeannie Adair rode out the storm.
I've never experienced one this intense. They say this is going to be the storm of a lifetime, and I can see that it's probably, that's an accurate statement for sure.
Forecasters predicted a massive, unsurvivable storm surge that could flood people as far as 40 miles inland. But early reports reveal it may not have been as bad as expected.
It's probably less than 10 feet right now, which is a good sign. But again, we're also hearing heavy wind damage to structures.
As Laura trucks north, inspectors here in Texas and Louisiana will head out to assess the damage. Hundreds of thousands have lost power.
Rescue teams are involved right now, making sure that they're restoring power, restoring and protecting lives, and we are already going to begin the rebuilding process.
Authorities caution the storm is still a threat. They say it could be days before power is fully restored and all the floodwater recedes. And we are now hearing about the first fatality, a 14-year-old girl who was in a home with her parents in Southwest Louisiana. She died when a tree hit her home. And Maribel, first responders don't believe that this will be the only fatality.
Oh, just devastating, Courtney. Thank you so much for that live report. Now let's take our coverage over to CBS 4 meteorologist Lisette Gonzalez with the latest update on Laura. Lisette.
Oh, yeah, that's just heartbreaking to hear. And, you know, this is just such a powerful and dangerous hurricane making landfall around 2 a.m. as a Category 4 with, max sustained winds of 150 miles an hour. So we are seeing that thankfully it has weakened now that it's moving inland, but it's still a Category 1 as of the noon update, and max sustained winds of 75 miles an hour. It is about 50 miles east-southeast of Shreveport, Louisiana, moving north at 15 miles an hour.
We are tracking the impact Hurricane Laura had on our area.
While Galveston didn't take a direct hit from Laura last night, there was some flooding on the island. Channel 2's Vincent Crivelli is live in Galveston's West End, where the waters came up overnight. Vince, good morning.
Andy, that's exactly right, and the water has not receded much in this area due to Back Bay flooding. Now, as we zoom out, you can see this residential street has turned into a river with water seeping into homes. Still, the homeowner that I spoke with was thankful things weren't worse. The wrath of Hurricane Laura missed most of Galveston, but Back Bay flooding was a major issue on the west end of the island.
Second or third worst I've seen it.
This morning, Steve Wyan drove back to his home that was surrounded by water. Now, I see water up against your home. Did some water get inside?
Probably above the baseboards. Probably got about the baseboards, so probably about ankle deep, maybe.
His home near the Galveston Country Club, which has more lagoons than usual, and Waterman's restaurant that has flood water encircling it.
We should be okay, I think. We lucked out on this one.
Wyan says he gave his home a kiss before evacuating. He was concerned Laura would be like Hurricane Ike.
Ike tore down the walls. Everything downstairs was gone. Stairway was gone.
Around 8:30 this morning, Galveston County announced conditions were safe enough for residents to return to their properties on the mainland and the island. How do you clean up your home at this point? What's next for you?
Mop, sanitizer, all the cleaners you can think of.
So with his pant legs rolled up, Wyan got to work and gave us this piece of advice.
There's a few alligators that come out of the banks right now, so be careful out here.
And you better believe after hearing there might be gators in these waters, I've been extra cautious. Reporting live from Galveston, Vincent Crivelli, KPRC, Channel 2 News.
And Vincent, thank you so much. The Kyle Fire Department has deployed 6 of its firefighters to assist in the aftermath of Laura. The department tweeted that their crew arrived here in Houston overnight at NRG Stadium, where Harris County set up a staging area. The county kept buses, supplies, and other equipment there before sending them out. Kyle of FD says their crew made sure to get some rest before heading out to affected areas this morning.
Meteorologist Britta Merwin joining us now. Britta, we were on the clean side of this storm here in Houston, so wind really wasn't an issue. But on the dirty side, we're talking about some unbelievable wind speeds.
Yeah, and it's unbelievable how a little bit of a change in distance can really make all the difference in what you feel. If we would have had that landfall even 50 miles farther to the west, eastern portions of Chambers County and also Liberty County would have had a much different night. Right now, we're still tracking Laura. Yes, it's still a hurricane and still causing big issues for North Louisiana and Arkansas. Even far away from land, it is still a Category 1 hurricane. As we get the new advisory at noon, I do expect that's going to be down to a tropical storm as it starts to move into Arkansas. But Arkansas bracing for Tropical Storm Laura. As it continues to move along its path, it's going to produce a lot of heavy rainfall. This part of the country has had a very waterlogged 2020, so flooding is going to be a big story for the next several days. Here's a look at those winds that we were talking about with Andy. So these are some of the top wind gusts from Laura. Lake Charles, 134 miles per hour. If you haven't seen the video of landfall, Robert Arnold was at the Golden Nugget in the protected garage, at least the most protected spot you could have been in those conditions. And the video is unbelievable. So you have to make sure you go to click2houston.com to see it. Cameron had a wind gust of 127 miles per hour. That's where landfall was around 1 a.m. And the sustained winds of that storm were 150 miles per hour. This is actually the strongest hurricane to make landfall in Louisiana, at least for everybody that's alive. We did have it tie with the all-time record. That was the last island hurricane that occurred in 1856. As you continue down the list, Sabine Pass had a wind gust of 90 miles per hour.
It's now a tropical storm Laura, with winds of 70 miles per hour, moving north at 15 miles per hour, now just 50 miles east-southeast of Shreveport. Here is the forecast track and intensities from the 11 a.m. advisory. We expect the storm is going to come right up into Little Rock and then make its way towards the western end of the Ohio Valley, moving through Kentucky and West Virginia, and into the mid-Atlantic region. And it's going to be producing wind all along that path. We'll show you that here in a moment. There you see the radar, number of flash flood warnings in effect right now. And then also you see the winds now gusting to 49 miles per hour. So this thing is still really packing a punch there in Shreveport. El Dorado now gusting to 44 miles per hour. That is what is headed your way in Little Rock. Monticello now gusting to 46. And so we've got some pretty strong tropical storm force wind out there over a large area of Louisiana and also Arkansas.
And let's turn our attention over now to Betty Davis, and she can talk a little bit about Laura and just what a massive storm this is and how it only just became a tropical storm a short time ago.
It's interacting with land now, Christy, and it is starting to spin down, so to speak. But the circulation for Tropical Storm Laura, it is still very apparent on the satellite and radar imagery. Notice the counterclockwise circulation. It has winds of 65 miles per hour, maximum sustained, moving north at 15 miles per hour. So dumping out a lot of moisture over areas of Arkansas and still bringing some gusty winds too as it's moving northward. Also notice that trailing moisture down into southeastern Louisiana Louisiana. So those rain bands, these are bringing drenching rains and still capable of producing tornadoes within some of those bands as well. So the nasty weather not quite over for Louisiana just yet. Meantime, I do want to talk about where this system, what's left of it, is going to be heading north to northeast into the Ohio Valley, spreading the rain and that moisture getting into the mid-Atlantic too. So that's where we'll follow it Friday and Saturday. Later tonight, though, it should start to spin down to just a tropical depression. I do want to take a look at the tropics, the Atlantic basin, to see if there's anything else out there for us to be concerned about. We are tracking 2 tropical waves, one in the far eastern Atlantic, one over the tropical Atlantic, right there in the central tropical Atlantic. These are moving westward. So far, doesn't appear as though we're going to have to be too concerned about them on the short term. But this one right here in the central tropical Atlantic does have a 30% chance of developing over the next 5 days. We'll keep an eye on it, but right now we're doing okay here in South Florida. Nice looking day shaping up. Janice?
All right, Laura is still a tropical storm. Winds are at 50 miles per hour. We'll get another update here from the Hurricane Center in about an hour. North-northeast movement at 15, so the turn is now beginning to happen. You can see that clearly here on the radar, but really heavy rain is happening for us currently right through Arkansas as we speak. And then we think a shift is going to push its way to the east here, and accordingly, we think that a lot of the rain is going to shift off to the east as well. All right, so the center of circulation down here, although that's just the most recent position, it's likely more up in here now, but the really heavy rain bands are producing flash flooding, but also producing some tornadoes. Tornado warnings in effect here. North of 49, coming along 79 right now. Lee, Phillips, St. Francis counties are under a tornado warning right now. Storms are generally moving about 40 to 45 miles per hour.
All right, so let's begin with Laura early this morning. This is what it looked like at 2 a.m. when it made landfall across Cameron, Louisiana, as a Category 4 system with 150-mile-per-hour winds. The eye wall going right over coastal Louisiana. You see that blue right there? Those are the strongest devastating rains and wind. That moved also into Lake Charles and even Lafayette, getting some of that devastation from the storm. By the way, this is the first Category 4 system to impact Southwest Louisiana since the last island hurricane of 1856. They did not name hurricanes back then. Now, as of the 8 p.m. advisory, 40-mile-per-hour winds. It is a tropical storm. It will continue to lose its punch, downgraded tomorrow to a depression, and then whatever is left will move offshore here sometime over the weekend, and the remnants still hovering right across the Canadian Maritimes come Monday. Also, 2 other systems that the National Hurricane Center is eyeing tonight. One in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. This is over 2,500 miles away. The National Hurricane Center is giving it a 30% chance that it could develop once it enters this area, highlighted in yellow. And then even farther still in the eastern Atlantic Ocean, 3,500 plus miles away, yet another tropical wave. The National Hurricane Center says that it too has a 30% chance once it enters the area highlighted. We're going to be keeping our eyes on both of them. And by the way, the peak of hurricane season is the 10th of September. We'll have a lot more on this a little bit later on in weather.
President Trump will visit the Gulf Coast to survey Laura damage over the weekend. Tornadoes and tornadic damage have been confirmed in Arkansas tonight. More than 830,000 customers in Louisiana, Texas, and Arkansas and Tennessee are without power now. And in Lake Charles, the mayor there, Nick Hunter, says it looks like a bomb went off in some neighborhoods. So a lot of damage and a lot of work to be done after Laura just brought a lot of devastation, especially in southwestern parts of Louisiana. Laura, not quite done just yet. Dr. Rick Knabb, our hurricane expert, has the latest on where Laura is now and where it's headed.
Yeah, the depression is centered over northeastern Arkansas, but it's only classified a depression because the maximum sustained winds have come down below 40 miles an hour. But that doesn't mean it's incapable of producing tornadoes and gusty winds that could bring down trees and power lines and flooding rains, not just tonight, but over the next couple of days as it moves eastward through Tennessee and Kentucky. This is the 24-hour loop. It is almost exactly 24 hours, not quite, since it came ashore as a Category 4 hurricane. Now, you might be thinking, wow, that fell apart quickly. Well, yes and no. Yes, because once they lose the fuel from the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico, it loses the eye and, it seems like it falls apart pretty fast, but it stayed a hurricane for several hours, stayed a tropical storm until just a couple hours ago, well into Arkansas. So to get a tropical storm that far north, you have to come ashore as a major hurricane usually, and moving at a pretty good clip, as this one was. Still moving north-northeast at 15 miles an hour. Center circulation is kind of in here, but the center of action is all around it. You know, when systems weaken, they tend to spread out their pressure gradient, and the effects go even farther and wider, rather than having the most effects being near the center anymore, like it was when it had an eye wall. So now we've got these nasty far-flung outer bands in Mississippi and southeast Louisiana, flash flood warnings in northeastern Arkansas, western Arkansas. Jackie's been showing you the tornado threat going all the way up into Missouri, and we got heavy rain going way up into Missouri and getting close to Paducah, Kentucky, for example.
People in the Gulf Coast are trying to clean up some of the devastation left behind by Hurricane Laura. The wind from the storm left a path of destruction roughly 40 miles wide. At least 6 people were killed, including a 14-year-old girl, and hundreds of thousands of people are without power and running water. CBS News correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti reports from Louisiana.
One of the strongest storms to ever hit the U.S. left its mark on just about every part of Lake Charles, including Craig Barker's childhood home.
This used to be in the back of the house. This is probably not going to be home anymore. I don't know whether we'll be able to rebuild it.
Laura slammed ashore Thursday, packing 150-mile-per-hour winds and sending storm surge 10 feet high over homes and businesses in parts of Louisiana.
We went to ride out the storm in our parents' room, and everyone was sitting in there, and then the tree, it came down. It came down, it landed on her.
The storm left a gaping hole in the Miller family's home when a tree smashed through, crushing 14-year-old Cynthia. They called her Cindy.
My parents started yelling, "Hey, are you guys okay?" And we said, "Yeah, we're okay." So I walked to try and find Cindy because she wasn't talking, and I tried to wake her up, and she wouldn't wake up. And it took me a little bit to realize she couldn't.
Families living nearby a chemical plant that caught fire west of Lake Charles were told to shelter in place. But in all this destruction, there were also those spared. Brandon Jardineau rode out the storm at home.
I heard noises in that house that wasn't supposed to happen, and it was pretty nervous.
Hundreds of thousands of people have been left without power or running water as cleanup efforts begin.
Cynthia had dreams of leaving the bayou for Harvard, and her family says she was first in her class. She was also the first confirmed fatality. At least 3 other people were killed when trees came crashing into their homes. Jonathan Vigliotti, CBS News, Manny, Louisiana.
Came off of its pad and was thrown into the middle of the street.
When you see just how serious the destruction was and how widespread it was from the wind damage principally, we are very, very lucky to have only that number of fatalities.
Welcome back. Laura's not done yet, and we're looking at a tornado threat right now across parts of the Mid-South, and here is the latest on the storm. It's a 30-mile-per-hour tropical depression moving towards the east-northeast at 20 miles per hour and seeing some strong storms along the leading edge of that swirl as it comes into Kentucky and Tennessee, including a severe thunderstorm now in Nashville. That's Davidson and Rutherford and Wilson counties under warning until 2 p.m. We're looking at the leading edge of some strong wind there just past downtown and getting very close to the radar. That moving off to the northeast about 40 miles per hour. So heads up in Laverne, in Smyrna, in Martha, in all those areas, there could be some 60-mile-per-hour wind coming in the next few minutes.
A clearer image tonight of Hurricane Laura's destruction, the Category 4 storm ripping up rooftops, leaving the inside of homes destroyed.
Other buildings simply torn down by the powerful winds. Now many families are forced to start over from scratch.
The hurricane hitting Lake Charles, Louisiana hard. Look at the windows in this downtown skyscraper, dozens blown out. The night team's Kevin Ozebek joins us once again.
He is in Lake Charles, where people there are sharing their stories with us tonight. Kevin.
And Craig and Belkey's here in the U.S., the death toll from Laura just climbed up to 14. I am standing in what was an office, but wind ripped off the roof and blew away 3 out of the 4 walls. And today, rainstorms rolled through. That caused even more water damage and created even more heartbreak.
In Lake Charles, the cleanup job seems just overwhelming. We spotted a home wiped off its foundation. We only know this pile of debris was a home because we see a bathtub.
All the people lost everything, and my heart breaks for everybody. It really does.
Rhonda Fontenot is out in the stormy weather trying to get fallen trees removed.
Mentally, I'm a basket case. I'm a basket case.
The mental exhaustion is as widespread as the destruction.
It's hard to hold it together, I'm telling you.
Vicki Richard weathered Hurricane Laura in her 85-year-old mother's house. A cracked tree slammed the roof. Limbs now pierce through rooms, and everything is soaked from these new rounds of rain.
It's terrible to wake up. Don't want to wake up.
So when you look around this house, you can understand why it is hard to be positive. This furniture, it just cannot be saved. And now if we look above, that's where the tree hit. More severe weather is on the way, so now it's just a mad dash to try to save anything that they can, but it's not much. So much here is just gone forever.
Businesses also have been turned into piles of debris. Laura's winds shredded the front wall of this office duplex.
It'll be a rough month or so coming up.
You ever seen anything like this before?
No, not for me, no.
Now there's a mass shortage of tarps like this. Pat and Vicky Monteblano are racing to get what they can out of their home. Laura ripped bricks off their house. Now they're on a waiting list more than 100 people deep to get plastic sheets so they can protect their belongings inside.
It looks like a war. You know, it looks like bombs blew up throughout the city.
It was just heartbreaking to see your city destroyed like this. It was just heartbreaking. And just seeing that your home is like that, it rips your heart out.
And to add even more insult to injury, rainstorms are in the forecast for both Saturday and Sunday. It's like the people here just cannot get a break. Live in Lake Charles, Kevin Ozebek, 7 News 19.
It has been mostly dry across South Florida. Tell you where it's not dry is right across Kentucky and Tennessee. These are the remnants of what once was Hurricane Laura. It'll still be dumping a lot of rain across the middle Atlantic states over the weekend. Meanwhile, 2 areas that the National Hurricane Center is eyeing this tropical wave right here with a 30% chance that it could develop in the area highlighted in yellow. The Lesser Antilles will have to monitor that carefully. And then there's a wave right here. The National Hurricane Center says that when it moves in this area highlighted in orange, it'll get a 40% chance for development. For us, we're looking at a warm night here across South Florida tomorrow. It is going to be another hot one with some scattered downpours in the afternoon. And then by Sunday, the wind will shift out of the south-southwest, and it's going to mean slightly warmer temperatures.